Soda! Oh, the energy of soda. Not the fizz.
All right, welcome back to the live stream. We've got a finisher getting ready to, this is looks like a 125 finisher. Bib 558. Or, yeah, is that 558? 3, yeah, thank you.
558.
Thank you, Field 558.
Josh Lizen. Or Josh Lizen, not sure how to say that, from Gaylord, Michigan.
Nice. Way to go, Josh. Getting ready to finish the Sedona Canyons 125.
He's waving at us.
Do we have audio? We might have audio. Give me a second. Okay, we're going to work on audio here.
Yeah, I don't think they can hear.
Yeah, we can.
Audio.
We got you.
Oh, now they got it. Now they got it.
Got audio?
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Josh. Hi.
I did the Cocodona, attempted the 250 last year, made it halfway, so I came back to do the back half of the course.
Nice.
Beautiful, but it's a grind.
Wow. Amazing. Congratulations on that. And yeah, way to get it done here. What was the hardest part?
Just kicking rocks in the dark.
Yeah.
Probably the worst of it, but overall I had a pretty good experience and just kept moving.
That's what you got to do. Wow. Congratulations. This is awesome. We're excited to follow you into the finish. You're getting really close now. So soak it all in and yeah, be proud.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, Josh, we will follow you in, let you experience the end of the race here. And we are so excited to see you finish in the Sedona Canyons 125. Huge endeavor. If you are just joining us, I'm Corinne Chalvoy, joined by Brianna Grigsby. We are here to bring in every single one of our finishers in the races that are still going on, the Cocodona 250 and the Sedona Canyons 125. Right now we are with Josh Lizen. He's probably saying you're pronouncing it wrong. Lizen. He's going to tell us how to pronounce it. Josh is getting ready to finish. He says he said he attempted the 250 last year and had to drop, so wanted to see the back half of the course, so came back to do the 125 this year.
Love it.
Running it in.
All right, let's go, Josh.
All
Running
right,
it
here
in.
we go. Looking good.
And in the screen, you're looking at the Cotulla Eldon aid station. That is 8.6 miles from the finish line. We have 250 runners. They're taking a final stop before their last stretch of the race here. Josh Lizen finishing the Sedona Crest 125.
He is running it in now, looking really strong.
Thank you.
Good job, Josh.
Thank you.
He's making that turn.
Finish line field. Can we get the finish line? Oh. Bryce, finish line.
Here we are.
There we go. Josh just crossed. This is Josh Lizen finishing Sedona Crest 125. Getting that buckle.
Yeah. Corinne, do you think you're ever going to come out and run Cocodona or Sedona Canyon?
Bree. Why you gotta ask these questions, Bree? I don't know. Maybe. I mean, definitely Sedona Canyons before.
Yeah.
Cocodona. I mean, Cocodona kind of intrigues me, but I still don't know about the 100-mile distance, so Sedona would need to be first.
Not quite ready to do that 200 yet.
I think I don't know that I have the mindset. Like, I don't do really long days out, multi-day, through hiking type stuff where you're just on your feet for a really long period of time. And I feel like I'd have to kind of like get into that world and that mindset and learn some things before attempting it. But you said you're coming back at some point.
At some point, yeah. I mean, it might be another, 15 years, but at some point.
Yes, at some point. And we heard that AJW is planning to do Sedona Crest next year and then Cocodona the following year. So he's on a multi-year plan to get to Cocodona 250. We got another runner coming in here. We just saw Josh Lizen from Gaylord, Michigan finish his race. And we will try to get a bib number on this runner.
I love the yellow vests.
Yeah, those are nice. Those are bright. Those are.
Trying to make out that number. Can't quite make it out. 437 or 457. Let's see. 43. Oh, they're close to each other too, huh? Yep. 437 is Kristen York.
This is Kristen.
Is this Kristen?
Yes.
All right. Let's go, Kristen.
Kristen York is from Las Vegas, Nevada. She is running it in for the finish of Sedona Canyons 125.
And as we follow all of these runners in, we are going to continue having, a handful of post-race interviews here with folks from a variety of, ending points in the course and hear some of the stories. the war stories of what happened out there in the last 5 days.
Yeah, we have some more fun interviews coming up, so stay tuned throughout the day today.
It's apparently the Corinne and Brianna show right now. We've been told Chris is naming our show the Corinne and Brianna show. Maybe people can come up with some kind of clever name for this morning edition of the Cocodona 250 coverage. But potentially coming in here, and folks you might want to stay tuned for. We are really trying to get some of the ladies in here, and I know that we wanted to give them the time and space needed to do whatever they needed to do after this race, but would love to hear from them. And we are trying to coordinate with both Mika Thews and Rachel Entrikin to come on in and tell us a little bit about what went on out there. So hopefully we will hear from them, and thinking they're gonna show up here.
I am excited to hear from these ladies.
Yes, for sure. We did hear from, finisher. Let's give this finisher some love. Running across that line, jumping over it.
Yeah, Kristen.
This is Kristen. Getting those finish line picks. We had Caleb Stevens here just a few minutes ago. He came directly from the finish line, right over, was still wearing his bib. His pacers were here. They looked very tired. They'd been out there with him as well. And he just sat right down in the chair and did an interview with us. I believe he's only 23 years old. So it's pretty cool to see people of that age entering, entering this sport and entering these kinds of distances. It's like, I don't know that we saw a whole lot of that, just a handful of years ago.
And our youngest runner this year was
17 years old, Brody Chisholm, finishing in 12th overall, 11th male.
Amazing.
We got a finisher
coming in.
Nice work, runner. I'm not sure if the tracker was being a little wonky earlier, but we will see if it is back on track so that we can try to get some names associated with these individuals.
I want to say that was most likely Jennifer Livos from Albuquerque, New Mexico. I think it's the only one it could be.
Kind of looked like a guy, though.
Did it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Josh.
Oh, that might have been Josh. No, we were following Josh a moment ago, so we saw Josh finish. Trying to ID this runner who stepped kind of out of the shot. We can't get a bib, but we will work on that. And back up at Eldon. $273. And 74.
$74 is Kenny Krieger.
All right, this is Kenny Krieger. He is leaving the Eldon aid station, 8.6 miles to go to the finish, using those poles on the downhill.
He is from Townsend, Delaware.
All right.
Came across the country for the race.
And back to the finish, last few blocks here before the finish line in Heritage Square, downtown Flagstaff.
Trying to give us some vertigo here.
Yeah.
Let's see who we've got. Is that 457? It looks like 457 to me, which would be Jennifer Levoice. Jennifer Levoice. Not sure how you say her last name.
Is it Vois?
Lievois.
Lavoy?
Lavoy.
Perhaps. Jennifer, getting ready to cross that finish line. Here she comes.
Jennifer from Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Nice.
Awesome work stepping over that line.
Yes. Oh, love it. Got
Always
it done.
an emotional moment.
So we are anticipating a few folks that people may be trying to follow. Andy Glaze getting pretty close to finishing the race here. I think he was in Eldon Aid a bit ago.
Always a favorite out here. Andrew Glaze is known for his his streak of running over 100 miles a week for, I forget what week he's on now.
It's
we've
been
got someone else
years.
coming in here.
Yeah.
Really running strong.
Nice finish. Yep, leaving it all out there. Great job, runner. We're going to try to get a bib here.
Can't see what his number is. Wondering if that might be Patrick Osborne or Stephen Wrigley. See if we can get a number. Someone in the chat says it's Steve Wrigley, number 194. Thanks.
From Salt Lake. Oh, yeah. He was showing us this earlier. He wears a picture of his wife and kids on the front of his chest for inspiration. He was showing it in the aid station, I think. So great job.
Awesome.
Here we go.
So
Another
this
finisher.
has got to be Patrick Osborne, I think, if I'm correct, looking at the tracker here. Is this Patrick?
Way to go, finisher.
Taking a moment to breathe there, hands on knees.
All right, we've got audio. Another runner finishing up. Man, they're coming in.
Coming in hot now. A lot of folks.
It's getting busy at the finish line. If you're in Flagstaff, head down to Heritage Square. Give these runners some in-person shouts for the massive accomplishment that they have just achieved. No, this is Patrick Osborne, somebody said. I don't know. Yeah, so we're going to get a little bit, our tracker, we don't know if it's exactly up to speed, so we're trying to ID bibs. Bib number 171. 171. See it. I can see it. 171.
171 is Kevin. Kevin Smilor. Smor from Denver, Colorado.
Let's go, Colorado. Woo! Kevin from Colorado, Smor, finishing up the race. 125 miles in the bag.
Looks like Kevin was in the 250, I believe.
Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, those bib colors are kind of getting a little
A little hard to distinguish.
yeah, they are, depending on but if indeed Kevin, way to go, Kevin Smor, number 171. Matthew Smor, I'm guessing, is a relative in there. I do think he finished the 250, so.
And then we've got number 526 running it in here. .526, Heather Knup.
Heather Knup? Is she running
From Tucson, Arizona.
Is she running the 250?
Let's see here. Get back to the. She is in the 125.
All right. Heather Snop?
Heather Knup.
Knup.
Heather Knup from Tucson, Arizona.
Got it.
From my hometown.
Yeah. Do you know her?
I don't.
Okay.
No.
Heather Knup from Tucson, Arizona, finishing up the 125.
Way to go, Heather.
Turning around the corner here, running it into the finish line.
Did you get some IG?
Awesome job, Heather.
Yeah, I told folks to message you about interviews. There's a couple people. Yeah. Oh, Simon is coming. Yeah. Great. Oh, I didn't know he raced. Simon, my friend. I have a friend named Simon who is a very prolific racer, and he was messaging me about some interviews, and I thought that he was coordinating them for the people he had been supporting. No, he finished the race. He said, if you need a post-race interview, we interviewed him before Javelina with his wife, and he is he's going to be racing Fuji. He raced Fuji a week before this race.
Whoa.
The Mount Fuji 100. Nice. So we'll have Simon Gerard coming in to just, I don't know. He's going to talk about what it was like to race a 100-miler in Japan a week before doing Cocodona 250.
I cannot imagine. Wow.
He's someone else. The amount of people that have said that they got into this sport during COVID is astonishing to me. I mean, we just heard, our last interview talk about this as well. It's like people during COVID seem to just pick up running and have stuck with it and are doing these crazy distances now. And I mean, maybe it's a positive thing that came out of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Getting people outside.
People started getting outside more, whether that was ultra running or hiking or just being outdoors. I remember joking around that everybody in Tucson was working from home at Catalina State Park, it seemed, during the pandemic.
Nice. Hotspot at Catalina, so you could just check your emails. Man. Yeah, Simon Gerard is from Carlsbad, California. I got to pull up his ultra sign up because he hasn't been racing that long, and I think it's a very long list. Excuse me.
The year that I ran Cocodona 2 years ago, we had Rhoda Smoker, who I think was fourth finisher that year, and she ran a 100-miler like a week after Cocodona.
True.
And I was just like still on the couch recovering.
Yeah.
And I cannot imagine. That is intense.
Yeah, Simon is 38 years old. He didn't start racing until let's see here, little marathon there. Didn't really start racing until right around 2020, January 18th, 2020, right before the pandemic started. And between now and then, he has 51 races on Ultra Sign Up.
Wow.
In the last 4 years. And that doesn't even include some of those like a Mount Fuji 100 that aren't going to be showing on here. So not including like the UTMB or other races that might not show up on Ultra Sign Up. He's done 51 ultras basically. He's signed up this year for Tahoe 100 miler, TRT 100 miler, Angela's Crest 100 miler, and Javelina yet this year after doing Mount Fuji 100 and Cocodona 250. So we will have Simon in later, this late morning around maybe 11:30 or so to have an interview with him.
Yeah, I want to hear. We need to ask him about his recovery tips, what he does for recovery.
Totally.
I wasn't even recovered from doing the Fuji live stream, but for doing the Cocodona.
We're talking about live stream recovery and running recovery over here. If anyone out there has tips on how to recover from a live stream other than drinking caffeine and Floda.
Live streaming is a different kind of ultra of its own.
It is.
Yep. Someone in the chat says Rhoda is a beast and one of the sweetest, most humble people you will ever meet. Unfortunately, I did not get to meet her during Cocodona because I think I was behind her the whole time.
All right, we've got a runner. This is a really nice shot of a runner coming down off of Eldon. That's a steep, smooth downhill before they have another little punchy climb segment known as That Blank Hurts. We ran it yesterday, Bryce and I. And then they're
making a good pace.
They're moving well, and then they're going to hit the Eldon aid station, where if they would like to, they can have some breakfast of Pete Mortimer's Pete's Meats there before heading down for the last 8.6 miles. Another finisher here? Was that a finisher?
They're taking photos.
Okay, taking photos after the race.
Someone here in the chat is asking us if we can ask Simon during the interview how logistically, financially, etc. he does so many races. So
yeah,
that's a great question.
It is a good question. Yeah, I think he does have a lot of flexibility in his work, but if I recall right, he does work a full-time job, so might be able to just move around with that. Or he may be taking a sabbatical and saying, let's just chunk them all in and do as many races as I can in a year while I take some time off. We will find out, ask that question. All right, if you are just joining us, we should probably do a little bit of a recap on what's been going on. Sorry if it's repetitive to some of you, but do want to let everyone know. This was actually a suggestion from Arlen Glick. So I talked to him a couple days before the race, and he said, hey, I watch a lot of the live streams. You know what you guys should do? Every hour you should recap what's happened and let everybody know so people are up to speed and they don't just jump in and wonder what the heck's going on. Really good suggestion. There's a lot that's gone on because it's been 5 days. But how should we recap it, Bree? You want to just...
Yeah, well, I mean, we had a very competitive, it was a nail biter watching the watching the first finishers coming in and wondering who was actually going to win the race. And it's just amazing to see in a race this long, 250 miles, having it come down to the last few miles like it did, with Geraldus Subertus passing Jeff Browning in the final 3 or 4 miles of the race. Yeah, that was intense. And then Arlen Glick coming in third in the men's field. In the women's field, we had Rachel Entrikin with the win and just a little bit, just missing that course record by a little bit. I think, less than an hour?
Yep,
huh?
yep.
And then in second place, we had Manuela, and in third, we had Mika. So, and we are looking forward to hopefully talking with some of these ladies a little bit later on today. So hopefully you all will stay tuned. I think we're going to have some great interviews coming up.
Yeah. So just to go through maybe top 10 on each side. On the men's side, we had Harry Subertus. Again, as Bree said, winning the race by a slight margin over Jeff Browning, who had been leading. I think he was leading the race for about 160 miles.
For a significant amount of time.
And both of them came in for post-race interviews. We are trying to get those cut and reposted to the channel, but you can go back on the live streams from last night if you'd like to check those out. And then Arlen Glick came in third, Joe McConaughey, Stringbean, fourth, Michael Versteeg, who has won the race in the past, fifth, Jeff Garmeyer, sixth. He finished for the fourth time in a row. Finn Melanson showing up and running in sixth. Is that sixth or seventh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Finn in seventh. Jonathan Van Goons in eighth. Matt Smith in ninth. And Kevin Goldberg rounding out the top 10. Right after that, we had our first woman, Rachel Entrikin. So she was 11th overall. Followed by Brody Chisholm, who is 17 years old.
Brody was our youngest runner this year. And is he the youngest runner to ever finish Cocodona?
He is. He's the youngest finisher of Cocodona 250. He's an avid thru hiker. His entire family does all kinds of long trail stuff. His brother, who's 18, and I think Ben, and their mother is also out on course, if not having finished already. So there's 3 individuals from the Chisholm family. They were also paced by some of the younger brothers.
Amazing.
So somebody needs to just get on it and do a documentary about this family for us real quick. Thanks. And then following Brody Chisholm, 13th overall and 12th in the male division, Troy Allen came in. Then we had Damon Chavez and then Manu Velaseca finishing second for the women, followed by Rolando Mendoza, Michael McKnight, Mika Thews, third place female, Kylie Drugan Epic, fourth place female, Brian Pepe, also known as OHG or Orange Hat Guy. He got a nickname very early on day one, and we saw him make some serious moves in the middle of the race and move up 8 or 9 places, and everyone's going, OHG, OHG. We should get that back in the chat. The OHG chat needs to come back. He ended up finishing strong, just having a really great race. And yeah, that's a little bit of a recap of some of those top finishers, followed by Cody McKesson, Adam Williams, Wes Rittner, Chad Lassiter, Jose Sosa, Brian Janezik.
Carrie Henderson was our 5th female, and she ran Cocodona the year I ran 2 years ago.
Okay.
I'm not sure she's run it any of the other years, but so
nice.
This is
Second time.
Her second time.
At least second time finishing.
Yeah, really strong finish. She had a strong finish the year I raced in 2022 as well.
Nice. Then Stephanie Rosebaugh, 6th female. Liza LaPierre ended 7th female. Elsa Jaworski, 8th on the women's side. Ashley Paulson coming in 9th for women, and Emily Kratz rounding out your top 10 on the ladies' side. Other individuals that finished in between there, just to call them out by name: Robert Mueller, Joe Corcione, also known as the Everyday Ultra podcast, Dylan Leppert, Ben Chisholm, there's his brother. Brody's older brother. George Cyrus, Nate Lewis, Jason Hefner, Chad Bruce, Kevin Barada, Colin Fallon, Jake Jackson, Jim Smith, Eli Wiebe, Brian Bondi, Brian Baines, Steve Ellis, Michael Pitts, Ed Shelton, Austin Corbett, and the list goes on.
Strong work, everyone. And
Thank
strong
you.
work, everyone else still out on the course.
All right, OHG.
Fighting for that finish.
In the chat, OHG, it's going. Thank you, Q Rebecca, for your donation. All the donations are going to help us continue to improve the live stream. Just noting in the chat, Randy Strauss is at Fort Tuthill. If anyone is listening and needs a pacer out of Fort Tuthill, he is there and ready to help pace. So
Sweet.
Any crews listening in, anyone who, I don't know if you're running and you're listening to the live stream and you're like, heck, I'd like a pacer and I don't have one lined up, check in at Fort Tuthill.
And here in the chat, Emma is letting us know, going back to Carrie Henderson, who was 5th in our women's field this year, she lets us know that Carrie actually finished over 8 hours faster than her previous time.
Wow.
Which is really amazing when you consider that 2022 was the year that we had what I would consider an easier start because of the reroute.
Didn't
due
have to
the
do
fires.
Didn't
right?
have to do
That
all the
initial
climbing
climb,
in the beginning.
So to beat that time by 8 hours is really amazing.
I'd say she figured it out. And I mean, that was something that like I observed just talking to a handful of the entrants before the race, is that so many people told me they were doing this distance because they love the problem solving aspect. I mean, that's ultra running in general, but they love the skills component, the having to figure it out on the fly, adapting to things, just kind of like they really like the challenge of that. And that's what attracted them to the race. And so, yeah, that to see somebody do it once and then come back and have that kind of a massive improvement, I'd say she took a lot of those lessons to heart and executed on them.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, having prior experience at the distance is just such a huge benefit in a 200-mile race. Yeah. I know, there's a lot of things that I would do a lot different going if I were to come back, which like we talked about, I eventually will. TBD when, but.
Okay. So what are a few of those things while we have a moment here? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think for one thing, I would have changed my sleep strategy. I think sleeping earlier, and maybe a little more often for shorter chunks of time for me would have been more beneficial. So I think that's one thing that I would change. When
you say shorter chunk of time, what are you thinking?
I was sleeping mostly in hour-long chunks.
Okay.
But I noticed just after, in experiences where I've been crewing and pacing at these races that a lot of times you don't necessarily need a full hour at a time if you are sleeping more often. Sometimes, if you can get a 15-minute nap, a 30-minute nap, a lot of times that's adequate.
Like more of the power nap strategy.
Right. So I think just like and getting those in a little bit more frequently to feel more refreshed. I think that's something I'd do differently.
Okay. How about on the trail, dirt naps versus at a station?
Yeah, I really wish I could have done more of the trail napping. Yeah. But for me, because I was having such a hard time regulating my body temperature, getting into like a heated car was really important. But yeah, I think I really could chop down my aid station time. I wasted a lot of time at aid stations, and I think if I were to go back, I'd have that process a little bit more streamlined. Try to eat out on the trail more instead of spending a lot of time sitting eating in aid stations, especially when the eating gets
moving while eating.
Really difficult. Yeah.
Interesting.
So I think if I were to do it again, I'd prioritize getting the sleep in the aid stations and then taking the food on the trail as much as possible.
Got it. Because you got the time, you may as well be moving forward, right?
Yeah, even if it's not fast, you're at least moving forward.
Yeah. That's something we observed with String Beans crew, and a lot of people had commented that his crew was so dialed with having worked with him through so many through hikes that like he would come in and he'd just lay down and they'd start working on him. And it was like, you could tell this is something they'd done multiple times and they knew exactly what he wanted. And they just kind of were a little bit like a pit crew, a F1 or NASCAR pit style. Like they took more time than that, but they were very like diligent about, this is what I'm doing. I know exactly what needs to be done right now. And they were on it. So,
yeah. And I think having that through hiking experience, honestly, that's such good training for a race like this, where I really think something I would prioritize more in my training if I were to do this again would be a lot more hiking training.
Really? Yeah.
Because you're going to end up walking a lot of this race.
Yeah.
So if you can walk fast, if you can hike fast, that's going to make such a huge difference in your time. And I think, at least for me, I noticed that I tend to lose that walking fast skill if I don't practice it. If I'm just running all the time, I'm not practicing. It's totally different muscles you're using when you're I mean, not totally different, but it varies in a different way, right?
And kind of keeping that constant, like I'm not just walking, I'm like kind of walking with intention. I'm trying to keep that hiking walking pace up a little bit. I can imagine and we even see that like going back to string bean, we see it kind of like in his little very like his jogging style. It's just this like real slow but steady. He almost has a forward lean, and he mentioned that to me. He's like, constant forward mindset is like what we know from through hiking. That's like how you have to think about things, and it kind of is exhibited in the way he moves.
Yeah.
All right, we're at Eldon Aid. That was a very up close shot of that individual. But Mike's out there probably trying to get the bib. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it's blowing. It is bib 9. Ooh, come on,
Can't
wind.
quite see it.
Thanks for trying, Mike. I don't know if you can hear us, but again, let Randy Strauss know, or check in at the Fort Tet Hill aid station if you need a pacer. He is there to help. Bib 532 is making their way into the finish line.
.532 is Brian Neely.
In the 125?
In the 125. Brian is from Flagstaff.
Local. Wonder if he'll just walk home. How's it going, Brian? Let's go. Great work. You're on the live stream.
Thanks so much.
How's it feel to be home, back to Flagstaff?
Feels good. Yep, feels real good. Looking forward to getting some food.
Relaxing, yes. Well-deserved relaxing. Awesome job out there. You too, Pacer.
Thank you.
Yeah, oftentimes the Pacers and crews don't get very much sleep either. So strong work to everyone who is out crewing this week, pacing. You all make this possible for your runners.
Again, this is Brian Neely from Flagstaff, finishing up the Sedona Canyons 125. Just a few more blocks now. Ross Anderson mentioning the coffee then nap technique that Arlen mentioned. I also heard that from Joe Corion that he was planning to actually take a caffeine pill right before he went to sleep, so that when you wake up, you're kind of more alert and it starts to hit you. So is that something you did?
That's what I didn't do that, but that's a great idea. Joe was doing that when I was out there pacing him this year. But yeah, I kind of just forgot about caffeine, I think, during my race. I realized after the race ended, I was like, I didn't drink coffee the whole race.
You didn't?
I didn't. No wonder I didn't feel good.
Oh, no. What about Coke or...
No, I don't. I mean, I think I was doing some Goo Roctane, and the Summit Tea does have caffeine. That's my favorite flavor. So I did have some from that, but yeah, I should capitalize more on that next time I run this race.
Could certainly be part of the strategy. And I don't think that it was asked of Finn last night, but I know that he was also going to be using ketones. I believe Jeff Browning used ketones during the race. That's a new kind of, component or option that people might be experimenting with in these long distances, to aid in potentially keeping alertness and kind of your cognition going. So it'll be interesting to see how, the phenomenon from the cycling world of exogenous ketones enters into ultra running as we learn more about it and more science comes out about the effects and impacts. So again, this is Brian Neely from Flagstaff.
About to come into the finish.
Making his way in. Let's go, Brian. Got a fist pump.
Oh, he's running. Running it in. I can hear the cheering.
Oop, next one. Good job, Ryan.
Good work, Brian.
Let's go, Brian. Maybe kiddos. Woo!
Way to finish.
Nice work, Brian Neely. I think those are kiddos. There's multiple kiddos coming to say hello. Oh, it makes me miss my kids. All right.
Kimber in the chat is waiting for her sister and brother-in-law to finish the 125. They're about 2 miles out.
Also a shout out to Jocelyn Briggs. We got word in the chat she has just arrived to Walnut Creek. Keep it going. Or Walnut Canyon, I'm guessing that is. Walnut Canyon is 227, mile 227. So amazing job, Jocelyn. If she's in the 250.
Bib number 58, by the way.
Okay, this is Bib 58 back at Eldon. We are going to find out who this is.
Cameron Harter. This is Cameron Harter. Cameron is also from Flagstaff. Bringing it home.
Is he running the 125?
He is in the 250.
Okay. Cameron with a K. There we go.
Cameron with a K.
Found him. Cameron Harter, Flagstaff, Arizona. As they say, running home.
Running home.
If you live in Flag, you get to run home. Thank you guys for joining us. We are here. I'm Corinne Chalvoy with Brianna Grigsby. We are here with about 1,000 people on the chat, probably anticipating some exciting interviews that we are hopefully going to have with some of the women's podium coming up soon. And also following along with, I'm sure, runners that people are tracking that might be getting close to finishing potentially. We've been live streaming for 5 days. And yeah, we're on day 5, stream 1.
We've got the live stream ultra going on here.
Forgot the polls. Go back to the polls.
Oh, I almost forgot his polls.
And Cameron is heading out of the aid station. He is making that final 8.6 mile stretch down Mount Eldon, back home to Flagstaff.
That's in your lower right.
This view is, the drone is at Turkey Hills, so it's like just on the other side of like the 66 as you approach Mount Eldon.
Okay, and this is drone footage, kind of approaching the Mount Eldon climb.
Those trails are so beautiful. I remember being out there when I ran Cocodona a couple of years ago and just being like, wow, I didn't even know these trails existed.
That looks like
And
some sweet single track right there.
Such smooth, nice single track. Great views of the San Francisco peaks along there. Great views of Mount Eldon. You can see where you're headed.
Yeah.
See that climb that you're headed toward.
Boy. Was that daunting?
Yeah, but you also know it's like the final climb.
Okay, so you can kind of be like, this is
like,
it. This is the last one.
I'm doing it. I'm coming home.
All right, so yeah, we have not had eyes on Andrew Glaze recently. I thought we had seen him in the aid station, but it sounds like he is just making his way up the Eldon climb. So we will certainly try to get eyes on every individual as they come into the Eldon aid station. By Cotulla, that is mile 240.8.
And then Jenny is also starting that Eldon climb. Jenny Chisholm.
Oh, that's the mom.
Yeah.
Jenny Chisholm, mom of Ben and Brody.
She's starting that climb up Eldon.
She is
right now.
rocking it, man. Another runner coming in to Mount Eldon Aid. Thank you, Mike, in the field. That's 69. That is Bib 69, and we are going to find out who that is.
Bib 69.
You can request your bib numbers, right?
Nico Teller.
I think you can request bib numbers.
I think so.
Yep.
Because Versteeg somehow ended up with 666.
He
so
always
I'm not
has 666.
Yeah, you kind of I feel like that's a number you probably have to request.
Yeah,
that
especially because all the 250 runners are under 300.
Yeah.
But Michael Versteeg gets an exception, like permanently. Any Air Viper race, he gets bib 666. Kind of love it. The macabre. Okay.
This is Nico, I believe, just coming in. Nico Teller.
Nico Teller.
The Eldon aid station. He's from Pottstown, Pennsylvania.
Nice. Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
East Coast represent. And he's in the 250, correct?
He's in the 250.
Okay. A lot of love for Nico. Let's go, Nico. Yeah. Nico fans tuning in.
Good work, Nico. Getting some Pete's meets potentially up here at the Eldon aid station. Final aid station of the Cocodona 250.
Sounds like Jeffrey Russo is letting us know that Jackie is his pacer. Shout out to pacers. Some of them have done many, many miles. I know, people doing 50, 60, 70, 80 miles with some of these runners.
It is quite the ultra for them, too.
Yeah.
For the pacers and for the crew.
And the crew, not getting any sleep. Agree, Biago Funman in the chat. These drone shots are amazing. Totally agree. Thank you so much to our drone operators who are out there flying around and giving us these beautiful images of the course.
It's looking like a beautiful day up there on Eldon.
All right, we are going to continue to follow finishers through. Quick ad break, and then we might have a very special guest coming back, so stay with us.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate. Nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
Be about it. Be about it. Let's be about it.
Good dog. Great work.
Go ahead. Let's go for it. Thank you.
to another finisher coming in here. Welcome back to the 2024 Cocodona 250 presented by Mountain Outpost. We've got bib 549 here, getting ready to finish up his race.
That is Doug Baldwin in the Sedona Canyons 125.
Doug Baldwin, Sedona Canyons 125.
Doug is from Platte City, Missouri.
Nice. All right, we are going to follow him in and watch as he makes a couple more corners, and we'll be seeing that finish line very soon.
One more. Nice job. Right here, Doug. Good job, man.
Getting some shouts in the chat. Let's go, Doug. Oh, another finisher there with a whole family. Let's see, who is this? We're really trying to get bib numbers for you guys. So sorry if we missed the line of that last finisher, but we've got Doug crossing the line here. Great stuff. And here in studio, we are super excited to have the winner of the 2024 Cocodona 250, Rachel Entrikin, with us. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
You did pronounce it correctly. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm actually really shocked. I was expecting to have to correct you. So,
Well,
bravo.
all right. No worries. I am glad I asked and make sure that we are saying things correctly. It is, it's not fun when people mispronounce your
I don't care. It's such
Okay.
it's such a weird last name. I always tell myself, like, I'm just going to marry somebody with the last name like Smith so that I can just be done with it. But now I think I might keep my last name.
Okay. Embrace
It's kind
it.
of like a thing now is
Awesome.
to keep your last name.
Awesome. Well, Rachel, thanks so much for coming in.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It
First
feels
of all,
weird.
congratulations.
Thanks. Yeah.
Congratulations.
I'm happy to get to sit for
I bet you are.
while.
I
Yeah.
bet you are. You seem to have way too much energy for having just run the race. Did I hear you got some good sleep?
I did, yeah. We went and got pizza last night. And it was
Nice.
spectacular.
Nice.
And then I think I slept at least like probably 10 hours. So I feel pretty good. And I took like 4 naps yesterday.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, we'll hear all about that. First thing we would love just to hear a little bit about your background. You know, many of the folks tuning in might not know you. Could you just tell us a little bit about where you're from and how you got into ultras?
Yeah. So I got into ultra running, I guess, like 15 years ago now, probably. I did my first marathon in 2010.
Okay.
I'm from Alabama, so I did the Birmingham
Was it
marathon.
a road marathon?
It was road, yeah.
We forgive you.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. We all have our past things. But yeah, so I did a road marathon then. I met a guy named Joe who was a trail runner.
Okay.
At that race, we met at mile 4. He was one of those weirdos in like a full body, like neon suit. And I was like,
Nice.
I want to run with this guy.
Yep.
So I ran with him. We finished together and he was like, you should get into trail running. Like trail running's better.
Yeah.
And so I signed up, I think the next week for like a trail. It was a 42K.
Okay.
Which is the same thing. But but I did that and I actually hated it. I thought it was so much slower. I did not understand. I hated the hills.
Okay.
I was like, this is so inefficient. Why would I ever do this again?
Yep.
And then I obviously didn't actually believe that. So I just kept signing up for like trail, usually not past the marathon distance.
Okay.
And then in 2013, I did a 50K. And then I was pretty sold after that. But I did have a pretty systematic, like, increase in my distances. So I did, like, 50Ks, did 50 milers, did 12-hour events.
Okay.
Because I also really love fixed time events.
Yeah.
I love pretty much all facets of running. I actually really love road running. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I like the fixed time and the fixed distance. But, yeah, I did some 12 hours, did some 100Ks.
Okay.
I did a 24-hour actually to see if I could do a 100-miler.
Got it.
So I did that, and then once I kind of passed the 100-mile distance, I was like, okay, I can probably just do this. And then and then here we are at 250 miles, which is wild.
So the furthest distance, real quick, we are just going to show 576. Dave McBride coming in to finish the Sedona Canyons 125.
Go, Dave.
Making that turn. Oh, he went real fast. Our speed just. Definitely want to just get the finish line here for Dave.
So have you done this with every finisher? You're like, this is this person.
Yeah,
cool.
we're trying to really highlight every single finisher that we can. Yep, it's important. It's so it's a big deal for every single person.
That's really cool.
Yeah. All right, back to the conversation, Rachel.
Yeah.
Sorry for that interruption,
It's
but
cool. What was the question?
Yes, I think we were talking about your first ultra was in 2013.
Yeah.
And then I wanted to know what your furthest distance you've done before this was.
Okay, so I actually did Aravaipas across the years.
Nice.
Earlier this year. And I did almost 213.
Okay.
So,
wow.
So I got
a 48 hour?
I did the 48. Yeah.
Okay.
It has actually events up to 6 days. But yeah, I did the 48 and I finished in about 46 and a half hours because I was pretty sleepy and I just was like, I think the next person was a good bit behind me and I just wanted to get I wanted to qualify for the Spartathlon team.
Okay.
And so I got 202 and then I actually felt really good. And so I was like, well, I could just kind of keep going.
Yeah.
So I just kept going. And then, at around like 46 hours, I was like,
nice.
I don't really, all my like goals had kind of been met and I was just like out there for bonus stuff.
Yeah.
So I was pretty okay with calling it. But,
and that's around a track, correct?
This year I think it was 1.4 miles. And that was such a good distance.
Or is it a track? I can't remember.
It's not a track. It's like a multi-surface.
Okay. Loop thing. 1.4 mile loop.
Yeah, it's at the Diamond Back Ranch.
We should know
Ranch?
this, but Camelback Ranch. Thank you. Okay.
But yeah, it's I'm from Los Angeles and it's the LA training camp for
Got
the
it.
Dodgers,
Okay.
I guess.
Okay.
So I was sending photos to all my friends like, look where I am. I'm at the LA training camp thing.
Nice. All right, so you had done 213 miles, but only 48 hours on
Yeah,
feet.
this was very different.
Okay.
Yeah, this was really different. I mean, I knew going in because I wanted to do the 48 in preparation to see if I could even do 200 miles.
Okay.
On just like what that felt like and how I was going to recover from it and like mentally what that, because you get on the start line and you're like, oh my God, I have such a long way to go. Like I'm going to Flagstaff.
Good to know that everyone feels that way.
Yeah. It's just a massive, 100 miles is a massive, 50 miles is a massive number.
Yeah.
Like when you're doing it all on foot. So I just wanted to see how I was going to react to like the possibility of 200 miles. But across the years I loved it this year. I thought they did change the course a little bit. They went from a 1 mile track to 1.4, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you had to do way less laps, which was mentally really wonderful.
Sure.
And then I just stopped less at the aid station because I was going past it less. And so, but yeah, I felt really amazing. And so I was really excited coming into this race because I was like, cool. I knew it was going to be different, but I was excited to kind of see what was going to happen.
What inspired you to do this race?
It got on my radar last year. I guess in a way that I was like, maybe I could do this race someday. I don't know. This year, I think I kind of wanted to full send running this year a little bit, I think. So I made the Spartathlon team at Across the Years. So I'll be going to Greece in September and it's 150 something miles from Athens to Sparta, which is going to be neat. So I made that team. I want to try to make the 24-hour team for the U.S. too.
Okay.
And then what felt to me like a really good like round year was like, all right, well, I'll just do Cocodona 250. And I love Aravaipa's races. I think they're super well put on. So, if I'm going to do a 200 miler, this is going to be the one that I'm going to do, is a company that I love and respect and like a beautiful, I've only run in Arizona around a 1 mile track. So it's kind of nice to like
able to actually see a lot of the
it's
entire
really,
state.
Sedona is so perfect. So
nice.
And it was just from start to finish, that course is so beautiful.
Cool.
So,
cool. So let's talk about the race a little bit. All right. So tell us about one thing we observed from this side was that you were not stopping to sleep when a lot of other people were, or on night one. Was that planned? Tell us a little bit about kind of that first day.
I planned nothing.
Okay.
I planned because I think I've wasted a lot of time in the past trying to plan stuff. And it just, nothing goes according to plan. So like, why am I going to waste time worrying about it? I don't know. I just didn't really plan much.
Okay.
I had a really awesome crew. That kind of a couple, like the days and weeks leading up to the race, I was like, all right, guys, like, you know what we're trying to do here. Like, I trust you. I'm just going to do whatever you tell me on the race day. And so I hadn't really, through the 48 hour, I knew that I could get through 2 days without sleeping. Cause I didn't sleep at all across the years.
Okay.
So I knew that I could go at least 48 hours without sleep. So I think the first rest that I took, I got really ill. I think it was from, I don't know how to do nutrition at all. That was one thing I learned this race. But I got really sick. I think around mile 130, maybe. I don't quite remember. Right in Jerome. I got really hot and I just felt awful. And so I took an hour nap, and my crew actually, I got to thank them for it. Cause I was like, I want 10 minutes, like, and then I want to leave. And they were like, no. Like, and so I wound up actually being off the course for about 3 hours. And it was during the heat of the day. I got back on course and I was like, I feel like I've just slept for 8 hours. Like that was such a good call.
So you were off course for 3 hours, but you slept about an hour?
I slept about 2 hours.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
I slept about 2 hours from like probably like 1:30 to 3:30, I guess. And so it was really hot, and I just missed all of that.
You
You
also listened to your crew though, and that is, you could very well be like, I'm not. No, you better wake me up and you know.
Yeah, my crew chief Evan. I ran 100 miles with him. We did Rio del Lago together.
Wow.
And I just trusted I've run tons of miles with every single person on my crew. I just trusted them, and I think they probably know more what I'm capable of than I know. So I just, I was joking with everybody. It feels like Formula One race car driving, where it's like, I'm just the car. Like, I don't have a say. I'm just doing it. Like, you guys are the one who
work on me. Tell me what to do. Move me. Tell me when to start and stop.
Yeah.
We were doing a lot of F1 references in here. We were like, what are we doing with F1 references during a 250-mile race? But at the same time, like, you just extend it out, and it kind of is the same thing. Like the pit stop, we saw Joe McConaughey come in and lay down, and they would work on him, and they'd do this, and they'd, shove stuff in his face. And it's kind of like it's not a bad analogy for sure.
I just like I said, going into the race, I told them, like, here's what we're doing. I'm just, unless I'm at risk of a serious injury or like death or something, or if I'm just not having any fun at all and haven't for like hours and hours, then like just keep me out there. Because everything in these races, and that's another thing I learned in this race, is there's just so much time for things to turn around. There's so much time. Because at Jerome, I felt awful. And and I actually picked up another pacer, Peter, in the next section, and I got sick again. And he was actually telling me this morning, he was like, yeah, I didn't know what we were going to do. Like, I thought you were going to have to like drop. Because I was not doing well.
When you say you got sick, we need details here.
How many details do you want?
These are ultra running fans, whatever you're comfortable sharing.
I was throwing up a lot.
Okay. All right.
I was throwing up
Vomiting a lot. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
And I don't know. Like I said, my nutrition was definitely not, my nutrition is not my strong point. I can and have gotten away with doing 100 miles eating almost nothing, which I do not recommend, by the way. But yeah,
that's scary to know what it's gonna look like when you can't feel well.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I learned a lot. I actually learned a lot. So I had one female on my crew named Chalice, and she was like the turning point, I think, in this race. Because my crew and my pacers, they were all like, oh, you have to eat stuff. And I don't know. I just like, when a man tells you to eat stuff, you're like, well, I don't want to. But Chalice was like, here, have like a pretzel. And I was like, okay. And like, she had this idea of like, well, we don't need to eat a lot. We just need to eat small amounts often. And that was like
the key.
Key.
Got it.
That was the key. And so, from that, I picked her up.
Sorry, Rachel, really, really fast.
Oh, yeah, get the finisher guy.
We got bib 44.
Christoph Tuscher.
Christoph
Tuscher.
Oh, Rachel knows him. Portland, Oregon. He's in the 250. He's coming in to finish out his race.
Running fast.
He is pumped that he is finishing.
Yeah, he does a lot of FKTs.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Rachel knows him. She's given us the intel right here on the spot.
Mm-hmm.
She's become a commentator now. But he's getting very close, so we are going to definitely just stay on him for a moment.
We've also got another runner coming in with different cams, Keegan cam.
We got the Cameron cam? Or
This is Keegan. We have Keegan and Curtis.
Curtis. The Curtis cam and the Keegan cam out there. Following runners in at the finish. All right, we getting close here. If you're just joining us, we are following in all the finishers. Oh, having some fun. Wow. I love it, man. Doing some parkour as he enters. Yeah, right. This is Bib 44 finishing up the Cocodona 250.
Running it in for a strong finish.
And then this other one is Tom Hooveners from Brooklyn, New York.
Tom from Brooklyn, New York, also coming in.
Also a 250 runner?
Tom is a 125.
Okay. Tom, who you're not looking at right now, but is behind this runner, is a 125 runner. Getting ready to finish. People are loving the interview. We will be back to the interview with Rachel in just a moment. Nice finish line cam. Steve Adderholt is back over there after starting the Eldon Crest race. That's race director Steve Adderholt. The Eldon Crest 38 started this morning at 7 local time, 7 a.m. local time.
I was asleep.
Good for you. You
Rachel
should be.
was still asleep.
Rachel was asleep. Man, he's got all the vibes. Airplane arms coming in. Yeah. 99 hours and 46 minutes he's been out there.
And now we got Tom coming in here.
And what's Tom's last name?
Hooveners.
Tom Hooveners, Brooklyn, New York. Finishing the 125. Way to go. Great stuff. Congrats to those runners. All right, we are chatting with the race winner, Rachel Entrikin, female race winner. And yeah, you're telling us a little bit about how you were not feeling well, getting sick multiple times after, that first day and a half. But just going back a little bit, I'm curious, what were your goals going into the race?
So my only real goal was to be in a bed asleep on Thursday night. That was my only goal.
Okay. So it was a time goal of finish before Thursday night.
Yeah. And
okay.
I did not, it could be 3 a.m. Did not care. As long as it was nighttime on a Thursday adjacent.
Got it.
That was the biggest goal I had. I mean, I guess loosely that's about 85 hours or and under.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't love setting time-based goals, so that kind of felt like an objective. I can just be asleep.
Okay.
On Thursday, because that's just such a long time, and I don't know. I knew I was gonna. I'd rented a really nice rental van that had a bed in the back and stuff, but it's just you're not gonna sleep very well in there. So yeah, I really wanted to try to finish by Thursday.
Okay.
But that was the only one.
That was the only goal. Okay. So how did you feel at that point in time? You're not feeling great, but were you aware that you were leading the race?
Was I leading? I don't know. I was always kind of aware that I was doing well.
Okay.
But it was always there were 3 or 4 of us at all times who just kind of passed the baton back and forth.
Yeah.
So I know when I came into Jerome, I was in first, and that was a little hard to just be I have to get off the course for 3. Because I knew a bunch of people were going to pass me. And that is, I mean, I am competitive. So it was a little hard to just be like, okay, you're right. But I mean, it wasn't going to be productive running. And I can't remember who in my crew said that, but I was just like, you're right. It's not.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know. And like I said before, I mean, there is just a lot of time in these races and like you can turn anything around. So I just figured, and my crew was telling me like, you know, if you get out during the heat of the day, then you'll feel better later. Do we want to watch this person come in?
Let's watch them
All
come
right.
in.
Look at the crew. Goodness gracious.
Kiddo
Got
in
the whole
stroller,
family.
too.
Oh, kiddo.
Say this is Shannon, James, and Donald. Shannon and Donald James.
Oh, a couple.
They're both from Costa Mesa, California.
Are they in the 125?
Yep, both of them. So it's Shannon and Donald.
Shannon and Donald James.
Yep.
Wonder if they I assume they ran the whole race together. That's awesome.
The whole thing.
Running it in with the family and signs and all kinds of stroller.
And a kiddo on the back too.
Oh my
Look at
gosh. If this is like a nanny, this is impressive, or you know, could be a daughter. I don't know. Just- that nanny needs to drop her info in the chat. Just kidding. Here, let me and my husband go run 100 miles while you take care of our kids, and then run in with us with one on your back. That's awesome.
How long has the 125 been going on?
I think last year was the first year.
Okay. Well, I meant like how.
Oh,
what
how
is
long
the
has the race
time?
been going on? What's the time of it? So it started yesterday morning or Wednesday morning at 7 or 8 in the morning. So, I don't know what they're at from a hour standpoint, but
49 hours.
that would make sense. 49 hours. It's got a 65-hour cutoff because it goes to the end of the whole race. So really generous cutoff, but. Congratulations to Shannon and Donald James, who just finished the Sedona Canyons 125. All right, so we're back to the story of Rachel Entrikin's race, and you're in Jerome, and
Everything sucks. Yeah.
Everything sucks, and there was a chat question about how you worked through that. So, like, tell us how you kind of reset. Sounds like you slept for about 2 hours.
Yeah. I mean, really, the only way I worked through it was just sleeping. That was and that kind of, we actually wound up using that method twice of like, oh, you feel bad, just like go to sleep. And it was, I sleep so horrifically that I'm actually really thankful that during this race, like if I needed time off the course, I could just go to sleep. And it really was such a nice reset. So I went to sleep, woke up, brushed my teeth, I think, like 8, and then I just left. And it really, I mean, it was such a cool race. I don't know. Everything kind of
brushed your teeth. Had some food. It's like any regular morning.
Yeah.
And then left.
Yeah. And I remember telling my pacer right out. And again, I mean, that section after Jerome actually wound up being terrible for me anyway, because I wound up getting sick on that section too.
Okay.
But I remember after that 2 hours of sleep, I was telling Peter, my pacer, I was like, I feel like I've slept for 8 hours. I feel like I just ran like 20 miles yesterday. And like, I don't even feel like I'm at mile 130 right now. Like,
That's
I feel
amazing.
so good, which was dramatic irony for later on in that section when I got sick again. And
Tell
had
us
to,
about that second low point and how you got through that one.
Yeah, it was a beautiful sunset, and I'm just on hands and knees barfing on the side of the trail. But yeah, so I just threw up more. I think it was, I mean, I don't know if it was like, I don't think I got heat exhaustion during that section of Jerome because it really wasn't even that hot. But yeah, just, I don't know, probably just poor nutrition, just couldn't keep anything in. Nothing really sounded good that I had with me. And I just basically told Peter, my pacer, I was like, yeah, we just got to make it to the aid station. So when I got to the aid station, I sat in a chair and just like, I think somebody gave me ginger ale, which I threw up everywhere. And then my crew was like, all right, you need to take time off again. And so
around what mile do you think we're at this point?
it was let's see.
We have
So there's like
charts.
an 8 mile section. There's like an 8 mile section, and I was fine for that. and you get to an aid station, I think. And then there was like a 13-mile section.
Was it Deer Pass?
Deer Pass
area?
Yeah.
That you stopped at again? Because between
again.
Jerome and there's Dead Horse Ranch.
I was fine there.
Okay, and then Deer Pass.
Yeah.
You kind of had to take another stop. So around mile
so that
148.
And that was about probably another hour and a half or so, maybe.
And you slept as well then?
I slept for probably 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay.
There again.
Okay, got it.
Slept a lot in a short time frame. I was like, oh God, this can't keep happening.
But it from this side honestly like seemed very like intentional and just like it was working. It was like it even kind of seemed like, well, she knows what she needs. I don't think we knew that you had slept there or for how long, but everyone was kind of, we were all just kind of like, it seems like that's working for her,
Yeah.
So may as well keep doing it.
Yeah. Whoever I picked up next, I think it was maybe my buddy Jake. But whoever I picked up next, I was like, we have to stop wasting time at the aid stations. Like, I'm wasting so much time at these aid stations. Just like, and it was not time wasted because I needed all that time to like recover.
Yeah.
But it was, I'm so efficient at aid stations. I think that's one thing that I've never had a crew before, ever. I've never had pacers before, ever. So that was one thing that was really new for me was like, how do I manage? Like, because it does, I mean, it takes a lot more time to like coordinate 5 people,
right?
Like, hey, I'm trying to leave, like, where's my stuff? When it's just you and an aid station. I think in the earlier parts of the section where there's no crew access, I came into an aid station, like got there and was like, actually, I think I'm good. Like, I think I can just leave. And they were like, you are the fastest person who's been in and out of this aid station, like the entire race. Because I was there for like less than 5 minutes. So I'm just so much more efficient usually.
Okay.
So that was another thing that was kind of like, just let go. Like, it doesn't matter. There is just
like, it doesn't
so
have
much
to
time.
be super sense of urgency kind of thing.
Yeah, there was like no urgency this race.
Okay.
Which I think was probably helpful, obviously.
So we're at mile 150-ish.
Yeah, I'm at mile 150.
Right along. Someone wanted to know if you liked the section after Jerome, but I don't know if you if you were not feeling well, maybe not.
I did like the section. My buddy Peter was pacing me. We did. He's like the social media guru. Okay. So if you've gotten a message, you probably have him to thank. But yeah, he wanted to do a live.
Yeah, we got that message in here.
I was watching you live.
Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. It was really fun.
Rachel Entrikin is now going live, and
yeah, that was so funny. He's such a hoot. Because I'm just so bad at social media, and I'm
well, you were also running a race and focusing on what you're
true.
trying to do.
That is true. But yeah, I don't know. It's so insane to me that people are so interested in what I'm doing because like I don't know. I just don't feel like I'm anybody to be paying attention to. But yeah.
Yes.
Pete
First
was
and foremost that, but also people are fascinated. I mean, we had, 3,000 people at one point watching this thing and people are just fascinated. And so to be able to get like a glimpse into like what is going on the ground, on the course from the perspective of somebody in the race at that moment is pretty unique.
No, I mean, Peter crushed it. Like right before the race started, he was like, just give me your phone, give me your Instagram.
Nice.
I had to change my password because I didn't even know what it was. But he just took over and I cannot wait to watch everything that he did because he is so good. I think this taught me that social media is definitely a skill that I don't have, but he does.
But it's also so cool because it's like he documented your race for you. So
he
you
did.
Can
I
it
know. I'm
that.
so excited. And I like want to show my parents because my parents just have no idea what I'm doing. But they actually they were like, oh yeah, like Mika is doing this. And I was like, you know who's running this race? Like, and I'm sure that it's all because like Pete just made it. And like, this race is so well live streamed and like documented. They just like, my parents, when I called them after the race, they were like, oh yeah, we haven't slept in 3 days. Like we've been just watching the race. So it was really cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
All right. So 150, you're moving along. You're just basically in the mindset of we got to keep going. We got to hit the next aid stations. Like talk us through kind of those last 100 miles.
Yeah. So like I said, I picked up Chalice. My friend Jake did about 50K, and then my friend Chalice did about 50K. And Chalice did a section that was pretty tame.
Okay.
It was like those 3 sections in a row that are kind of mostly fire roads.
Yeah.
And so that was when it was like, all right, we have an opportunity to like figure out nutrition.
So Sedona, Schnebly, Munns.
Oh, wait, I want to talk about Sedona.
Okay.
Can I backtrack?
Yes, let's talk about Sedona.
Sedona's
Absolutely.
so pretty. Okay, so we left, so Jake and Jake is just like, I don't know. He's my homie. And so we've done a lot of cool runs together. I mean, there have been so many runs where like we've just gotten to the top of like this incredible peak and just like wept and just like hugged and just like moved on. So so he's really cool. And there's just a lot of situations where we'll just like be somewhere epic and just look at each other and just, I don't know. He's just cool. So having him through Sedona was really awesome.
Nice.
And we hit whatever that aid station is right before Sedona. We left there around 4 a.m. And so by the time we got down into the canyons, it's like the sun is kind of creeping up. Mm-hmm. And so it was ridiculous. Like I don't know what those like rock structures are actually called, but like we got to see them go from like black to blue to red. And it was just like, both of us just were like, our brains were just like on the ground. It was so awesome. And nice. I was crying and he was crying and we're just like hauling through this section. It was such fun running.
Nice.
And at one point, because at that point I was pretty like accustomed to like drones following me around. Yeah. But at one point there was a drone that was following us and he absolutely biffed it. So he like full on Supermaned in front of this drone. And then we rounded the corner and there's the drone driver. I don't know what the drone people are called, but
drone pilot, the drone pilot.
Jake literally just put that in the chat just now.
Oh my gosh, we both were just laughing our butts off. And he rounded the corner and the guy was like, if you're wanting to know, yes, I did get that, and it will probably be on a highlight reel. So I really want to find, if anyone knows where that is, I really want to find it and watch it, because that was such a hilarious moment. Nice. Just like, I don't know, it was funny. But yeah, that section, Sedona, was spectacular.
Awesome. So cool.
Yeah.
So Deer Pass to Sedona, there's a water station in between there, but it's like a 17-mile stretch, and the only thing available for aid is water. But then you get into Sedona, you're at 162. Did you sleep anymore?
I actually don't think I slept the rest. After that second sleep of about 45 minutes, I don't think I slept the rest of the race.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I dropped Jake off, and I did, I think, get sick again. With Jake coming up into the aid station off the fire roads, I had a really slow time getting into that aid station.
Okay.
And I can't remember Manuela. Is that
Manu?
her name?
Okay. Manuela.
She actually, in her really awesome pacer, Victor, I think.
Yeah.
With the cool hair.
Aravipa
dude,
employee.
Oh my gosh, his hair is.
Yeah,
I was just
know.
like, you're such a vibe.
I totally.
But they passed me and they were so nice.
Was he wearing? I think he wears sandals.
He did. He was wearing sandals. Yeah. One of my pacers is a sandal guy.
Oh man, that's.
I don't get it. But
I don't get it either. Okay.
But they passed me.
More power
and,
to you.
Yeah, they passed me and they were really kind. But yeah, I got to the aid station. I wasn't feeling well, and that was when I picked up Chalice, and it was like, okay, we have some easy sections. We need to figure out how to like fuel these sections, because I've just felt so bad, and I don't want to feel bad when I'm running.
Yeah.
And so yeah, we kind of did the strategy of like small things. She was asking me to eat something every like 15 to 30 minutes. Which I
Good
don't
pacer.
ever. Yeah, that was such a turning point.
Nice.
I think during the race.
Cool.
So I think negative split every single section, which was wild, I think, to me.
Nice.
I don't know how they even calculated that, but yeah. And so then by the time we got through that kind of 30-mile section where I had her.
Yeah.
I don't remember what that aid station was called, but my buddy Philip had shown up too.
Okay.
And he told me later, he was watching at home in Ventura. He lives in Ventura, California. And I was doing really badly. Or like I was feeling really sick and stuff. And so he was like, oh, like I should go and like show up and like maybe I can like raise her spirits. And then by the time I came in that aid station, I was like, oh my God, everything's amazing. And he was like, okay, well, apparently I didn't even like, what am I doing here?
Nice.
But yeah, and so like seeing him.
Was it Fort Tut Hill?
Fort Tut Hill, maybe?
The big kind of
where
like,
they had the medic?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we saw you in there on the live stream. You were in there at the same time as Manu.
I was.
And
I had just passed her.
We couldn't tell like what was going on because we had eyes on her. She was taking some time changing her shoes. She was eating, and she even closed her eyes for a couple minutes. And then we saw you with the medic. We were like, oh no,
I
she's
was
talking
fine.
to a medic.
I
But
thought
it was
we had
the
to do a check.
It was
Yeah.
it was the cognition checks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Then we finally figured out that that's what was going on, and it looked like you were about ready to leave. So so you left Fort Tat Hill.
I left. Yeah. And we passed Manuela. I think right before that aid station, and I was running up the hills.
Nice.
I mean, it's like mile whatever that is. What mile?
Yeah,
is that?
it's about 2:10.
I mean, I was like, "What is this?" Because
but let's go with it. What is this?
So,
but I'm gonna take
so
it.
when I remember the medic was like, "How are you doing?" And I was like, "I feel better than I did at the start of the race." And like,
Wild.
I'm not even kidding. Like, I felt so good leaving that aid station.
Wild. Yeah.
And then I picked up another pacer. Who was next? Oh, I picked up Peter again.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, we just kind of hauled. Oh, and actually that section was when I think I found out that Mika had to take time off the course.
So, okay.
Which was wild.
Okay.
Because I was very, I mean, she had such a strong race, I thought.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I was kind of checking up and like seeing like, well, can I even like pretend like I can catch her? And I think at one of the aid stations that I was at with Chalice previously, I had asked like, oh, like, how's Mika doing? And she was 20 miles ahead of me. And I was just like, okay, well, I'm not going to catch like second sounds fine. Like, I'm not going to get close to that.
At one point, she was a couple hours ahead of the men's course record pace.
Dude, she was like, what in the world?
Yeah,
She's
it was
such
wild.
a savage. But yeah, and so I was like, well, I had no intention of like winning. I have no intention of winning anything.
Yeah, you win a lot, and you
I
said
know.
you're competitive, so I don't know if I buy it, Rachel.
That's
but
fine. Yeah, I guess it is like a weird, mental cognitive dissonance.
But it also sounds like you're wanting to like enjoy it. You just want to do your best.
I just want to do my best.
Exactly.
And,
which
I just want to do my best.
Probably going to bring out the best performance anyways. And so,
but yeah, and so I was very much just like, okay, well, like I just want to like put up a good whatever I'm doing, and if that's second place, then fine.
Yeah.
And I remember about 5 or something miles into that next section, my Peter, he was like, Mika's off the course. And I was like, Mika's off the course? And he was like, yeah, like you are in first. And I was just like, I'm in first? Like, what do I do now?
Yeah.
Like, I was not expecting that because she looked so strong and she was just so far ahead.
Yeah.
And so I think, I guess it kind of just like lit a fire under my ass a little bit. And so I just I remember, I think over the course of about like 3 miles, I went from, I think 2.5 miles ahead of Manuela to 5.5. And I mean, I ran everything and I was feeling really good.
Nice.
I remember Peter was just like, what? Because this was Peter's first race experience ever.
Oh, wow.
Like he's really new to trail and ultra running.
Okay.
He's not even raced himself.
Okay.
And so he was kind of a last minute crew addition because
And then he finds himself in the middle of having to lead the race with his runner.
Yeah, I had some like crew shuffling about 2 weeks before the race.
Okay.
Which was super awesome. And so, but it wound up, I mean, it obviously wound up being for the best. I mean, Evan he did Southern States, which was that 200 miler by, I don't remember, David Tosh, perhaps.
Okay.
That's like in Alabama and Georgia. But he got injured and he was supposed to pace 100 miles with me. And so it's like, oh God, like, what am I going to do? But he wound up just seamlessly transitioning to crew chief and it was fine.
Nice.
And then Peter was a late addition. So yeah, he really, I think Peter probably is like eyes the size of like giant plates. But yeah, and so during that section, I found out I was in first. I was able to run really well. And so just kind of tried to continue that right up until about Eldon. And then Eldon just broke everything.
Okay, we're going to pause in the story.
Yeah.
Because
there's a
we're
person.
going to leave on a cliffhanger of Eldon. Okay. We will revisit the Eldon climb in a moment here, but we're going to bring in another runner.
I believe this is Rhonda Zimmerman.
Ooh.
Rhonda Zimmerman.
Team Cocodona, the number 498, I believe. I haven't seen the bib on screen, but it's kind of the only runner in the area.
Yep, in the 125. Okay, Rhonda Bompenza Zimmerman. 56 years old, just crushing a 125er here. Way to go, Rhonda. This is so cool. I mean, we have people, I don't know if you knew this, Rachel, but there were runners from 17 years old to 73 in the 250, and like cool. The 273-year-olds were still out there. The 17-year-old
14-year-old brother
came in, and he was getting paced by his 14 or 16-year-old brother. They came in right after you, actually.
Oh my God!
Yeah, he got 12th overall, or 12th. 12th overall. Yeah. So him, his older brother who's 18, and then their mom who's getting ready to finish in the next little bit here.
Just a family
family, yeah, family of through hikers.
Dude, my family does not do this on vacation.
Oh, I know. Neither does mine. Like, definitely not.
We're going to like football games.
Yeah. So we've got Rhonda Bompenza Zimmerman making her way into the finish.
Making her way downtown.
Yeah.
Walking fast.
There she is. And super close now. Everyone is appreciative that you're sharing your story, Rachel.
Yeah. I'm actually glad I'm talking about it this close to the event because I would have probably forgotten.
Yeah, we can recap. Then you can just save this, go back.
Exactly.
Remember.
Like, what happened? What happened here?
All right. Rhonda's getting super close here. We're going to follow her through the finish line, and then we're going to pick back up with the story about Eldon.
Mount Eldon.
Yes.
Rachel's climb up Eldon.
Yes. Do we have audio, Bryce?
Muted on their end.
Okay, muted on their end. Because she's talking, I want to know what she's saying.
I was so grumpy finishing. She looks so much happier than I was. I was super grumpy. I'm so sorry to everyone.
Pretty much everyone looks happier than I was when I finished 2 years ago.
Oh, that's cool.
Wouldn't take much.
Yeah, Bree was sharing with us that she was suffering multiple things.
Multiple ailments coming into that finish line. You know, contents of the intestines coming out both ends of the body at the same time.
Yeah, I was really happy that it was only coming out the attic and not the basement. Because that, like, I don't know, as a woman trail running, you have to, like, get all the way off the course. There was, like, men just peeing on the course.
I lost all sense of boundaries, and I did not get very far off the course.
Good for you. You know what? Good for you.
For me.
Men were peeing on the course, so good for you.
As we watch here, Rhonda Bompenza Zimmerman getting ready to finish Sedona Canyon's 125.
Yay! Oh my God, look how happy she is.
Poles in the air. Woo! 56-year-old Rhonda Bompenza Zimmerman crossing that finish line.
Best last name in the race.
Yeah. Bompenza Zimmerman. If it wasn't on the screen in front of me, I would have long forgotten what it was. But congratulations to Rhonda. We are back on an aerial view drone shot of Mount Eldon.
Boo.
Rachel has some.
I have some feelings about Mount
Eldon.
Yeah, I hated that climb. But yeah, okay. So I picked up Jake. I dropped off Pete, and actually, and I think this is relevant. So right before I got to whatever that aid station was, right before that Eldon section, I tripped and fell and
Walnut Canyon.
Yeah. Okay. So right before then, I tripped and fell, and I hit my hand right on my thumb. And this was the first time I'd ever used poles. And thumbs are important when using poles. And so that entire section Jake was my last pacer. And so that entire section with Jake, I was probably making all these terrible noises because my thumb was killing me and I was having to use these friggin' poles and like putting my body weight through my hurt thumb was really annoying. But yeah, and so I picked up Jake. I think at that point, I didn't really know where the second place woman was, but it was just like, whatever, just keep moving. Like it does, you're gonna do fine. And kind of in the back of my head too, I was like, I kind of want to, like, what is the course record on this course? Because I was just feeling so good that it was like, well, why can't I just like try for this?
Okay. So at this point, you kind of inquired about like,
I think
what would it take to?
Maybe someone even told me that I was like ahead of course record pace at some point.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because like, I'll just keep running whatever this pace is.
Yeah.
And so I picked up Jake, left. I ran I ran all of leading up to Eldon, I think super well.
Okay.
I was still able to kind of trot the uphills even.
Okay.
And then, yeah, Mount Eldon, I hated that climb. I don't know what it was.
Well, it's not easy on fresh legs.
It was really, it was so
technical.
hard. And I just kept asking Jake, I was like, where is the top? I'm like weeping and I'm like, where's the top? I don't see it. Cause I knew there was an aid station up there and I just kind of expected to be able to like either hear or see anything. And I just kept looking up and there's just black nothing ahead of me except for, it was just so upsetting. That climb was just deeply
And even once
upsetting.
you get up there, you're like, wait, where
Nothing
is it?
was
Where
there.
is it?
Nothing was there. And
Yeah,
I don't know. I just didn't study the course super
You were
great, I
anticipating
guess.
an aid station?
Was just going to be right there.
So, yeah, everyone. So
There's nothing there.
just so people know, the
Yeah.
very top, I guess,
Tell
is
the people what's there.
Well, the very top, there are just some towers and sometimes some trucks. But the aid station used to be at the very, very top. And just because of the wind and
it
like
was
blowing
freezing.
things over, it was just unsustainable.
Yeah.
So they moved it half a
Down a
mile,
little
half
bit,
to three
yeah.
quarters of
Oh,
a
it's
mile.
up a hill, though. Don't forget.
It's up a hill.
Yeah.
You go down and you go up.
Oh, that hill has a segment name. It's called That S Hurts on Strava
Duh.
because everyone doesn't like that little bump and
Oh my
climb back up,
gosh.
which I can't imagine after 250
Dude,
miles.
I was like, oh, it's all downhill from here. No, it's not.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
come on.
So eventually you did get to the Eldon aid station.
I got somewhere, and there's a guy in a Santa suit.
Oh, yeah. That was Julian. Julian in a
That was
Santa
cool.
suit.
But yeah, and I don't even think I stopped at the aid station. I was just like, get me out of here. Like, get me off this mountain.
Nice.
I was just in such
So
a
you
like,
didn't even stop.
I didn't even stop.
Okay.
I was just
awesome.
like, get me out of here. But yeah, so we finally, after what felt like a million questions of like, where is the top? We finally got to the top, made it down and then back up to the aid station.
Yep.
And then I think I had about an hour and 15 minutes to get to the end.
Before under course
course
record.
And I was like,
it's 8.6 miles,
I know,
hour
and
and
I-
15.
But I saw
That's
I saw
tight.
the Forest, and I didn't study the course, and I saw the Forest Service Road, and I was like, well, let's just haul ass, and like, so I mean, I was probably dropping. I don't know. Actually, I guess I don't know how fast I was going, but Jake and I were moving down that Forest Service
Nice.
Road, like we were
Well,
going fast.
That's awesome. You have the legs to do that at that point in
I
time.
was actually pretty shocked, but I think I just didn't prepare for the ending. I didn't know that I was going to get back on another
Have to
trail.
go through Buffalo Park.
I just thought it was
Yeah.
going to be downhill, and then
And
Jake.
then the finish line.
Yeah, I just thought it was going to be like done, and it wasn't. So fun fact, it's not. But yeah, and actually Jake and I just kept asking Jake. I was like, "Where's the finish line?
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Like, where is it?" And he was like, "Oh, it's like another mile," and it was not. And so I was just, like I said before, I finished, and I think the only part of the race that I'm not happy with is like my attitude finishing, because I was just so like Mount Eldon just broke everything inside of me, and I just was so cranky and like tired, and I guess I thought I was gonna get to Eldon. It was literally all gonna be downhill, and I felt like I'd been tricked.
Oh shoot.
So yeah, because there's quite a bit of uphill, I guess.
Kind of in that
Maybe it
Buffalo
felt
Park
like-
rolling a little bit of
Yeah, it's very
meandering.
roll-
and-
it's
Even
rolling.
before you get to Buffalo Park, I remember an uphill that I had said to my
was just like,
pacer,
what is-
no.
Yeah, I was like, what is this? We're on the top of the like. Is Mount Eldon the highest peak? What's the highest point on this course?
Eldon.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
of course.
92.
Yeah.
I was like,
100 feet.
surely it's all downhill, but
Yeah.
it's not. So I was anyway, but we finished, and then I was done,
You finished and
Yeah.
you won.
and I won, and that was just like a bonus. But yeah, like I said, I think I had another like goal, and it was because I had a lot of support to get me to this race.
Okay.
I'm a physical therapist by trade, but that means a lot of school loans. So I just don't have, and like I'm from Alabama, and there's just like not a lot of trail. I mean, there's some trail running out there, but like my family doesn't really run, and like no one that I know runs like this, especially growing up. So like I don't know. I don't have a lot. I haven't historically had much support, especially financially, getting me to races that are bigger.
Got it.
So I have, someone said before, I have won a lot of races, but I have often felt like they are smaller races.
Yeah. Well.
And so that kind of holds like less esteem than like, oh, like Cocodona 250. And it's an expensive
it's an expensive sport.
Something
for
that
sure.
I was noticing in your Instagram stories, a lot of people, I know you haven't really watched them all yet, but a lot of people were commenting and saying, hey, someone needs to sponsor this girl. Like, why is she not sponsored?
Yeah.
So you live in Alabama?
I live in Los Angeles now.
Okay.
I'm from Alabama.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Go ahead, Brie.
I was curious to ask you, if you were to have a sponsor, who would you want to be sponsored by?
Trader Joe's.
That is the best answer I've ever heard.
Yeah, Trader Joe's. Scandinavian swimmers are the greatest food.
Non-endemic sponsorship. You can
Yeah.
wear any shoes you want and
Whatever.
be fully fueled all the time.
And I mean, I could just buy dinner. Like, can you imagine how much money?
I could just buy dinner.
That is
Just
what
let me buy dinner.
Trader Joe's is the best sponsor. But I like Topo, the shoes. I
Did
wore
you wear shoes?
Topos the entire
You wore Topos the whole time. All right, Topo.
I actually, Topo.
Listen
Topo.
up. Listen up.
But yeah, I had a pair of Ultras that I was planning to maybe wear. They were a size and a half, or a size half size up.
Okay.
Like just in case my feet started to blow up. But my feet feel great. I have like 2 blisters.
Yeah.
All of my toenails are here. I don't know where my shoes went actually. I think they're by the door. But yeah. So I feel really good. But yeah, I think I don't know. I've tried a little bit, kind of half-assed. And again, I think there's a lot of I can't remember what that like psychological effect where you don't feel like you're
Imposter syndrome.
Imposter syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
I have a lot of that. So I've tried a little bit in the past with getting sponsorships, and I'm just like, oh, they said no. Okay, that's fine. Like they're probably right.
This might put some eyes on that and change that
Topo
for
might
you.
be,
I've
for
already,
sure. Out to you.
I've gotten a lot of emails.
Good.
But
As you should. I mean, it's a huge thing. So you ran a extraordinarily fast time. You were only ended up about 50 minutes, I think, off course record.
Mm-hmm. All of that was Eldon.
All of it was Eldon. Okay, damn Eldon.
Man,
Curse you, Eldon.
I do and I don't want to go visit that part of the course again, because like I want to do. I don't know. It's just. That was such a negative.
Give it some time. Yeah. Then you can reframe that and
I'll just go do it today.
No.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
That'd be epic, but also
I won't do it. Although I do.
Advised.
I think me and my crew, because this has kind of just been like a vacation, I think, for like me especially. This has just been so much fun. And then, we're going to go, I think, to the Grand Canyon.
Nice.
Somebody on my crew Evan, my crew chief, is from North Carolina. And so he's never been to the Grand Canyon.
Gotta go
and we're an hour and a half away.
Yeah.
So, and it looks beautiful outside. So we're going to go do that after this, I think. I don't know. But like I said, I've had a lot of support in getting to this point.
Yeah.
That has not been from a formalized sponsorship.
Sure.
And I actually really love that.
Mm-hmm.
I did a GoFundMe.
Nice.
Because like I said before, I have a pretty big year that I'm trying to do here.
Yeah.
Like I'm trying to go to Greece. I'm trying to like figure out what race I want to do to try to qualify for the USA team in France, which is in 2025.
Okay.
So I mean, all those
for
things,
the 24-hour team.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I mean, all those things in this race, I mean, in and of itself is quite expensive. So like all those things just cost a lot of money. I probably spent $600 last week at REI. So yeah, it's just like I didn't even own a Sun shirt, and now I somehow have 3.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, it's just an expensive hobby, and I've had so much support around, especially this race. So it's really, I don't know. I kind of have always said like, yeah, I'm just a normal person that just happens to really love running far. Because I do sometimes feel like, you have these professional athletes who get paid to do all of this stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't have to do any of that.
Yeah.
Like you can just enjoy this enough, and like it will just maybe work out.
Well, there's a lot of people in the sport, and especially the very long distances. And it looks like you have a kind of an FKT background too. Mm-hmm. So that's, doing it for the love of just those adventures and all of that is the right place to start. I just
really love running.
That's awesome.
I think it's so fun. And I think especially, and I think the narrative is changing a little bit, but like, running just makes me as a small petite female just feel so powerful, and
love
like
it.
Especially the FKT stuff. I really love unsupported long FKTs.
Nice.
So the first I think the first FKT I ever did was around Mount Rainier, the Wonderland Trail that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And I just remember I was like, I just did 100 miles by myself. Like, that is the cool.
So
like,
empowering.
There are no aid stations.
It's so remote out there too. Yeah.
I mean, there's no
cell
service. Like, if you're, I mean, you have to finish, like, pretty much. So I think there have probably been a couple turning points along my my running trajectory. But I definitely think the first time I finished the Wonderland Trail, it was like, this feels like a turning point. Like, I can probably do this.
Nice.
So
a little less of that imposter syndrome and
maybe, I don't know.
confidence booster. Keep working on that.
Yeah,
you're
I'll work on it.
awesome. Well, massive congratulations, Bree. Any other questions for Rachel?
Inspired by
Thanks.
you. What I know you mentioned Spartathlon. Anything else coming up that you're signed up for?
I'm taking the summer and just going to the Sierra.
Nice.
I love the Sierra Nevada. I love that mountain range. I think it's so magical. So, yeah, I'm probably going to take, I don't think I'm going to do any races this summer, actually. I'm just going to spend some good time. I actually just got a pretty, like, fancy job promotion. So that's been a little bit difficult.
Congratulations.
Thanks. But mostly what it's meant. I love what I'm doing. It's just a lot of work. So actually I got this promotion in February. And it's turned into like 50 plus hours of working. And it's like, that does not coincide with how I'm supposed to be training for this race. But I got some really great sleep deprivation training, which I guess has been helpful. But yeah, so I'm actually kind of looking forward to like this race being over. And now it's like, okay, now I get to figure out like, what do I want my life to look like a little bit now that this is over? Because maybe this is another one of those turning points. It does kind of feel like a little bit of a turning point because I got like 2,000 followers on Instagram overnight,
for sure,
which is weird. And I don't know. So maybe this is something. So yeah, I'm excited to kind of spend the summer figuring out what I want to do.
Yeah.
And then Spartathlon is in late September, so I'll do that. And then probably I really love doing fixed time events in the winter because there's not much else to do. And they're fun. I like them. So yeah, I'll probably figure out what race I want to do in the winter to try to qualify.
Yep.
Because I think the minimum qualifying standard is 125. So I'll try to find a good race. Maybe I'll just do Across the Years again. That's such a fun race.
Cool.
Love Across the Years. Plug for Across the Years.
ATY.
Yeah, super
Across
fun.
the Years.
But yeah, and then I don't know. I'm really historically always late with signing up for races. Cocodona is actually, I signed up in, I think it was November.
Yeah.
That's like the earliest I've signed up for anything. So you just have like 8 months to just panic. Felt like, what am I doing? What am I doing? But yeah. So
Okay, a couple quick questions if you have another moment in the chat.
No,
okay.
I'm going to the Grand Canyon, but that's all.
All right, sweet. So somebody wants to know if your physical therapy background helped you during the race or if you think that's an advantage.
I definitely, I didn't notice so much during this race, but it is a huge advantage, I think. Any sort of healthcare, if you know a healthcare provider and you're a runner, like become their friend. Because it is a huge advantage
And
just
bring
to be
them
like
in your crew.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, like, because it's, there's always that question of like, is this an injury or is this just something that sucks right now? And I've I think been able to, I've never had a serious injury running. And I do think I've had to drop out of, I think only 2 races, and it was because like my knee or my toe or something was like, this doesn't really feel good. So I definitely think having that knowledge of like when I need to back off either in a race or in training has been super beneficial.
And then additionally paying attention and listening to that. Because
when you're telling yourself something, it's easy to listen. But yeah, so
okay.
So I definitely think that I think it's a huge advantage. And 2, like if I have weak points, because like women and hip strength is always like the thing.
Yep.
So I know how to train those, and I know how to strengthen things, and I don't know. I think being a PT is a huge advantage.
Totally.
For sure.
I could see that. And then there also, we kind of like got into this fear and loathing theme and Hunter S. Thompson and all kinds of stuff because we were looking at your background and having run the fear and loathing.
That race is so fun.
I want to go do it.
It's so fun. You should come.
I'm a massive fan of Hunter S. Thompson.
It's such a good race. You should come do that race.
I will for sure. But
it's free.
No way. That's
it's
wild.
a free 50 miler.
because you get to like stop at like
you can do whatever
gas
you want.
stations. And
you can do whatever you want on that
right.
race. It's so much fun.
So
they have a 50
like
miler and a 35, I think, miler. Yeah. Cool. Oh, I hope I see you there. I do it every single year. It's so much fun.
Awesome. I'd love to do it, and it brought a lot of a new theme to the live chat.
Are you serious?
We were throwing like quotes, Hunter S. Thompson quotes in the chat and stuff like that.
Oh, dang! I feel like I missed out on.
Yeah. Well, you can go back and watch it. It's all recorded.
I should. I guess.
You can go back and check it out for sure.
Okay. I need to do that.
Awesome. Well. Any other questions?
Great having you on.
Yeah,
I'm so
thanks.
inspired by you. Like I said, I've been following you since you did the Wonderland Trail FKT
back in my baby days.
I don't even remember what year that was now.
2018, maybe.
Yeah, somewhere around there. But
yeah,
I'm so inspired by you. Super excited to watch and see what you're going to continue to do from here.
Thanks. Yeah,
good luck going through all those 5,000 emails and Instagram followers that you have.
Thanks. I'll be doing that on the drive, I guess.
I'm sure there's some great opportunities in there. So no doubt.
Maybe one from Trader Joe's.
Yeah. I mean, come on, Trader Joe's. We need you sponsoring races. We need you sponsoring athletes.
So a really long time ago, I actually asked Little Debbie to sponsor me. This was, I mean, I don't even think I was doing ultras. But yeah, I was like, I think this is a great opportunity for your demographic to expand. Like
there's
ultra runners love this. Like oatmeal cream pies. Have you ever had one?
Yeah.
Like,
No, my friend Todd, he's like, you get the big ones and there's 380 calories right there.
380
He loves it. They're cheap.
They're not too sweet either.
Yeah.
Because it's oatmeal.
Yeah.
So it's healthy. But yeah, so yeah. Oh, that's Hostess.
We got Hostess. Hostess versus
traitor.
Little Debbie. I don't know. That
anyway,
debate's gonna happen.
But Little Debbie was like, that is weird. We're not doing this. Nah, it's fine.
They just missed a big
They missed a huge opportunity.
To expand their demographics. So
totally.
Maybe Trader Joe's will take the high road.
Yeah, I think maybe they will.
I'll talk to them. I live right down the street from one. So
yes.
We'll see.
Sounds good. We will work on the Trader Joe's sponsorship for Rachel Entrikin. And in the meantime, continue recovering well. And super excited for everything you have coming up. Thanks so much for coming over.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Rachel Entrikin, everybody, winner of this year's race.
Yay.
Thanks.
Cool. Best interview so far.
Yay. All right, welcome back. Okay, here we are. Take 2. I'm Corinne Chalvoy, and you are watching the 2024 Cocodona 250 coverage by Mountain Outpost. Thank you so much for being here. We just had an amazing interview with the female winner of the race, Rachel Entrikin. We will be trying, just for those asking, to cut and splice, or whatever the correct terminology is, for all of the interviews that we have done, and we will post those on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel for people to reference later on. But if you want to check out that interview, you can just rewind a little bit here. We have a bunch of other guests coming up in a little bit here. A lot of individuals who have finished the race, including possibly Joe Corion, Kylie Drugan Epic, Mika Thews, and Simon Gerard, all upcoming interviews that we will have. So stay with us. We're going to do a quick commercial break, and we will be back soon.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey. Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate. Nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Welcome back to the Cocodona live stream. We are now joined by Shelby Farrell. She and I will be commentating together for the next couple of hours. Corinne is about to head out. She's got to fly back out to Colorado.
I have to crew at another race tomorrow, the
Oh,
Quad
boy.
Rock 50. So I got to get back to Colorado and get ready for that Fort Collins race. And you know, a couple notable names are racing. Ryan Montgomery and Leah Yingling will be out there. So gonna just get out there. But this has been awesome. And I love right now that we have 3 ladies up here on the mics. We just interviewed the winner, Rachel Entrikin, of the race. And that was fantastic to get to know her a little bit. So you guys keep up the good work. We got a lineup of a heck of a lot of great interviews coming up with folks. So I will be listening as I drive down to Flagstaff, or down to Phoenix from Flagstaff. And yeah, it's been awesome, ladies.
Safe
Can't wait to
travels.
see you guys
It's been
again
really
soon.
fun having you here. Been fun chatting over the last few
Oh, I
hours.
miss you guys too. I'll
Hope
see you
get
again
some
very
sleep
soon.
Before crewing.
Thank you very much. All right, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Shelby.
It's so good to see you. It was kind of crazy when I came in last night or whatever night that was. You were on your way out, and I just wanted to sit and talk to you.
Well, now we have a couple hours to chat while we watch the race continue to happen, to continue to unfold here.
Yeah, I gotta refresh my tracker. It's been a minute. I was glued to that interview with Rachel. I mean,
Such a good interview.
What
Yeah.
a race. What a race.
Yeah, on the men's and women's side this year, it's just been crazy and unpredictable. Fun to watch, for sure.
So, okay, I want to get into this because we got to spend a decent amount of time together on the Cocodona course in 2022 when you were racing. And I don't know, I feel like when you are pacing somebody, a lot happens. It's very vulnerable for especially the runner. And then you don't really get to sit down and process it. So it often feels like sort of this open loop. And I feel like we can talk about that experience and close the loop.
We had some interesting times out there.
Yeah. It wasn't, I mean, it wasn't I don't know. We didn't talk much while we were out there. And I expected to do like chatting with you. And
yeah, I think I was not in the best place in that point in the race. Looks like we've got another finisher coming in here.
Keith White, I believe, from Griffith, Indiana. We have to double check that. Oh, looks like 2. They're both runners.
Oh, we have
Oh, wow.
2 finishers.
Keith White.
Even with my glasses on, I'm not sure I could read those bib numbers.
Try to figure out who this other finisher is here. Brenda Campbell.
Could be Keith White and Brenda Campbell. I'm not positive.
Okay, we think maybe it's Keith White and Brenda Campbell. Having a hard time making out these numbers here. But they are running really well.
It's wild. Now you have to scroll much further down the list of all runners to get to who's coming in next. And man, that's exciting to see this list of finishers.
Finishing Sedona Canyons, 125 here. Yeah, this is Brenda, number 440. I can see that now.
Was that 342?
Brenda's from Chesterton, Indiana. And Keith is from Griffith, Indiana. Okay, so both from Indiana. I wonder if they know each other outside of the race. They look like they're running together.
Yeah, they have similar green belts on, too.
Love those brightly colored.
That is Brenda. I see a 0.
Yeah, Brenda Campbell.
Confirmed. Brenda and Keith from Indiana, making their way to the finish of the Sedona Canyons 125.
Awesome work. And here we can see the finish line now. We're going to see Brenda and Keith coming in here momentarily. Here's Brenda running so strong into that 125-mile finish.
Oh,
Keith
smile.
right behind her. Great job.
I love this finish line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, back to
I
your
love
race.
this race. I
Back
love
to
this
your
race.
You did have a very...
Such good and such bad memories at the same time.
You had an incredible finish. The pictures that Howie captured at finish, I think, are iconic.
Very dramatic.
I hope they end up all over trail running magazines, plural. We got to run together from Deer Pass to Dead Horse to Sedona, I believe.
Yeah.
Big chunk.
Mm-hmm. It was a pretty big chunk. It was during the night.
Yeah.
I was feeling pretty cruddy.
I think we made one of the biggest mistakes a crew could ever make. I believe at the start of that at Dead Horse, we did not properly fill your vest with all of your nutrition.
I didn't even remember that. All I remember from that section is that I discovered Morton.
Yes, because you didn't have your nutrition in your
I don't know what I had or didn't have. I don't even remember that part, honestly. I just remember you ripping out a Morton gel and because I wasn't eating and being like, hey, eat this. And I was like, wow, this is something I can actually get down without having to taste it. This is awesome.
I was so grateful that worked for you because I know that you have your nutrition that you like. You're vegan, and I was afraid to offer you things, but thank goodness for Morton.
Well, and then my crew proceeded to go to Flagstaff and buy out the entire Morton supply from the running store here in Flag.
Yeah, you're like, this is all I'm going to eat now, so...
And I ate a lot of it throughout the rest of the race.
Good.
But
I'm glad that worked.
Yeah,
that was really scary realizing that. So thank God I had packed a lot of extra Morton. Yeah, you were jamming to music. We got into Sedona around sunrise, which was really special.
Really pretty.
We were collecting urine samples for you, so I was actually going back through
I was doing the pee study.
Pictures, and I had a really funny picture of your crew member, Mandy Midget, holding your cup.
We have another finisher coming in.
Chalice Morgan of Salt Lake City, Utah, bib number 90.
Chalice Morgan, Salt Lake City, Utah. Great job, Chalice. Bib number 93, Chalice Morgan. With her pacer coming into the finish line.
We might have audio.
Ooh. Let's listen in.
I can maybe hear something.
I hear feet on pavement. It is like I don't know. I wish, can they hear the feet on the pavement too? 'Cause I don't know, there's something very ASMR about the sound of runners coming into the finish line of Cocodona 250. I remember the final finisher of 2022 and just like the clink, clink, clink of his poles, one step in front of the other, all the way to Heritage Square.
Chalice, are they able to hear us?
Oh, they can hear us. Nice work, Chalice.
Chalice, good work.
We're watching you.
Oh, I remember it feeling like this part on the road in down to downtown Flagstaff just seems to last like longer than you think it would.
Yeah, it definitely does. You're like, when am I gonna get there?
When am I gonna finally get there? But Chalice is almost there.
Yeah, up to the light.
I found anytime I got to road sections during this race, I kind of panicked a little. Like, am I going the right way? Just because, yeah, that would be a bummer. But the course is super well marked. There's a ton of little road sticky marks usually when you get to the road section. So you got to start looking down to make sure you catch those turns.
Yeah, I've got to say, Aravaipa does a great job at marking their courses. I have never felt lost, so.
Yeah. I mean, I probably have felt lost, but that's more in my own head. I think that it's just also really important to be able to navigate when you are doing a race this distance.
Well, and I think that's where pacers come in really helpful. Like, I mean, you know, you're just so exhausted that navigation is a little beyond the mental skills that you're capable of for a lot of the race. Yeah, I'm always amazed by people that do this race without pacers. Whew, that would be tough.
Yeah, I am starting to get curious about racing more without pacers.
Yeah.
I've had a few good experiences recently opting not to have pacers, and I think it keeps me a little bit more focused and less dependent. Yeah, maybe it's trust issues with navigation. I don't know. But I don't know. I think if I did this race, I probably would have pacers just because it is so long, but maybe wait a little longer even.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's fun to think about the different strategy and what works best for you, because we all are so different.
Is different. Sure.
Some people want a pacer that's going to pump them up and make them, be a cheerleader, and other people want more of a David Goggins-esque pacer that's telling them to stay hard and who's going to carry the boats. So you, as the pacer, you have to kind of be able to read your runner to not irritate them.
Figure out what they need.
The wrong kind of pacer. So communication is really, really key.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Say this runner broken is Bobby Gray from San Rafael, California.
We've got Bobby coming in here from California. Chalice still making her way in as well.
Bobby Gray, number 120 from California.
There's Bobby.
Great job, Bobby. Woo. Way to go.
Work.
They switched to the finish line.
Oh, we're back on
And
you.
Chalice, we can see Chalice still making her way in. Almost there. About to turn that corner.
Yeah, there's the turn.
That finish line. It's such a glorious view at the end.
I do kind of like that little bit of dark alley that you have to collect yourself before approaching the crowds. Looks like we got, I think that's Scott Rokas on camera.
Running it in. Good job, Chalice.
Woo.
Way to finish. We should have quite a few more people coming in throughout the day today. Both in the Sedona Canyons 125 race and in Cocodona 250. I'm seeing a lot of rooting going on in the chat for Andrew Glaze.
Oh,
A lot of people have been enjoying following him, and he's got to be coming in before too long. Yeah, I think see where he's at.
I bet we could convince him to just keep running to the studio.
Yeah. You want to do more than you got to boost that weekly mileage count, right? It looks like, okay, so Andrew Glaze is still making his way up Mount Eldon. He is not quite to that last aid station yet, but he is working his way towards it. So I know a lot of people are excited to see him at that aid station and then a little bit later today at the finish.
What a legend in the sport.
Yeah. I don't know how he does it, honestly. If I tried to run over 100 miles a week, I would for sure be injured.
Yeah.
Every week, week in, week out, and he's been doing that for a long time.
He has. I like doing other things. I like strength training. I like yoga. I like riding a bike. And I think that would be my struggle. I might get sick of running if I didn't allow time for all the other activities.
Yeah.
But what just an icon in the sport. And I think it's so cool to see someone like Andy Glaze, who's not focused on being on the podium. He's just doing his own thing. Mm-hmm. He's found his own passion in the sport, and he's so authentic about it. His wife seems like a total, I want to say badass. I'm going to say it. I said it. She is. And it's just, I don't know, great follow. If you haven't heard of Andy Glaze, then
give him a follow
head
for
to
sure.
Instagram right
Yeah,
now.
he's definitely posts some interesting content on social media. You can follow him. And who do we have here running in? Let's see, they are really booking it.
They got their bib flying like a cape in the wind. I can't make out the number. They're moving too fast.
Looks like Kenny, if I was gonna guess.
We are guessing it's Kenny Krieger. Here we go. Nice finish. Looking strong.
Yeah.
Good work, Kenny.
Cameron Harter.
Or Cameron.
It was Cameron
Cameron.
Harter.
So, but on the screen that I'm about to switch to, I was told this is most likely Andy Glaze on Eldon.
Oh, okay. Everybody has been wanting to see footage of Andrew Glaze, and we believe that this might be him walking up towards that final aid station on Mount Eldon.
I can feel the smile on his face.
He is coming into that last aid station. Andrew Glaze, he is a vegan, so he will not be partaking of Pete's meats, but I'm sure they have other delicious aid station offerings to refresh him there in that final aid station.
Oh, that's got to be a little rough for the vegan smelling the meat as they approach Eldon.
Oh.
I bet we could convince Pete to grill up some tofu.
Pete always does some good vegan burgers too.
Ooh,
for me,
nice.
when you know, he and I, when we're hanging out, he's good at grilling those too. So maybe he's got a glazed burger going, vegan burger. I don't know.
Smile or you're doing it wrong. Yes, I see some Andy Glaze love in the chat.
Lots of love for him, for sure.
Oh, and we got another finisher rolling in hot.
I just missed her number. She's just jumping around, so enthusiastic.
I want to say it was a Sedona Canyons 125 finisher. The bib looked a little purpley.
Looks like they're going to get a crew photo here. Team photo.
Adorable. So exciting seeing all of the hard work come together at this finish line.
Absolutely. Such a long journey. 131. There's the number.
Ah, we got close up on Glaze Man.
Oh, is he in the aid station now?
Yep.
Okay. Andrew Glaze has made his way into the final aid station of the Cocodona 250.
Will Pete convince him to eat his meat?
I don't think so.
No,
I think
probably
Andrew's pretty dedicated to being vegan.
What are your go-to foods when you're running as a vegan?
During running or after running?
Let's say during Cocodona.
Oh gosh, well we both know that didn't work out too well for me. I really didn't like anything while I was running.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Oh no, you did like that milk.
Oh, that's true. The Ripple chocolate protein milk. I was drinking like a half gallon a day of that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was like the only thing that I wanted to have the whole race, I think. At least for the first half of the race.
Yeah.
And then I was kind of done with it after that. But
by the time you had a permanent chocolate milk mustache.
I was putting it in my bottles too.
Were you?
And, yeah, out of Sedona, I put that chocolate protein milk in my bottle and was sipping on that running through Sedona.
Were
with
your bottles
Bryce.
ever the same again after that race?
Yeah, I think they survived.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
got
as
all
long
the
as you wash
chocolate
them
milk
out
of the
afterward.
cracks. Nice.
Yeah.
I do have a question for you, a medical question.
Yeah.
We were talking back at my Airbnb about Mike McKnight's like belly bloat, and
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of runners.
Well, and that happened to me
that.
too during Cocodona. If you remember, like after Sedona, I got that same extreme bloating that it was like hard to breathe because of it.
What causes that?
I don't know. I wish I knew, because if I knew, I could fix it the next time I run a 200.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not fully sure why that it's never happens to me in any other race. So,
Interesting.
but then again, I've never done a 200 other than Cocodona. So
yeah,
I'm
Darn, I
very
really thought
curious
you'd
to
have the answers
know
to this.
if it will happen to me again, but I'm not quite ready to find out yet.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it has something to do with, I don't know, cortisol levels or something like the.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of cortisol floating around in the system. I mean, just looking back at a lot of my friends who were watching the live stream didn't recognize me when I was running Cocodona because I did not look like myself.
Yeah.
There was a lot of swelling everywhere in the body.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a hard thing we put our bodies through. There's gotta be a little give and take. Sometimes it's swelling and vomiting and
yeah. I will say, going back to being vegan and vegan options, and a lot of people are commenting on that in the chat right now, talking about Andrew Glaze, that Aravaipa does a really great job of offering vegan and gluten-free. I have celiac disease as well, so I'm not only vegan but also gluten-free, and they do a great job of having food offerings for everyone's dietary restrictions. So if you are running a race with Aravaipa, you just let them know in advance, of any restrictions that you might have, and they will make sure that you're taken care of. But yeah, there's great vegan and gluten-free offerings at all of the aid stations out here.
Yeah, I remember Patty Curry, who's Aravaipa's CEO, Jamil Curry's mom. She is in charge of our aid station.
She does such a great job.
And we would roll up to an aid station and she'd be like, "Oh, Brianna, what can I get you?"
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember her telling me, "You got to try the biscuits and gravy at such and such aid station. I made it just special for you." Yeah.
So good. So yeah. Don't let any dietary restrictions stop you from racing Cocodona 250. Aravaipa will take care of you. Specifically, the one and only Patty Curry.
Yeah. She is amazing.
And I saw somebody was asking about Callie in the chat. I looked her up.
Yeah, where's Callie at right now? We've been having a lot of questions about her in the chat. She's also a very popular one among our following here.
At 9:58, she was 9.4 miles away from Walnut Canyon, which is, so she's 218.1 miles in. She's really getting close to that
And the
finish.
word I heard from this morning is that she just looked awesome at Fort Tuttle. Like, she looked really good, really fresh.
Yeah.
Ready to crush the rest of this race.
I actually have some fashion questions for Callie. She notoriously wears really cool pins on her pack, and I think pins are cool. So recently, I decided to super glue some pins onto a new backpack, thinking this is the trick. They're not going to fall off. And they still fell off even with the super glue. So I need to know how Callie keeps her pins on her pack. I really need to know.
Well, we'll have to ask her. Maybe she'll come in for an interview.
Oh, I would love to see
I think
Callie.
people would really like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Yeah, but Callie, I actually chatted with her going into the race last Saturday, and we kind of talked about her race and her strategy and all of that. She was going to be mostly going solo during the daytime is what she told me, and having pacers at night, which was something that she chose to do because she enjoys running with people, but she also enjoys running by herself. Her partner Scott was going to be crewing her, and yeah, I know she was just like, my goal here is to finish. That's really the only goal I have, is to finish. I know she really figured out a lot of the strategy, nutrition strategy and such when she did the Maricopa Trail FKT back in November. So that really helped set her up for Cocodona this year.
The Maricopa Trail is really interesting. I got to spend some time in Phoenix this winter, and I had no idea how many incredible little parks with amazing trail networks there are speckled all around Phoenix. And essentially the Maricopa Trail connects all of those parks as you circumnavigate the city of Phoenix.
That's amazing.
Really cool. I know that she mentioned there's some unglamorous parts in the connection process where you're running on road. We got another
finisher coming in here. And I can't tell what number he is. Got a lot of jackets hanging out of the back there. He's not going to be cold.
I bet he had a cold night, though. It must have felt so good when the sun came up this morning.
He won
maybe 106. David McLaren.
I don't know why that name sounds familiar.
David McLaren is from Texas.
Go big or go home with the Cocodona 250.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like from the tracker that there should be another guy in the 250, not too far behind David. Ryan Phillips. We should be seeing Ryan before too long.
I was hoping we could get Jake Jackson on the chat. He's one of my favorites. I was very excited to see him go after this distance, and his build up to it was pretty epic. Like, he jumped into some 100-mile races in preparation for Cocodona and
amazing,
ran them extremely well. But he couldn't come on yet to get back to see his family. He, spent a lot of time away from them this last week. But he did want to tell us, he wanted to give us an update. He said he got a few gnarly blisters on the outside of his heels, but overall his legs feel good. So we'll see what he does next.
Yeah.
He had a really good night of sleep last night after finishing and was able to eat 2 protein-style double-doubles. His stomach's great. So
that's good.
Great. And shout out to the brand runner who was out there crewing him. You might have seen his wrapped runner van. All of his cool hats were runner. That's RNNR, and they have a code for 15% off. The code's Cocodona. I'll drop it in the chat for you, but he wanted to share that with all of you. Congratulations to Jake Jackson for really
I saw Jake
finish.
out on the course. Actually, I was out pacing Joe Corion, and we spent a little bit of time with Jake on that section out of Sedona up towards Schnebley Hill. So, yeah, he did a great job.
And he had one of your expert crew chief pacer buddies,
yes,
Mandy Holmes
was out there pacing him through the night, a few nights, I believe, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. And then I think part of the day yesterday. Oh, I think we've got the camera. Is that Andrew Glaze still? Right there?
Oh yeah, that is. He's thinking about eating some of Pete's meats. Just kidding. Just kidding. 2 double-doubles. That's harder than 250 on the tummy. It's so interesting what you are hungry for after these races or not hungry for.
Yeah.
Sometimes you want to eat everything. I think that's a kind of a good sign when you finish a race and your body's asking
good
for
appetite,
food.
Right. Yeah, I think it took me a couple days before I was really able to eat very much because of that bloating issue that happened to my GI system when I did Cocodona 2 years ago. Oh.
Yeah. Going to hold back what I was going to say because it's not Air Bite but After Dark, so I'm trying to control myself.
Behave yourself, Shelby. Someone says to get that man a floater.
Yeah.
Someone else says he's waiting for his fries.
I'd like to see Andy Glaze on a floater can. That'd be pretty cool if floater did like
different runners on
each
different
year
cans.
on the can.
Yeah.
Or maybe had some different flavors. Ooh. Satisfy, are you listening?
I'm hearing some people in the chat rooting for Nico. I think Nico Teller is about to come into the finish pretty soon here.
Maybe Glaze is back on his feet. Let's see. He might just be cruising out of there. This aid station is how many miles from the finish?
8.6.
8.6
miles. So almost 9 miles to the finish, mostly downhill. A couple little punchy uphills that you aren't expecting and seem much bigger at the end of a 250-mile race than they are in actuality.
Yeah. Yeah, so it is one where you get to it and I don't know. You don't really need to waste that much time there unless there's something big to attend to, which is a bummer because it's probably one of the coolest aid stations to hang out at. But yeah. I think this is the point where it's time to really just empty the tank.
Another runner here heading out from the aid station.
Moving strong.
See if I can tell who that is heading out from the aid station. Was that Jenny Chisholm?
Yeah, Jenny Chisholm should be up there.
Is that her right now, maybe, I think, that's heading out from the aid station?
Yeah,
I missed you right here.
Mama Chisholm. You guys hang out wherever. Grab snacks.
Where do I look?
I don't even know. Ooh, and we are here in the studio with a special guest. We're all figuring out where we should look. We have Kylie here, who has just finished. Well, not just finished. You've been finished for a few hours now. Cocodona.
Yeah, been a little bit.
250. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Surprisingly not very bad. But yeah, still tired. Legs are doing better than I thought they would, but feet are very swollen.
Yeah. Can we go look at the feet?
Oh man.
Oh, you don't have to.
Yeah, no.
But I'm pretty
like, I can't lift my legs up.
Close up. My crew knows every inch of my foot at this point. But yeah.
Amazing. Well, Kylie, you had a super strong run out there.
Thank you.
What do you want to tell us about?
Oh man, I mean it was my first 250-mile race, so I was just out there to kind of see it, experience it. I mean, I was surrounded by my favorite people the whole way, and yeah, just my strong community of runners and friends. That I think it was just, yeah, I mean, it was an experience unlike anything I've ever had. And also I remember seeing Bree along the way.
Yeah, I did see you. I was with Joe on the Kasner climb.
Yeah,
and
that was hot and grueling, but it was cool to see you out there.
We leapfrogged a couple times because Joe got some crazy spurt of energy out of the blue that lasted for about 5 minutes. And
that's what the race is, though. And I came to find out that it was surprising how the body just adapted along the way, and like the lows came. But it's just a lot of who knows what's going to happen moment to moment. And then come to find out once you've run 242 miles, it's like, okay, let's send it into the finish.
Yeah, we were just talking about that as we saw runners come into that Eldon aid station. And it is a cool spot. Was Pete in his panda costume when you got there?
I don't remember much about that aid station, but we were offered the meats, and we're like, no, we're good. we're good. We'll keep going. Yeah, I don't remember much about that one. That was a quick one because we were kind of we were in it and gonna head down. But yeah, it was a cool experience. I think, I mean, my first multi-day race like that, and I think everything went, I think, as well as it really could have. I mean, no stomach issues. The heat was okay. I mean, training in Colorado can only train for the heat as much as you can expect. But yeah, overall just really happy with how everything went. Yeah.
Take us through what were kind of the highest parts, the lowest parts of the race for you? Yeah, I mean, I think the first section going into Crown King, that first 37 miles went really well. I just I kept it manageable, was patient. I'm a long distance hiker as well, so I think just hiking is also very enjoyable for me. So going up Eldon was a great time. And I think going into Crown King, I felt really good. Just stayed really on top of the hydration, which was helpful. I think the first low was that first night
kind of right before, like going into Whiskey Row. I think that was the first night when it got dark and I was alone. You know, the first like rocky bit before whatever that aid station is before Whiskey Row. I can't remember right now, but yeah, and then out of Whiskey Row was a pretty low point. Definitely had to power through. My friend Chantel helped like feeding me potatoes at that point out of her bare hand. But then I think going into Iron King was feeling better. Yeah, and then just kind of fluctuated. That second night was pretty good. I think it was split up. I slept for 2 hours at Dead Horse. I had a really nice shower there as well, which was really clutch. And then, yeah, slept for 2 hours. And then my friend Mario, paced me up until then, and then the next section. And I think coming off of sleep and then hitting all of that wonderful single track was just incredible. So that was definitely a high point. And then, yeah, I mean, the Sedona, going into and out of Sedona was great. Sat in the creek, Kasner Canyon. I was like, well, my feet are wet. Might as well just sit here for a second.
Yeah. I think I saw you
Cool
sitting
off.
there in the creek.
Yeah. I made eye contact with Joe, and I was just like, yeah, and then, yeah, it just, all of it, I think, the lows, it's going to be a lot of reflecting in the next, week or two and trying to write stuff down, because I think it's so easy to forget all of those moments that come up, and just having my friends tell me, like, you got to take sips. Have you eaten? Because at a certain point, I wasn't doing, I wasn't reminding myself to do that. I would say the lowest point in the whole experience was from Munns Park to Fort Tuttle, and Gwen was with me on that section, and I was falling asleep while I was walking and she like pulled me off to the side, and we were taking like little naps, and going into that, I slept for 2 hours at Fort Tuttle, which was just like physically necessary. Yeah. And then coming out of that one is like that next section was great, and then just, yeah, it's crazy to me what happens. You don't ever expect it, and you can't. It's not guaranteed either, like how you're going to feel, but it just really makes you wonder, like, what actually am I capable of? Brushing up against that, like, sleep deprivation, then coming off of that. It's just like, where does that come from? Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure there's science behind it.
Our bodies are amazing. I would love to hear more about your sleep strategy. It sounds like you got some decent shut-eye, and it was really rejuvenating for you. Did you have a plan around that, or were you just kind of going with the flow? And did you take dirt naps?
Yeah, good question. So I think because this was a big unknown for me in terms of, my experience, I've done one official 100-miler. I've done a couple 24-hour races and an unofficial 100 in the Boulder area with my run club. But I think I went into this really just trying to make it as far up until like the second night before I slept. My initial was like, okay, I'll sleep after like 45 hours. Because I've gone like over 48 hours without sleeping. So I was, in terms of timing the caffeine, knew that was possible for me, but also just with a very loose idea of that, because I think you just have to adapt and problem solve along the way with how your body's feeling in that moment. And then my crew just really was, I think at Jerome, going into Jerome, they presented to me like, hey, this is what we're thinking. The next, it's like 8 something to the next aid station. We'll get you some good sleep. And I think that, like having people help you make those decisions is really critical. Because at a certain point, you're just like, oh, well, I can just keep going. But then, I think, it was a very loose sleep strategy. I had done a little bit of research, read, I think, Jason Koop's article on that, just kind of looking at what people have done for multi-day races, but again, what works for me might not work for everybody else, and I'm sure I would definitely tweak things the next time. Probably sleep a little bit earlier that second night. for that second sleep.
Yeah. So it sounds like you really trusted your crew. Were there any moments where you're like, no, I don't want to do that? Did you have any defiant times? No.
Good. I like 100% trust them. And I think that, at a certain point, just having to be, you need to be flexible. You know, I've had the experiences where I push through in a very rigid way, and then things come up. It's like, oh, well, I can't stop now because I'm going to lose time. Well, you're going to have to stop completely because you have awful blisters. So you just have to take those like really, careful steps earlier to make sure that things don't become more of an issue later on. It was funny, one funny anecdote. So Sunday night, we camped at the start line, and I was walking around with my Crocs, and it was just like all the pokey grass, and one went through my Croc into my foot. No. And I looked at my foot, it wasn't bleeding, and I didn't see anything, so I figured there was nothing in there. But I think it was going into Mingus Mountain, I was like, my foot really hurts, and it felt like a pebble was in my foot. I was like, I don't think this is a stress fracture. And so Gwen and Maggie were doing some very creative digging, and they actually got the piece of whatever the grass was out of there. And so I think if I just kept pushing through that, I wouldn't have been able to keep going because it hurt a lot. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a good thing you found that and it was nothing serious. Wow.
Yeah. I think we've got Nico about to come into the finish here. A lot of chat, a lot of love for Nico happening in the chat. I think he's about to come in.
Yeah, so we will have to kind of
then we'll kind of hop back and forth between the finish line and the interview.
And for those of you who weren't aware, Kylie was 4th place female. So what was that like? I mean, 4th place is, it's a great number, but I can imagine you wanted to chase that 3rd place woman.
So to be honest with you, I was very intentional. I had no idea my place up until that Walnut Canyon. And that was a very intentional decision for me because that's not why I'm here. I mean, I think, Gwen and my crew, and we going into this race, figured out, what are my main goals? Why am I doing this? I mean, running is my passion, and to be able to do it for 3+ days and have only that to attend to is such a privilege. And I think that, noticing, that competitive mindset too, I knew that would take away from that experience for me. So I think, and also take away from the focus on attending to the things in the moment that you need to attend to be able to keep going. Because I think, especially with anything that's depriving you of sleep, it can be dangerous, to a certain point where you push yourself past, what's maybe safe. And luckily, they have people checking in on you with the medics and everything. But I mean, we're all out here because we do hard things, and sometimes we have to keep our systems in check to make sure we're not doing anything too stupid. But yeah, it was very intentional because I think there were a lot of other reasons why I'm doing this. And I was excited to see how things landed. I'll be honest with you. I mean, I'm really excited about 4th place. Part of me is, I'm not a terribly competitive person, but I think, and Gwen has put this really in a really good light of, there's a difference between comparison and competition. And I think going out of Walnut Canyon, Gwen asked me, do you want to know where you are? And I was like, I thought about it for a second, and I think in terms of how I wanted that last section to go, I think no matter what my place was, I was excited to see what that fire might light and see how I might push myself in that last bit. And after she told me, I was like, well, I don't know how far back Eliza is, because I have no idea what was going on up front. And I think that at the end of the day, I was like, I would be perfectly fine with whatever place, simply knowing that if I can crank this last section and feel like really good about it, I think that's a good outcome for me. So I think the place for me is more secondary to the actual experience itself.
It sounds like that mentality really allowed you to run your own race too. You clearly weren't thinking about the other people around you. You were doing your thing.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a really cool experience to spend so much time out there when you are leapfrogging with people so many times. And you do build relationships with some of those people. Like we leapfrogged with Chad and Jeff for a little while, and come to find out, Jeff has connections with our run club, Rocky Mountain Runners. And then you see people like going through the same thing that you are, and you can't not be empathetic and care about those people and like wondering, are they okay? And so I think, kind of seeing them, the next morning, you're like, oh yeah, you're still here. Good. Like, we got this. So I think it's that shared experience that's really cool. And I think the competition, and I think where I kind of lost my point there, but previously, but bring it back to what competition can give us is how are these other runners making me better? How am I making them better with this mindset of like, who knows, like how far back Eliza is. And if she knows how up front or ahead of her I am, like, can we make ourselves better, by like, oh, this is making me push myself. And I think that's really the bottom line is like, it doesn't make you any less of a runner. It's just how am I becoming better with this mindset?
Yeah, we can really all raise each other here, and I think there's room on top for all of us.
Exactly.
It's not just 1, 2, and 3.
We do a quick pause. Our internet went down. We're still
Well, we lost our remote feeds.
we're going to just reset and we'll be right back.
Okay, so
Right.
so we're having some technical issues.
Yeah, I think as much, long back-to-back runs throughout the winter. We have a great route that is on roads, but it has, I think, like 3,500 feet of elevation gain. Gold Hill, and one of my close friends lives up there, so I'd always stop in and say hi to Eli mid-run. And and actually coming down Eldon was saying to Gwen, like, that's what this run prepared me for. Just like the pounding going down that sort of descent. But I would say just a lot of volume, but I'm not a super high mileage training runner. Like, I don't know, my coach provides me with the guidance around that, but incorporated hiking. I did, just with some trips that we had, had planned. We were out in Palm Springs at the end of March, and then in New Mexico, actually the weekend that Boulder got hit with another big snowstorm. So I was really happy about that because I got to run in some heat in the Gila Wilderness, which was a nice change, and also kind of testing out some of the hydration stuff and carrying more water to prepare for that long, water carry at the beginning of the race. I would say nothing too crazy. I work full time and also train, so that limits my ability to maybe go to the desert for longer periods of time to get more of that heat training. I did a couple sauna sits last week, but nothing super crazy.
What do you do for your job, Kylie?
I'm a behavior analyst, so I work with kids with autism in a clinic setting.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. And who are you coached by?
Matt Daniels.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. So it's been great. We've been working together for a few years now, and and after the long distance hiking I've done, was kind of excited to see the running plus some of those experiences and skills that I've gained from that to come together and kind of see how that plays out in a multi-day race.
Yeah. Yeah. You mentioned that your stomach was actually pretty good, right? So what were you doing for your nutrition strategy?
So for my nutrition strategy, again, pretty loose, I would say. Had a bunch of different options for hydration. I had, Tailwind, Noon, Scratch, Gnarly, Tailwind Recovery. We've talked about this, I think, like having that. I'm not sponsored by anybody, so telling you what I've used. But I think that Tailwind Recovery at every aid station really helped. And I did take, electrolyte capsules throughout the race. And I think that helped me stay maybe not ahead, but like fall not as behind in that, and just try, also just doing straight water as well. Yeah, and it turned out that noon was the thing that tasted the best after a certain point. So that's what I used for, I would say most of the race was just noon. And I haven't really used noon a lot because I like that the other products have more calories.
Right.
But I was just like, well, this is hydration. I'll just eat more in addition to that.
Yeah. And what were you eating? What foods were you taking in?
I did some gels, also just solid food. I think Cheez-Its, Pop-Tarts, waffles, and yeah, I think it was at Iron King that I had like 3 pieces of French toast. It was great.
Wow. Where was the French toast coming from? Was that an aid station? Or
Yeah,
did you...
yeah.
Nice.
At the Iron King aid station with berries. Ooh, it was great.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Fancy.
Yeah, I think as much solid food, just with some other experiences I've had, incorporating more solid food regularly helps if it's not super hot, and just to, listening to how my body was feeling, and just, does this taste good now? Great. If it doesn't, then I'm not going to eat it. So
smart.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm curious. Was there a part of the course that you were like, this is incredible, I love this? And was there a part of a course where you were like, this sucks? And where were they?
I mean, there were definitely really incredible parts of the course. I think this going into Sedona, out of Sedona, those views, and like going into Sedona in the morning, kind of hitting sunrise there when you're on that little like ridgy section was beautiful. And then, yeah, I mean, the single track just incorporated in little bouts throughout the course was really nice to just feel like you're cruising and not just like, oh God, I'm walking this whole thing. And I mean, I enjoy the climbs, I do. And then, yeah, that last section was wonderful as well. I would say the section and it was actually pretty short, that really, quite honestly, pissed me off was the section out of Jerome where you're going down that steep, like, just loose. Yeah. There's broken glass and people's trash there.
I got pretty pissed on that section too, I'll be honest. When I ran the race
once, and
2
luckily
years ago.
it was fine, but I was just like, this is, I don't know if I can swear on here, but bullshit.
It's insanely steep, and very loose. It's like, I think I was complaining to my pacer 2 years ago, like, this is hazardous or something like that.
Yeah, I'm like, I allow myself to feel pissed off at it, and I'm just like, oh well, whatever. It's a cool course. It connects some really awesome areas. Yeah. You're gonna have like just the kind of bushwhacky things that. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, where's the next flag? Cool, over there? Great, let's go there, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like when I ran in 2021, and I got really grumpy going into Jerome because that downhill looks really nice on paper, but that was pretty baby head rock and so then I took a decent sleep in Jerome, and that glass downhill was actually kind of great. It's crazy like how everybody experiences different pieces of this course differently based on their levels of sleep deprivation and fatigue.
For sure. And I think that's why I was glad I slept at Dead Horse, because then I was able to really enjoy the single track coming out of there, because I think if I had pushed it to the next 8, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed it as much. But yeah, that makes a ton of sense. I think going into Jerome with my friend Chris, I was just like, even on the downhills, I was like, I want to run this, but holy heck, like this hurts. And then we see the start line for the Sedona race, and we're like, oh, is that the aid station? Oh, no, it's not.
Yeah, that had to have been a little trip, because I had dropped a runner off at the start of the 125, and I could see people coming through, and yeah, that would have, you still had some downhill, but it was pavement, and yeah.
But yeah, that like the downhill, the baby heads, that was, I can't remember what I said to Chris, but it was, I was like, this is like just a big middle finger.
yeah, that's exactly what that section feels like.
But you got to take those sections, because then they make the others feel so much better.
Absolutely. Super cool. I wonder, do we have anybody in the chat who wants to ask Kylie a question? Anybody?
What do you have coming up next, Kylie? Do you have anything planned, or are you going to take some time off for a bit?
Good question. I do. I'm hoping to. Well, I'm signed up for Silver Rush 50 in July.
Oh, nice.
So excited about that. And then my friend Gwen and I have a adventure planned in Colorado for kind of August-ish. I don't know. We'll see. Attempt something cool. And then, collegiate loop with my partner and my partner Adam in September. Yeah. Well, we're both long distance hikers too, so we're gonna try to do that. See how fast we can do it. And then I don't know. I was like, I'll weightlift myself on javelina, but I don't know. I might just take a break in the fall. I'm starting some more grad school, so it might be a good time to like kind of chill. So
yeah.
I don't know. Javelina's fun.
Someone is asking in the chat along the grad school and work lines, how do you balance a full-time job and training?
That's a really good question. I think this was a really cool learning experience for me in terms of the time commitment for training plus working full-time. I don't work a desk job either, so I'm up around, like I teach kids, I supervise the technicians working with the kids, and we're playing up around, so it's not like I'm sitting, which is probably good too, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm.
It's and the stress that goes along with that. I think I'm still learning how to manage it all. I would say just probably more like self-management, time management things are the areas that I'm focusing on getting better at, so that I can be fully present in what I'm doing in that moment and not stressed about things that I've got coming up or like need to, deadlines or whatever. And having that time carved out for all of those things so that I can do them to the best of my ability in that time frame. So I guess I don't really know the answer to that question because I'm still figuring it out.
No, what you said makes a lot of sense. I think that if you have a lot of other work life crazy stuff on the brain, it can really derail a training run. And when you're working, you want to be focusing on doing the best there. And when you're training, so it sounds like your time management has been effective.
And it's going to have to get a bit better. But I think I think running for me also serves a few different purposes. It's, I love it. Just doing it. It helps me. It gives me the time to myself to rejuvenate as well, and just kind of process things in a way that, I don't really get in any other way. So it is very important for me. So I know that it's kind of like brushing my teeth.
Part of the routine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We have.
It looks like Caitlin Walters is about to come in for the finish here of Sedona Canyons 125. She's from North Carolina, Brevard, North Carolina.
Woo!
Good job, Caitlin.
I wonder if they changed the finish because she came from there and not from where that vehicle is parked.
Yeah. There was another question, Kylie, in the chat about if you have any advice for people on how to train for this distance, for like the 200-mile distance.
I mean, I think I'm still getting more familiar with kind of the philosophy around it. I'm lucky that I am able to have a coach help me through that and guide me. I mean, I would say there are more resources out there now. I think I don't know how new the 200-mile distance is, but I imagine it's newer than like 100-mile in terms of training plans. But I don't think they're that different. I think I went into this race thinking it was going to be more mental than physical, for sure, because you just can't train for 200 miles into a race. But I think, I think incorporating hiking, just back-to-back days, and then I don't know. I don't know that I'm the best person to ask, to be honest with you, because it's been only one that I've done.
Well, I think, like you mentioned, the hiking background. I mean, from my experience with my one single 250 miler as well, I found that if I were going to train for it again, I think I would incorporate more like hiking training, because you do end up just hiking for so much of this race that I think if you can get working a little bit more on your hiking speed, that can be a huge benefit.
Yeah, and I think being okay with that too, because I think it can feel frustrating when you're like, oh God, I'm just gonna walk this whole thing. But yeah, you run when you can, and seeing the periods of walking is also like recovery during the race is a mindset that I kind of came around to, because even on some flats I was like, I'm just gonna take a 30-second walk break. And then like going down actually into Jerome, I was like, Chris, set a timer for 5 minutes. I'm going to run for 5 minutes and then I'm going to walk. And just I am setting up those systems for myself to just almost like make it, like with Chantel, it's like, okay, we're going to run from this shadow to that shadow. Like sometimes you have to break it down into those small
really
pieces.
Small chunks. Yeah, you can't think about the whole thing all at once or it just gets overwhelming.
Well, and I think that's like an approach with training too, is it can feel so daunting, but just, trying to, I don't know, see it all as training, because I did also have some hiccups in the last month. I fell on the sidewalk in like mid-March.
Darn
and really,
sidewalks.
I know. Really bashed my knee pretty bad. And then I did a couple back-to-back long runs on Gold Hill, and my knee just blew up. And I was like, oh God, what is going to happen? And Chantel is also my PT, and she's like, you'll be fine. And then it was fine. And then I got the stomach bug a few weeks ago. No. So I was like, yeah. But, I think coming around to seeing it all is like, you're going to have stuff like that come up during the race. Yeah. So if you can just see it all as part of the experience and the training, in the mental side of it as well, I think that can really help a lot with just that psychological flexibility.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I imagine those survival instincts that you learn from your long through hikes too are imperative. You're probably pretty good at taking care of your feet and just keeping it together out there, having the right layers when it's cold and all the smart things.
Yeah, I mean, we all make mistakes still too. I think going out of Whiskey Row, I was like, should have worn pants. Dang it. But that's why we have the space blanket.
Yeah, did you pull it out?
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Slept in some bushes in that section out of Whiskey Row. Well, I didn't sleep, but just like curled up and had a pity party in my space blanket. And then, with Gwen, we pulled it out when I was taking the dirt naps. One dirt nap, and then in the other dirt naps, Gwen just like cradled me.
Oh, Gwen.
And like told me it was time to sleep because I was like swaying off the trail. But yeah, so it's a good thing that they require that because it's important.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I definitely pulled mine out in 2022. I think it's the first time I've actually pulled the space blanket out of the pack, during a race.
Yeah. Then having to like shove it back in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't quite fold up the same after
that.
Oh, well, this is Kylie, our 4th place female finisher. She finished in 80 hours, 4 minutes, and 55 seconds.
Strong. Such a strong finish.
So speedy.
Yeah. Thank you.
Did you have a time goal going into this?
No. I was like, between 3 and 4 days, that'd be great. But also, who knows? Again, kind of the openness to experience. And just wanting to have as much of a positive one as possible. Yeah.
You did it. You did it. Yeah. Incredible. Well, do you have anything else you'd like to say to our wonderful listeners? Where can they follow you? What's next?
I'm not on social media, so you can't follow me. I also keep my Strava private, so unless you know me personally, I won't accept your follow requests. I don't know. It's kind of weird being the center of attention, to be honest with you. But yeah, I guess like whatever races I do, you might see me out there. But I don't know. I like meeting people and building those like authentic connections during races. And, if I meet you along a race and we, chat, that's also really fun. I hung out with Liz and Bob early on in the race, and it was just really fun to make those connections. So yeah, I don't know. I guess that's how, maybe.
Perfect. Don't follow
Come
her.
and meet Kylie at a race
Yeah.
in person.
She's very friendly, not intimidating at all. Say hi.
Cool. Well, thank you for having me.
Thank
It's
you
been great
so
having
much
you
for
on.
It's
being
really
here.
fun to see you out there, Bree.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeehaw. And we're back with another guest in the studio.
Joe Corion.
What's up?
AKA Lupo, AKA the host of the Everyday Ultra podcast. Actually, I gotta take this sweet John G jacket off. I wore my Animal Party shirt for you.
Oh my gosh, that is rad.
Time to celebrate this.
That is a lot of cool animals out there. That looks like a Cocodona hallucination.
Yeah. I have matching pants too. It's technically a pajama shirt.
So good.
So Joe and I got to spend some time together out on course. I paced Joe from Sedona up to Schnebley Hill. So yeah, we had a good time out there.
And you were a great pacer. It was so much fun.
Thanks.
We had a lot of laughs, a lot of like it was the high. You got to experience the highest point of my race, which is awesome.
Yeah,
and then probably one of the lowest moments, like directly after. So
yeah, we got to tell people this story. Like, so I want to hear from Joe what exactly happened, because he was like a 1/10 of a mile behind me on this Kasner climb. And for those of you who know, Kasner climb it's pretty steep. We're still going uphill, and all of a sudden Joe is like pounding at my heels, and I'm like, what is going on? I had to start running. My heart rate was at threshold, and he's 170 miles into the race, and I'm just like, whoa. So what happened? And you told me at that moment that was like your high of the race.
It was really interesting, and I think it was like one of those moments that like really kind of encapsulate these 200 milers. And this was my first 200 miler too, so like I had heard of it but never truly experienced it. At this point I had experienced it like multiple times, where you can just get highs that come out of like nowhere from like the most random thing. And I've learned like throughout like the race, like over the past few days, like when you get that high, like lean into that and like use it as much as possible. And I bet a lot of people might be like hearing and thinking about like, oh, it must have been like some mental strategy or things. But I'll be honest, literally what it was, I had a playlist that was just on rocking. And I had a few songs that were coming up that were like, motivating, but like, just kind of like playing. And for some odd reason, and I can't tell you why, like I don't have like super emotional resonance with the song, but it was a song called like Family Matters by Drake. And for some reason, like that song came on and like something clicked. Like it honestly felt like I was almost like possessed in the moment. Like I wasn't me, because right before then I was feeling super tired. Like I was kind of like trying to keep my eyes open. But like as soon as that song came on, like all my energy kind of came back. I felt like this thing like in my head just being like, you can get up this thing, like push as hard as you can. And I just let it go. And what was odd, it like didn't feel like I was like burning the candle. Like it just felt like I was being taken over by something. And I was leaning into the music and like just diving in, and I was just like, ride this high, don't let it stop, ride the high. And that's like when I started to get up there. And you remember too, I was like saying like, let's go. Like I was just trying to like build a hype as much as possible. So I think it's like, and then I've learned like throughout that kind of time, it's like when you hit those low points, just try and like throw things like at you as much as possible. And like when you do get that high, like ride it. And so, yeah, it was just a simple Drake song. And funny enough, I played that song maybe 15 times in the race after. So anytime I was at a low point, I put it on and it would actually help like a ton.
Well, so was that still, you still maintain that was like the highest point of the race, or did you have like another high?
I think I definitely had a few more highs out there. I think that was like the high, like because in terms of just like how I felt and this like this strong feeling, like I had that moment, like if you asked me like how I felt, like I truly in that moment felt like I hadn't ran 170 miles already, whereas if you asked me like 5 minutes before that, I would have told you I feel like I ran 225 miles. So it was really interesting, and that was really the last point in the race where I really felt like that. I mean, the finish line was also like a super high, but I feel like that's a different kind of comparison experience, right? So but yeah, that was definitely like the pinnacle like high point. And not to say that I didn't enjoy the rest of it, but like just from like a energy perspective and like let's dig deep, that was the high point.
I call those moments hype spikes.
Yes. That's
a good term for it.
Can be dangerous if you have too many and don't stay even keel, but it sounds like you found the hype spike right at the right moment and harnessed its power.
Exactly.
Greatly.
Yeah, that was a hype spike for sure. And like what was interesting too is like right after that, we get onto Schnebley and like we're feeling good, and like Bree's like, okay, like we can like make up good time here. Like it's just like road, like we can just keep it going. And for some reason, like out of nowhere, like my feet were hurting so bad. And I thought it was my quads originally because like it was just radiating so much. And I remember telling Bree, I was like, it just hurts. So like my legs just hurt so bad. I took a dirt nap, like just to try and like reset. I woke up, like it was worse. And then like I tried to stay in tune with my body. I was like, oh, this is my feet right now. And I remember like every step was like so painful. So it was like, you get to this like amazing high and then you get to this incredible low. And like, I think that was like the whole experience of Cocodona for me. It was just like there was no middle ground. It was either I was really high or I was like really low. Like I barely had those like chill points. Like it was honestly just wild.
Riding the Coco Loco roller coaster.
What were some of those like lowest lows? What?
There was a lot. I think one of the lowest lows for me, maybe I guess going chronologically, I think. So coming after Crown King, going into it, I felt fine. I love that section. I think it's awesome. It's very difficult. I'm not trying to say it's easy by any means, but I personally love that section. I was excited to do it. And I knew like once you kind of get over that, you're like, I told myself like the hardest part is over. Like it really is like course wise. So I was like really stoked coming out of Crown King, but then I kind of noticed like my stomach was feeling really weird. Like I was feeling nauseous. And it was odd because like my nutrition was on point. I was eating like all to schedule. I was taking in my electrolytes and I did like a lab test to do like sweat rate. And so like I was nailing everything. And for some reason my stomach just went completely south and I just couldn't hold anything down. And I went into the next section like super depleted. And that was a very like low point just because, you know, anyone who's been in ultra before and you have stomach issues, it's not great. It's the number one cause of DNF. So I'm not saying I was going to DNF, but you know, you get that thought. It's like, I'm facing this 40 miles in to a 250 mile race on this very runnable section after Crown King where I could really be making up some time. And I felt like I wasn't going full potential. And, you know, I kind of caught my mind, like kind of predicting the rest of the race from that. And yeah, I mean, it did get to me in that moment. Like, I'm not going to lie. I also made some really dumb mistakes on like my pack stuffing on that section just because it was a long section without crew. So that was really, really low. And I remember like just getting back to like my bearings being like, okay, how do you make this a good section? Like, what can you do right now to make this a good section? It was like, all right, keep trying to like get food down. Bree even sent me a text and she was like, hey, like try liquid calories out there. I tried that out. That helped a ton. And then I found that all I could really get down was gummy worms. So like I probably had like my weight in gummy worms like on that section and it revived me. And then I had a high again because I remember like texting the group. I was like, I'm feeling great. Yep. Like I was hitting like my A goal time. Like I was like super ripping. So yeah, like that was a big low. And then another really, really big low. This section, so I paced this section last year and I was pacing it. And to me, it was like very mind bending. And it was the Walnut Canyon section. So that section is so long. It's
like Fort Tuthill to Walnut Canyon?
Sorry, yeah, Fort Tuthill to Walnut, yeah.
I love that section.
Yeah, it's, to me though, it's so long. It's so late in the race. It's right before Eldon.
Is this Jess? Sorry to interrupt you, Joe. I think, is this Jess coming in?
Yes. We got a finisher.
All right, we have a lot of people cheering on Jess in the chat, so just want to give her a shout out. Strong finish. Sorry to interrupt you on that.
Oh, no. Congratulations to Jess. That's amazing. No, I love seeing the finish. I think it's just the coolest thing to see like anyone finish, whether it's this race, Sedona or Eldon. Like it's just, it makes me emotional every time, like just to see that. So yeah, please, anyone finishing, interrupt me like all the time.
But yeah, you were talking about that, that section between Tuthill and Walnut.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I paced my buddy Aaron Fleischer last year and it was during the night. And I remember being the pacer and feeling like, ooh, this is long section. And I did it during the day here. So I was like, okay, it's not going to be at night, so we're going to be good. But for some reason, it was just so long, and I wasn't moving at the speed I wanted to. And, like, I remember, like, my buddy, who's my pacer, he's like, hey, man, like, because I asked him, I was like, how long do we have it to the aid station? He said 6 more miles. And, like, in a split second, like, my mind started doing the math. It's like, well, if I'm moving, like, 20 minute per mile pace, and I'm doing this, like that's gonna get me here, and like I gotta do Eldon, and like all of a sudden my brain just kind of started freaking out and was like, oh, I'm gonna be out here for still a long time. And I remember catching myself and just being like, okay, you can't do this right now. Like
those calculations are not helpful.
Yeah, I was like, you can't do this. So I told my pacer, I was like, hey, I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna take a 1 minute nap, I need a reset. And I did that. I got up and I told myself, all right, all you're gonna focus on is the next step. And that kind of calmed it down. But like that 1 second moment was it was a very, very low point. But I tried not to let it get to the point where it got up there. And I think like that's the whole thing, is like trying to, when you have those low moments, like recognize it and try to problem solve it in the moment, so it doesn't like go into this like huge death spiral out there. And I think like I personally did a good job at that. But like those low moments, I mean, they were low. I mean, I probably cried maybe like 12 times out there. Like, it was wild. But like, I think I did a good job at like recognizing that, like once the tears are flowing, okay, how do I get out of it?
Yeah, catching it before it escalates and then becomes a bigger thing than it is. It's that'll definitely help kind of keep you even keel.
Yep. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's like a problem solving kind of game. Like I think what I've learned is the longer, and this is something I coach with my athletes as well, I always say like the longer the distance you go, it's not as much about like preventing the mistakes. I mean, yes, of course, like you want to do what you can to prevent mistakes as much as possible, but the longer you go, Murphy's Law comes into place. Like things are inevitably going to go wrong. And so your determination of success is going to be more weighted on how you solve those problems as opposed to like, how do I prevent this as much as possible? Because listen, my foot care strategy, like by the book, textbook, was like no other, and I still got blisters. My nutrition strategy, like I said, I did lab tests, I did all this stuff. On point, my stomach still went south. So like, and in the end of the day though, like you got to see those things and be like, okay, I have this thing, but I need to figure out how to solve it. And it's not like what you go through, it's how you manage it. And for a 200-mile race, plus mile race, 250, I mean, that's going to determine whether you have, an 87-hour finish or a, 100-hour finish, right? I'm not saying that time is like the main goal, but like even so, just from how well you do out there, you got to be a problem solver. And I think like in a race like Cocodona, like that's like the main mode you got to be in.
Yeah, and just in case you're wondering, Joe Corcione finished in 86 hours, 44 seconds. What a nice even number that is. You were the 29th male, I believe. Mm-hmm. That's sweet. Just cracking the top 30.
Yep, it was cool. Yeah, it was funny. I like to be very competitive. I think it's no surprise to a lot of people that I'm very outspoken about the goals that I like to go out and reach. Because I do like to compete. And I did have a time goal for this race. I did want, I said, if the cards come out, I'd love to be top 10 or things like that. At the same time, though, and I encourage anyone doing this to go in distance first of their kind, is, your A goal, no matter what, if you're doing a distance the first time, should just be to finish. And the reason why I say that is because, and I never wanted to get myself to this point, is, you don't want to make super costly mistakes that try and get you to this goal that you don't even know how you're going to feel at a certain point at the sake of the finish, right? And for me, I was even if I get 100 hours and finish this thing, I'll be stoked. But I did want to compete. So there was a point during the race where I knew I wasn't hitting my splits, and I knew it was way out of reach of what I want to do my time goal. And for 3 minutes, I let myself have it okay, this stinks. Oh my gosh, I didn't hit my splits. But again, I can feel that was when the race would have not been fun for me. And so I remember saying to my pacer in that moment, I said, hey, I know I'm off my splits. Now my goal is just to do the very best that I can do for the rest of the race. And in that moment, I started to really fully go back to enjoying the race for what it was. So yeah, my time goal, I'll be honest, and this is going to sound ludicrous for what I finished in, it was 70 hours. I wanted to get 70 hours.
That's not ludicrous.
And I thought I could do it. And I truly believe that if I fixed a lot of the mistakes, knowing what I know now, if I could go out and do it again, I'm confident I can get that. But when I crossed that finish line, and I haven't had a thing where I've sat there and been I regret that, or I stink, or I didn't hit the goal. I'm very proud of it, because the furthest I ran before this was 100 miles, like to do 250. I mean, it's just awesome. So I think like, you know, just finishing for me is amazing, and just leaning into that and not putting too much pressure on myself. Like once the goal's out of reach, cause you know, I know for me, I can get very disappointed in myself, and I didn't want to ruin that from the experience of being out there and having so much fun and spending time with my amazing pacers and my crew who was there. Like, and so, yeah. That
Finishing is such a huge accomplishment.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it's so, I was very proud to get that. So PR and distance too. So at least I got one PR, which is great. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have that in common. It's fun being vocal about your goals. It's a little bit scary, but I don't know. And it's interesting talking to different runners who like take it a different way. But you do have that risk of, okay, if I don't get this goal, like, what do people think of me? And it seems like you've done a really incredible job just figuring out how to process that and still have self-love for your accomplishments. And yeah, I don't know. I'd love to dig into that more, because I do think it's a unique-ish thing being so like bold, and I love it.
Yeah, and you made a really good point. I think this is, you know, why you know, we've had conversations about this in the past, you and I know, like, and it's something that I completely understand. It's when you do those moments, like and I don't know if you feel the same way, but I remember when I wasn't hitting my splits and everything, and I remember like telling people like, this was my goal. I put it on my podcast. Like I put it out there. And you start to think about like everybody who says, I'm going to be tracking you, I'm going to be watching you. And like, you realize that you have a spot tracker literally pinging every 5 minutes, and like they can see the pace slower. And those things do pop in your head. It's like, oh man, like I feel like I'm letting people down. I feel like I'm letting my crew down. Like I even caught myself like I apologized to Bria. I was like, hey, I'm moving slower than like, you know, planned here. And once you realize, I think the thing that helps me a ton is like, even when I'm off my goal, and this goes for anyone, I think everyone can relate to this, like you will still get the love and support that, you know, you are going to get for doing incredible things. Even if you think that thing isn't incredible in the moment, like, and I'm not saying you're doing it to, you know, make other people think it's incredible, but like in the end of the day, no one's going to hate you for missing your goal. No one's going to think that you are a, you know, loser or like someone who isn't going to push it yourself. I truly believe if you give your very best and you give that honest effort, that is what people are going to cherish in the end of the day. And again, that's not what you're kind of going for, but I do think it helps me to go those things, because very much so, like that is something for me that I think about. So I realize all the time it's saying like, if I just do my very best, like that's the biggest goal. And I know like, and listen, even if I gave my very best and someone came to me and said like, yeah, well, you suck, you didn't hit your goal, that's not a person I want to be with anyway. So I kind of shift that focus to say like, what's the very best that I can do in this moment? And like that totally helps with literally anything. And so whether my very best at that moment is 100 hours or, you know, 90 hours, it doesn't matter the goal. Like, I think if you leave no stone unturned and you can confidently say you gave your very best, that's what it is. And I'll even say, just to kind of wrap this long point up, where that kind of comes to mind to me, most notably in the race, and shout out to Melissa Osaszewski. She paced me from the Walnut aid station to the finish, and she's a just, you know, very good competitor. I told her not to go easy on me because I knew it was the last stretch, and I was hurting at this point big time. We get up Eldon. I was falling asleep going up Eldon. Like I was in an extreme state of sleep deprivation. I was seeing people like in the rocks. Like I was losing my mind. The smoke was getting to me too. Like I was a wreck going up Eldon. So we get up to Eldon, and I'm pretty destroyed. And Melissa looks at me and she goes, okay, like you're going to sit down. We're going to have a little 2-minute break. And she goes, I hope you're going to enjoy this, because after we get to the aid station, there's no break. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah, we're going to like run hard down this hill. And in my head, I'm like, oh God, like I have so many blisters. Oh gosh, like this is going to be painful. And I remember starting out the section, like when we got out of the aid station, and she was running ahead, like running like at like a 9 minute per mile pace. And I think I started out at like 11 minutes per mile, and she was getting further and further. And in the moment I asked myself, I was like, are you giving your very best right now? And I said, no. And I was like, well, you better change that, because tomorrow, guess what? Like, you're going to be in the position. The thing that I always say to myself is like, I never want to be in a position where not just the next day, but like months down the road, to think back and be like, I wish I pushed harder at Cocodona. That sucks. Like, not missing your goal, like, I think, yeah, that sucks. But what really sucks is like knowing you could have pushed harder.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'm not gonna let that happen. So I was literally 190 heart rate going down this thing at like,
Oh my gosh.
9 minutes per mile. And I was like, this is definitely my very best. So I was like very proud of that moment. And I think like that's why I have no qualms on the race. And to bring everything full circle, even if you have high standards for yourself, I think the best standard anyone should have is, are you giving 100% into anything you're doing? Because there's nothing that can take away anything from that if you truly do that. And again, even if everyone ditches you, you feel good about yourself. And I always say the crux of life is fulfillment, and how I define fulfillment is how you feel about yourself when you're by yourself. And I truly think that comes from like this innate, like, you know, strength of knowing that you're giving everything that you have in anything that you pursue.
Yeah, I've
So
played
well said,
with
yeah.
that tactic as well.
Mhm.
Am I doing my best right now? And if I answered yes, then I could keep doing it, you know?
Yeah.
And it helps you move it forward too, and sleep at night.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Yeah. And it's a good question to ask, like, in ultras, because like, and this is something that I don't want to say like struggled with at Cocodona, but it's something I learned because I'd never done the distance. But like, I was very like, I don't want to say confused, but like just, I guess, unsure of like how much to push when, because I'd never done like 100 miles. Like, I'm pretty comfortable at like when to push and when to not push. And I mean, Shelby, you know, the year that you paced me at Javelina, like, I've gone out way too fast in distances before, and it's cost me greatly. Thankfully, that year you helped me to get a way faster time than what I would have had before. But I knew I did not want to go out hard here. So I went like pretty conservative in the beginning, and I felt like I went maybe way too conservative like throughout the like beginning stages of the race, and I probably could have pushed a little bit more. And there's even times where I slept a little bit more, where everything on that too. So it's like doing your best is maybe not even just like, you know, a standpoint of like you're tired and you're not pushing. It's like doing your best is also like, you know, are you like, you know, confident enough to maybe take the risk here? Are you confident enough to like, you know, maybe push it a little bit more, things like that. And I think, you know, that's another thing. You know, it kind of comes into the after kind of fold of it, but to kind of get to that mode, I think like that was like my biggest thing is like, when do I push and when do I get there? And like there was moments it's like, are you doing your best? It's like, yeah, I'm doing my best, but like, do I really want to do like full potential here, you know? So it's an interesting thing, but I think like late in the race, that's the best question to ask yourself. Am I doing my best? Because no matter what, every person listening to this, if your answer to that's no, then like literally like every single person will get that emotional reaction that is definitely negative, and you're going to want to change that.
Yeah, I love this comment in the chat. I'm convinced that runners are modern day philosophers. Running forces the question why. And I think this conversation, like, yeah, I feel that.
Oh, for sure. And, you know, Bryce from Air Vipa asked me after the race, like literally as soon as I crossed the finish line, he was like, if you could describe the experience in 5 words or less, like what would you describe Cocodona as? I don't actually remember. I quite frankly don't remember the conversation like at all, just because I was so sleep deprived. But I looked at the video again, and I said something along the lines of like a deep personal introspective experience. And I've learned so much over 100 miles, 50 miles, 100K. But the things that I learned about myself in the high moments, the low moments, how I deal with obstacles, how I deal with, you know, interacting with other people, how I deal with treating myself, like I learned so much out there. And I think it's such like a beautiful experience with ultra running. It's like where you really find not just the most beautiful parts about yourself, but even just the most like the parts that need the most work. Like even from like me, like I was like, I could be better, not just as a runner in this area, but as a person in this area, looking at the qualms of that. And when you go over the course of 250 miles, like you go through that experience, like you really get to see the raw like stuff that's inside of you when all like the comforts of life are stripped away and you're super cold and the wind is whipping and your legs hurt and you got blisters and like you're going slow and like you haven't slept in, a day and so like that's when you truly get to see it's like who you are in that moment. And even if it like is terrible, like there's something beautiful in that. And you can ultimately choose to take that not in your running, but in your life. And so like for me, like these are things where I'm even assessing like, how do I show up as a better coach, like from what I learned from Cocodona? How do I show up as a better husband? How do I show up as a better, podcast host and, future father for when I eventually have kids, right? Like, so I'm not expecting soon anyways, by the way. So please don't get that, that wasn't news or anything. But,
Joe's wife is also currently running Eldon Crest 38, her longest distance today, and he is her coach.
Yes, and she's crushing it too, which is awesome. And then one of my other athletes, Brittany Westdyke, is also running with her, which is super cool. Like they're together, so yeah, they're doing great. But yeah, anyways, I say, if you're an ultra runner and you want to get to know yourself like as much as possible, like run a 200+ mile race, like for sure. And I recommend Cocodona. It's just that's why I did it as my first one. It's just like I don't think there's a better 200+ mile race than Cocodona.
Yeah, not only is it an incredible course, but the energy around it, Aravaipa community, the runners that come here, it just is magnetic. And I don't know, there's really nothing like what you feel here. I think Sedona's put some crystal powder over Cocodona and it's just super special.
Yeah, for real. There is that aura, that vibe.
This is Steve Derrimer coming into the finish here. And Dan Savage, just the two of them really close together. Yeah.
I am curious why the finish line chute changed a little. I'm sure it's something with
maybe because of that van parked there. I don't know.
The courthouse, they have to close that.
Oh, okay.
The courthouse.
The courthouse.
The zoning that happens with a race that's a point-to-point 250-mile event. We had protected owls on course. It's like incredible what this race organization has to do to make sure all the runners are safe and that we're taking the best care of the environment.
Mm-hmm.
So that leads me to a question. Where for you was that moment where you looked around and you were just like, oh my gosh, this is beautiful?
A lot of people ask me this question like what's like your favorite section of the course, or like where do you you get that like awe-inspiring moment. There's definitely two for me. The first one, and I had done this section like before in practice, but is the basically once you get after the Cottonwood aid station up to Crown King, like that initial ascent. Now, a lot of people might be thinking like, you thought that was the most beautiful? And I made myself an intention of this. I said, hey, anytime I'm mentally feeling like I'm struggling from the climb, turn around. Because if you go up that climb and you turn around, it is beautiful. Like you see all the Bradshaws. At some parts you can see downtown Phoenix from there. It is gorgeous. And I live in Phoenix personally. Those mountains are very remote. They're not training grounds. And so for me being in Phoenix, being I'm in a place where I drive past all the time on the I-17 and very few people get to go here and see this view. So to me, just seeing that is such an appreciation and such a beauty. And it's I get to see this part of the outside Phoenix area that very, very few people are getting to experience. So I think that's just such an amazing just privilege to have in that moment, and grateful for Aravaipa for providing such a unique experience, which is so cool. The second part, and I think a lot of people have shared this sentiment too, when you get up to Mingus and you look at that view and you see the red rocks of Sedona to your left, and then in the distance you see Humphreys with the snow on top of things like that, and you realize in that moment you're I'm going to be traveling there on my feet, and it could be overwhelming, but when I saw that, it was I almost cried. I'm getting emotional right now because it's I'm doing this. This is the adventure. This is how rad is that to do that? And I remember keep saying to my pacers throughout, I was I can't believe I ran here from Phoenix. That is it's just so cool. It's so leaning into those moments of beauty when you're out there is great. And I mean, I tell my athletes all the time, I was hey, if you're in a bad spot mentally and you're trying to get things to work internally, I say instead of focusing internal, go external and appreciate the beauty around you. Like even if you're in an area that like maybe seemingly isn't beautiful, like in the moment, like find something to appreciate. Is there like a flower? Is there like a plant? Like something like that. And with Cocodona, I think in every section of the course, and I would argue this to the death, I think there's something beautiful to appreciate at every single step on that course. And I think it's amazing, even if you're at night, because at night, listen, I was going to Kelly Canyon. It's just a dirt road. It's a dirt road that basically you just go into the abyss. But I remember, like, me and my buddy, my pacer at the time, I was in a low one there, and he just goes, hey, he's like, turn off your headlamp. Turn off my headlamp. He goes, look up. Looked up at the stars, and I was like, wow, like, this is incredible. So even if you're in the dark, there's something to appreciate.
Star breaks. I had a pacer teach me that.
Yeah, so good. So good, yeah.
Joe, I know this might be a little early to ask this question, but are you going to be making a reappearance at Cocodona in the future?
Oh, 100%. It was like my first thought when I woke up this morning. I was like, I want to go back. Like, honestly, like, I'm at the point, like, if I physically was able to, because I'm definitely not right now, and time commitment wise, if I could do anything, like, if the race was next week, I would do it again. Like, I would. Wow. And the reason why I say that is because, I mean, yes, it's a great race. It's so exciting. I love the course. It's my favorite race I've ever done by far. But I'm so excited at all the lessons that I learned. Like, that gets me so excited. And I made millions of mistakes out there, but I'm so pumped because I'm like, oh my gosh, like, I loaded my pack so dumb here on this one section. Like, I know if I can do that next time, it's going to make it better. And I'm so excited at the opportunity to try that out again. So like, I've just been reflecting on all my lessons, and I want to go back and do it as well and see what I can really do full potential on the course. But outside of that too, I mean, I get 100% when you see people coming back 4 years in a row to Cocodona, I get it. This is, I mean, just from the uniqueness of the race and the territory and things like that. I mean, yeah. So, and it's one of those things, usually when I wake up, I remember, I mean, I've done Javelina 2 years in a row, and I woke up the next day and I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to do this again. Lo and behold, I am doing it again this year. But I woke up the next day and I was like, I don't think I'm ever doing that race again or running on Pemberton ever again. And but Cocodona, I woke up the next day and I was like, I'm 100% doing this race again in the future.
Awesome.
You are officially a Cocodona 250 groupie.
You!
Let's go.
That's me. It's good to be a part of the club.
It's good to be a part of the club. And we had a couple of people in the chat asking who's here right now. I'm Shelby Farrell, Shelbs F on Instagram, 2021 Cocodona 250 finisher. Actually, it was 257 that year.
I am Bree Grigsby. I ran the Cocodona 250 in 2022, and we are interviewing Joe Corion, who just finished running the Cocodona 250 yesterday.
I know you guys are like, yeah, I ran it this year, and I was like, I ran it yesterday. Yeah.
2024, baby.
Oh, that's awesome.
And we have got another, I believe this is another Sedona Canyons runner. Is that 488? Lori Bowen is coming in for the finish of Sedona Canyons 125. Trying to see. Lori is from Henderson, Nevada. Yeah.
Cool. We are going to keep things rolling in the studio. Thank you for people in the chat that sent questions to Joe. I know we got individuals wanting to hear about his sleep strategy, but you're going to have to listen to his podcast to find out more.
When is the podcast episode coming out
yes.
on the Everyday Ultra?
Yes.
About Cocodona, or is there going to be more than one episode?
You know, I thought about that because I will do a race recap on a 100K race, and it'll be 2 hours long. So thinking about 250 miles, I'm like, I don't know how long that's going to be. So it'll be a long one. But yes, for those who don't know, I run a podcast, Everyday Ultra. I will be recapping everything. And usually what I do too, if you follow me on Instagram, I'm at Joe Corion. The reason why I put that there is I always put ask your questions on here, and I answer every question, even if I have 20, 30, 40, 100 questions. If you follow me on Instagram and you drop that in there, it'll be on a story. I'll post it today. I will answer your question on there too. So
awesome.
Everyday Ultra, you can find it wherever, and Yeah, thanks for having me on. Like,
Thanks
seriously,
for
this is
coming
so
in,
awesome.
Joe.
So good to see you.
It's been so
good.
fun to watch your journey and see you out there. And yeah, can't wait to hear the podcast episodes.
Well, Bree, thank you
all
again
your
for pacing me.
takeaways.
It was so awesome sharing those miles with you in Sedona. And Shelby, thank you also too for just being awesome. Both of y'all are great friends of mine, so it was great here to catch up with you and talk things Cocodona.
So good to see you. And if you need a pacer for Javelina and I can get my fitness back after this broken foot, give me a holler.
You did it amazing that 1 year, so I would love to have you for sure.
Well, yeah,
Cool.
go cheer on Lexi.
Yes. Oh, I'm off.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Hello to our listeners. We are here with the Cocodona 250 live stream and a special guest, Simon Gerard. He finished in 93 hours, 47 minutes, and 40 seconds, our 38th place male, and I can't wait to hear about your experience. Welcome to the studio, Simon.
Thanks for having me, especially, in this seat you have really fast runner, and then you have me, so I'm very, very proud, and hi, Mom.
Simon, where are you from? Tell us a little bit about, your background.
Yeah. So I'm originally from Montreal, Canada. That's the cute little French-Canadian accent that you have, that my wife loves. But now we live in California, Carlsbad, and travel to Arizona pretty much all the time for racing with our Vipa. They have amazing race like Cocodona.
Yeah, we have that in common. I lived in SoCal for 5 years and never expected to spend so much time in Arizona, but that's what Air Vipa will do to you.
Yep, no, that's for sure. I didn't know the U.S. much about moving here, and I think trail running has helped me discover a lot. Phoenix always felt like the most boring place on earth. And then you come here and you realize there's so much nature around here, amazing nature. And I think Cocodona was actually the perfect race to discover so much variety in terms of ecosystem. It's kind of crazy to see all of that in just one go.
Yeah, what was your favorite ecosystem that you ran through?
The finish line was pretty sweet.
It's a city, come on.
But the classic that we love is definitely Sedona. That's very special with the red rocks. But anything for me around here feels so exotic compared to the Northeast.
Yeah.
The Black Canyon, we did Black Canyon 100K earlier this year. The desert like that just feels like vacation, and that's just amazing.
Right? Those tall saguaro cacti are pretty out of this world.
Yeah, no, exactly.
So you mentioned you ran Black Canyon. What distance did you do there?
I did the 100K with my wife. It went pretty well. That was this year where there was snow at the beginning, so we had a late start also.
I was there. That's why I'm wearing this boot. I broke my foot during Black Canyon, so. But I'll be back. It's a great race, and you've done several other races since that one.
Yeah, I've done a couple of races recently. So for those who are not familiar with me, I'm Simon from Running with Simon on YouTube. I'm racing 100 mile pretty much every month, sometimes more than that. So this year, this is my sixth race, 600 miler or plus. And since then, since Black Canyon, I did Antelope Canyon 100 mile, Zion 100 mile, Fuji 100 mile, and now this. And just Zion was 3 weeks ago, Fuji was 1 week ago, and Cocodona was now. And I don't do it to kind of do too much. I think it's just that I'm like a puppy that's excited and sees kind of food on the table and just has the whole thing and then is sick. So now I'm in the phase where I'm sick. I regret a little bit doing all of them, but I'm glad I was able to do it.
So what's the next one lined up? How do you feel about it?
So coming in Cocodona was a big mystery for me. I had no clue how my body would react and how long the healing process would be. So I have a pause until mid-June for a Bighorn 100. If I feel better, I'll sign up for something before that, but Bighorn will be my first kind of big mountain race of the year.
Nice. And how do you think your body felt, having these kind of intense race experiences back to back coming into Cocodona?
Yeah, I think my secret is that I don't really race them. So I'm not a bad runner by any stretch of the imagination. My fastest 100 miles is 16 hour, which is pretty decent for someone who's not a pro. But I will pace slowly all the time. So I would never say, well, I will say it because that's how we say it. But I don't race these races. I complete them. And that's really my goal, is to think about what's coming up next. So, for example, when I did Fuji, I knew it had a pretty lenient cutoff timeline. So when I was racing, I was actively thinking, okay, but Cocodona is coming up soon. Don't push too much. What's the difference between a 36-hour or 38-hour finish time? It's nothing. I'm not winning. I'm mid-pack. So let's stay mid-pack and let's just stay healthy as much as possible.
Yeah. Do you have any other recovery tips that help keep your body intact and healthy?
I think the basic is something that we often forget. And of course, with a crazy racing schedule like that, you would think that maybe I'm not so keen on recovery, but it's the opposite. I think rest is important. Sleep does absolute magic. We can see it in a race like Cocodona. Just sleeping a little bit changes everything. So focusing the basics, sleeping, eating, resting, having 1 week of healing and 1 week of taper between races.
Nice. It's a good system. Yeah. Let's get into your race experience, and I'm curious, kind of the basics. What was your sleep strategy like? What were you eating out there? Can you walk us through, maybe what your plan was, and did it go to plan, or did you pivot along the way?
Yeah, I did the classic ultra running strategy, which is let's wing it a little bit, which worked out pretty decently. Because I was not planning to race, I decided I'm going to sleep as early as possible and feel good as long as possible. There's really no incentive for me to try and push through the first night and not sleep at all. So as soon as we were to a place where they had comfortable bed, all right, I'm going to sleep 1 hour here. And that's pretty much what I did. I think I did probably an hour every night, a little bit more than that, and some trail napping when I just was feeling a little sluggish. Cool. I don't know if that answered the whole thing.
No, you're good. And we're going to pause. I think we have a finisher coming in any second now. Or did I just miss it?
Eldon Crest doesn't have GPS as far as I know.
Okay.
So it's kind of hit and miss.
We might have just seen one of our early Eldon Crest finishers coming in. We'll do some research. Perfect. Yeah. We're going to start seeing those guys rolling 38 miles, cruising from Fort Tuthill to Flagstaff. So they just get the tail end of the course. All right, back to Simon. People want to know what shoes.
Can I give a shout out to?
Please.
We just before that we saw that Coach Brian, which is kind of my partner in crime for our podcast, he was up Eldon, so he's coming down now. I'm very excited. Right after the interview, we'll run to the finish line and greet him.
Amazing. Yeah. That's very cool. It's such a great community. We have people out here wondering what shoes you were wearing.
Oh, yeah. I'm still not sponsored, but I was wearing my Speed Goats. They give me terrible blisters. So I don't know if Oka's gonna sign me when I say that, but they helped me a lot with my Achilles problem in general. So I was really happy with that. I think the course was a little bit too rocky for them, though, so I might switch to something else if I'd given it a little more thought than that.
Did you use the heel lock? You know that other
No,
hole?
I don't even know what that is.
You don't use the heel lock?
No.
Oh, we can do it. I'm going to have a shoe nerd out later. It's just like an extra hole. You can lace it and lock your heel in. Because I do enjoy the Speed Goats, but I need to kind of ratchet them down up there so my foot's not sliding. When I ran, they had the Speed Goat Evos, which was like a slightly lighter version of the Speed Goats, and I swapped shoes quite a bit, but it's a great shoe. Minus the blisters, it's kind of unavoidable.
Yeah, I'm usually pretty good. I think for me they're just a little too narrow, and because it's a rocky course and they're not that sturdy in the front, I was banging my toes a little bit too much. So it is what it is. But to be fair to the shoes, I think it's also that I had a very poor strategy when it came to changing socks and everything. I raced solo, and I had just a couple of drop bag. So that was an issue.
So did your wife meet you as crew anywhere along the course?
So, but we talked about the running community. We'll give a shout out to everyone. So Nara, unfortunately, she had to work. She had to go to Austin for this week. So she just flew back yesterday evening to pick me up. So I was all by myself. But we have a couple of friends that are out there. So Brian that I mentioned and Fanny. So their crew, of course, they saw me. I looked miserable. They helped me. But also just, people that follow my channel that think what I do is amazing or that my tips are helpful. They saw me. They say, hey, Simon, you need anything? And they helped me. So thank you. I was never really alone despite Nora not being there with me.
Yeah, I think it's cool to hear that it is possible to do the Cocodona 250 fully self-supported. There's plenty of opportunities for drop bags, and there's a lot of willing aid station volunteers and crew members anxiously waiting for their runners to come in that will swoop in and...
Yeah. But a tip, if you do it by yourself, put more drop bags than you think and have socks in all of them and probably a pair of shorts because if there's a hole in them from chafing and your next one is at 210, it's not great.
Oh no!
It's very hypothetical, really, but
anything can happen out here.
Yeah, well, I should know better, but yeah.
And we just had a great shot of some runners enjoying Pete's Meats on the Eldon Crest aid station, or whatever, top of Eldon aid station. Did you have any of Pete's Meats?
Yeah, it's funny because when you reach that and you're not a pro runner, the race is kind of over, but not really. I was like, yeah, I could go down now, but I'm also hungry. I'm just gonna hang out. So I had a bunch of spring roll and also a spare rib. That was pretty good. Yeah.
Yum. I might need to hike up there for lunch.
Yeah, I mean that's what's great about Cocodona. I don't know if that was a strategy, but you go from one restaurant to the other. So I mean they call it aid station, whatever. But yeah, great food. All of these, a lot of volunteers, helpful volunteers. So that was amazing.
Yeah,
they say ultras are really eating contests, right? Yeah. Who can eat keep eating the most, especially in a 200.
Yeah, you gotta keep fueling. I think that was my strategy though, is to take care of myself, and that meant sleep, but also that meant taking time at aid station to eat something solid, to take calories, because you need it. You won't fly through this race without eating properly. So.
No, yeah, food is very necessary to function. Do you have a plan as far as some YouTube content you're going to put out about this race?
Yeah, so I'm planning to have a race recap about this one probably in 2 weeks. It's a big race, so that might be a little harder than usually to turn around. I am busy with work also, so we'll see that. But yeah, as always, I'll try to have a movie that is as authentic as possible, really bring you there, the lows, the highs, how it felt, why you should or should not want to do this race, and just being transparent about it from a mid-packer perspective. And that's a big goal of my channel, is really to inspire people to get out there, to get on trail, to not be intimidated. It's not just for pro runners, it's also for your average dad that just feels, my life is not going anywhere, I'm eating too much, and hey, let's just go on trail and have fun. So it's a sport that is accessible, and then I'm providing inspiration, but also some tips for finishing mid-pack. So average tips.
Very, very, very helpful. Okay, this question I have to ask because I'm now really curious. Jory Boswell said you wore some special pants. Ask him about them. You don't have to answer.
Sure. No, that's funny. So because I was extremely well prepared, we packed everything Saturday morning, and I was also working. So I forgot to bring some tights for the night, and I knew it would be really cold. But my wonderful wife, had some Lululemon. And now that Lululemon is sponsoring Camille Ron, I was like, well, that's perfect. So that's what I was wearing at night, and that was really important. I think I would have frozen my ass without that. But yeah, so I have a nice butt with them. Yes.
That's amazing. Wow. All right, one more question from the chat. What was the favorite thing you saw on course?
I think it's the people in general. It was really wonderful. Honestly, I think every aid station and very often on trail, there was someone say, hey, it's Simon. I was like, yeah, it is Simon. And we would chat a little bit. And I think it's great to see that people are getting out there. People are having their own challenge. And that was wonderful. There was, I think it was at Walnut, there was a little Simon. That was really cute, actually. It looked pretty good, actually, like with the white hat that I always wear. So that was really cool. That was really special. Yeah, the landscape, of course, is great, and the race is great, but kind of the community was really what was striking to me for a race like that.
The people are even better.
Yes.
Earlier, before we went live, we were talking about your elbow.
Yeah,
Can we see it? Oh yeah, got a little swollen elbow, and otherwise you said you feel relatively good.
Yeah, I mean, it's relative. I think I regret a little bit racing Fuji and then this so close. My Achilles, which is kind of my recurring problem, is definitely flared up. So that's not feeling great. But the elbow is a total randomness. I did trip, so maybe I banged it, but I don't think it's broken. I think it's more bursitis from using the poles, and it's extremely painful. When I run, it's so swollen that it's bouncing, and I feel it, and it's painful just to run. So recovery.
Yeah, we were bonding over this because I slammed my elbow on some rocks while trying to get the fastest known time on the long trail, and it sucks when your elbow hurts, especially when using poles. And so I had to just kind of keep telling myself, I don't need my elbow to run. I don't need my elbow to run. Do you have any fun mind games you play with yourself to stay focused on the run?
I do both extreme. I think when it comes to mental games, sometimes you really have to focus on what you're doing. And for example, Elden, it was reaching the top. You got to reach the top, keep moving, reach the top, and kind of be overly focused on that. And sometimes I will 100% zone out and time just flies. You think about something else, or you don't think about anything, and empty-minded. That's kind of flowing sometimes, but yeah, it depends on the level of pain. Sometimes you can ignore it and it goes away. Sometimes it's just so acute that you have to actively distract yourself.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. Any questions for Simon, Mariana?
We had one earlier before you got here, actually, in the chat, of people just asking, you know, how you manage to race so often, just schedule-wise and financially, and just fitting it all in.
Absolutely, and I think there's a lot of aspect to it. I think, you know, we can think about physically, how can I recover financially or time-wise. And the first one is, like, I'm an average guy. I work a pretty demanding job, so it's actually hard to find the time. But it's about prioritizing what you do. So you watch a little less TV and you go running instead. But I think seeing the racing calendar that I have is a bit misleading, because I race a lot, but that means I train much less. Because, I mean, from one race to the other, it's a lot of recovery and taper. But I do manage a YouTube channel, and that's easily 20-hour a week. So it's tough to find the time sometimes. But having a supportive partner, of course, Nora is right there, is really helpful. We have the same kind of adventure. You know, traveling will always be related to running or hiking. So that's how we find the time. Financially, we're kind of cheap, so sleeping in the car very, 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 very often. That's what we do. And yeah, that's about it. Physically, it's about not racing. It's about just focusing on, and I think for a race like Cocodona, one of the reasons it went decently well is I'm used to focusing a lot on not pushing beyond kind of the threshold of I'm messing myself up right now. You just go below that, which means, yeah, it's a decent finishing time, but you don't go in the red. You take care of yourself. You prioritize sustainability over kind of physical performance.
Awesome.
Very smart.
Tell us about your YouTube channel, where people can find you and follow you.
Yeah, so you can find me on YouTube at Running with Simon. On there I post about maybe once a week, either a race recap, so Cocodona will come up soon, or a training tip video, what has worked for me. I'm gonna get a little bit more into gear soon. So for example, I got a new Coros and I tested which one would survive the longest, my old Garmin or the new Coros. And of course, I mean, we knew which one would win. What was fascinating is how big the difference was. So the Garmin died, I think, mile 145, and the Coros is halfway full still.
Wow.
It's going pretty well, yeah. But it was a competition between the Garmin, the Coros, and me, and I think it's a tie between me and the Coros. You know, the race was over. I could have continued for sure, but yeah.
Is that the new Coros Vertex S?
It is, yes.
Sleek.
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah, we're Coros fans.
Yep, I've got my Coros here.
Did you enjoy the navigation features?
Yeah, and I got it like 12 hours before coming here, so I barely had time to kind of figure out how to upload the course, charge the watch, and like get going with it. But yeah, it was pretty intuitive. At the finish line, I don't think we have footage of that, but after crossing the finish line, the first thing you have to do is you stop your watch, and I couldn't figure out how to stop it because I had never done it.
It was your first run with it?
It was my, yes.
That's amazing.
So I was kind of, you had to end the course, and yeah, that was kind of, I'm learning as we go.
Press and hold.
Yeah. But yeah, it was a great watch, so really happy to have tested out on a course like that.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy life and recovery time to chat with us.
Thanks for having me.
So cool hearing.
Hi, everyone in the live feed.
Yeah, you have so many fans.
A lot of fans out there.
Yeah. It was fun, actually. Yeah, during I know you're trying to close me up.
Oh, no, I mean, you can go on forever.
It was fun on the course because we have service pretty often, and there's live feed. I was popping in and say, hey, what's up? So that was kind of very interactive to see how things were going. And I told them, if Nora, my wife, asks anything, you say I'm doing great, everything is fine, he is not in pain, just so she wouldn't worry, because she was away, she would worry.
Yeah, you're a good running partner. My husband would be very worried too if he wasn't there.
Yeah, it's a white little lie like that. That's fine. You can do that. It's just like someone see me on the course and Simon, you're looking great. It's like I appreciate the kind words. I know it's not true, but
really now. Super cool. Well,
congratulations. Huge accomplishment. Thanks for being here.
Thanks.
Thank you. And we're back with another incredible guest in the studio.
We are here with Ashley Paulson.
Hey guys, I can't talk very well.
Cocodona.
My voice is struggling a little bit, but thank you so much for having me here. I'm excited.
Thanks for coming on. And you finished 9th place female. Is that correct?
I have no idea. I have not even looked. I'm just so excited to get one foot in front of the other.
Finish time of 91:20.
Okay.
And this is your first 200 miler. Is that correct?
Yes.
So tell us what inspired you to sign up for it, and then we'll kind of dive into your experience out there.
Okay. Well, okay, I've done a few of the races put on by you guys, and they're spectacular. But it was kind of planted in my head maybe 2 years ago as I was training for Badwater. And they're like, oh my gosh, you should try like a 250. And I'm like, okay, let's attack Badwater first. And then last year I was like actually toying with the idea of doing it right before Badwater, just because I'm like, why not? It's a new challenge and I love new challenges. But I figured to focus on Badwater and make that my A race. And so I knew I was going to come back this year. So it's been on my radar for a while. And so I was excited. It worked out, the timing, and I loved like that it's closer to my home. I live in St. George. So yeah, there was a lot of reasons, but nothing like big, like bam, you're going to be doing 250. But bam, we did it.
You did it. And I got to talk to Ben Light, who I know is crewing you out there. He gave me some fun stories, so I'm
oh no. This could be interesting.
There was some footage on the live stream of you hanging out in a river crossing with a bloody nose, and you're just like so happy. So like tell me, like, how did you manage to stay so happy during this race? And were there times where that smile turned down a little, or were you always smiling?
Well, I'm sure it wasn't always smiling, but if there was people around at all, or anytime I'd look up, I try to like keep that smile on, because it does trick my brain. Like, okay, it can be so bad if I'm smiling, and so that's one thing that I try to do at every race is keep that smile and that positive attitude, because if we're out there like just everyone's hurting, it's not just me. We're all hurting in one way or another, having different like pains and demons that we're battling, but we all decided to do this. We all chose this pain to go through, and if you're not having fun with it, then what's the point? So I did have quite a few bloody noses out there, but dry weather, and then I hit myself. I fell, and actually as I was going down, it was on an uphill too. Oh my gosh. and then my pole jacked like my nose. I thought I broke it, but I think she's good. Anyway, so now it just looks like I have a constant bloody nose. But yeah, it's just like keep that positive mindset, even if things aren't going your way, which a lot of things didn't go my way, or the way that I planned, and had hoped and trained. So, but just being grateful for the opportunity that I can be where I was, even though it was a little slower and like a little different pains that I never felt. So I'm all about the positive vibes for sure.
Yeah, we love it. It was so uplifting to see out there. And
thank you.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what your strategy was going into Cocodona 250.
Well, okay, strategy. That's a fun word, because I like to fly off the seat of my pants. I didn't write tons of things down like this is going to happen here. There's just like the gist, because I know that it's going to change a million times. So I could write it down and then be disappointed that one more thing didn't go right, or I could just have kind of a little outline. And the strategy was just to roll the punches, hope for the best, but know that I'm going to push through the worst as well. And so there's nothing like special about my strategy. Keep eating, and yeah, just knowing that at any point on that low, you're going to have that high again, and just be looking forward to that. Living off of that dream, that hope.
Yeah, what was the highest high?
Oh my gosh. Well, okay, I mean, this sounds so silly, but of course it's a finish line, but and I didn't think that was going to be it, because there's so many different experiences. But right before the race, I was interviewed, and somebody asked me, they're like, if you could see anybody out there on the course, who would it be? And okay, I'm gonna get emotional. And I just kind of laughed because I'm like, I've got 4 kids, and I'm like, they're rarely all there because I race a lot, and that's okay. But I'm like, it would be so cool to have all of my family like somewhere, that would be a cool dream. And my husband lined it up that all 4 of my kids were at the finish line. It was just special. So, and then my little grandbaby that's on the way. So it's silly, but I turn the corner and I see the finish line and I'm so excited. And then I hear something about mama and I'm like, what is happening? And then I actually thought I was hallucinating because I'm like, my kids aren't here. And they had balloons and banners and stuff. And so it was really special. And I think it's important that they see like you pushing through those hard times. And anyway, so I know that sounds so cheesy, the finish line, but there was definitely a different reason for that finish line to be special.
Ashley, when is your grandbaby due?
Next month. Yes, I know. I'm going to put like a streak of gray in my hair. I'm just kidding. But yeah, so little grandma out there. And I was practicing the grandma shuffle a lot the last few days.
I think everyone gets some practice
I know,
at that
right?
out on
I know
this
they
course.
usually call it the Cocodona shuffle, but I'm calling it the grandma shuffle.
Speaking of your amazing pink hair, we have had some questions on how do you maintain that bright color?
It's natural.
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, are you thinking this isn't real? No, it's actually, oddly enough, it's a shampoo.
No way.
Yeah, it's a shampoo. I've never dyed it. I have to bleach it. I bleach the roots, and then I just wash it with pink shampoo, and it keeps a little pop.
Wow. Will you always be pink, or do you think you'll go a different color one day?
I don't think, I have some blue in there, but like pink is for me.
Pink's the color.
Yeah, so you'll see me in my grave, with pink hair.
You're going to have to add a new grandma emoji
with pink
hair.
Right?
Just for
I
you.
know.
Yeah.
I know. That would be great. I would love it.
Someone wanted to know what was your favorite part of the course? What was your favorite section?
Oh, gosh. Oh, this is so hard. Oh, geez. There's so many. 250 miles. You want me to pick a favorite? And now my brain isn't even working. But I loved the river crossing. That part was like such a relief. And then knowing that I can go into something that's typically a strength right into a nice, beautiful climb. And I don't remember names, but that river was nice. I was able to sink in that river, feel good, get rejuvenated, and then knowing I was able to move and climb. It was gorgeous. What is that area called?
The Kasner climb, right after that.
Climb.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I felt good. Like, in those little moments that I felt good, I was like, okay, holding on to those.
Take advantage of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, while it lasts.
When we saw you in Sedona, we were talking on the live stream about crystals, and I think you were trying to tell us that you have, I don't know if this is true, a cavity that was filled with a crystal. Is that true?
No. Okay. I have a gem.
A gem.
On my tooth, just a tooth gem.
Cool.
Yeah, that's all. Because somebody asked about crystals, and I was like, what? But it's just a tooth gem. Yeah, so when I smile, it gives that extra little thing.
That's where the extra sparkles come.
Yes. That's so funny. But hey, if they can fill cavities with a crystal, sign me up.
Yeah, find
Might
some
as well.
Sedona dentist to do that.
Yeah, anything that glitters, I'm all about. So.
Do you have a pre-race beauty ritual?
A beauty ritual. I did get fresh, got my hair fresh for it, even though I knew it was going to be covered. It helps me feel just like, okay, this is my power. Like, and then I always keep my lashes on, and they stayed on the whole time.
That's incredible.
You know, just little glue-ons. But hey, that's good. So I like my lashes and my pink hair, nice and bright.
I love
So
that.
I know that's my little. I'm silly. I'm like, if I feel like myself, I feel like I'm gonna raise better.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I've talked to many men and women who love to have fresh nails painted for races,
Yeah.
or the tan or whatever, and so, yeah.
Yeah, so I didn't do my nails or even my toenails. Actually, they've got paint on them, but I was like, I thought about it, but I've been traveling the last month, and so I got home and then left the next day, so I didn't have time for it a lot. But as long as the hair was done and the lashes, that's good.
Ready to rock.
Right, and let's go. The pink power.
Someone else is asking if you would do it again, and I think I already know the answer to this one.
What do you think? What do you?
I think I'm going to go with a yes.
I want to scream it, but my voice won't let me. But even while I was out there, I was like, so next time. And my pacer was like, wow, you're already thinking next time. Usually it takes like a week. I'm like, no, like I knew this was going to be hard. I knew I was going to get hurt, and it wasn't just going to be this, like, you know, like, because some races go really well, and you're just on a high the whole time, and those are amazing. But those lows, I think, is what builds us. And so, yeah, I'll be back.
Awesome. Yay.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any plans to share your race report? Where can people learn more about all the juicy details?
Yeah, the juicy details. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be a long one. I'll have to break it up, I'm sure. But I'll do some on my Instagram, and then some on just like my newsletter that I send out, like that, you know, just from my website. So I'm not very good at keeping up on, but for this one, I'm going to be sending out some newsletters and stuff for that one, so they can definitely get on that newsletter to get the more details. Instagram just kind of gives highlights.
Cool. Can you tell people where they can find where your website is? What's your website? What's your Instagram handle so people can follow you?
Yeah, it's ashkickin.com. And then my Instagram is ashkickin, but no I. So just ASHKICKN. And so that newsletter will have quite a bit of juicy details. The good and the bad. Lots of ugly.
Awesome. Not without picture. Nothing's ugly.
And a tooth jam. I mean, how can things get ugly? But look at, I remember when they actually captured a picture of Matt showing me a picture, or like showing me a camera of how I looked, and I just was like, oh my gosh, my eyes were puffy, my face and my nose. It was hilarious. So yeah, but that's why we do it, not just for a beauty pageant, but who can look the worst.
No. Oh, I can't wait to see your finished picture, though. I bet it's still gorgeous.
I don't know. I was like the ugly cry when I saw my kids. I actually stopped, like, before the finish line. My pacer was like, you need to keep going. You need to get there. Ugly cry.
Do you think your kids will be inspired to get into this fun long-distance running game?
You know, I don't know. Like, they've always told me they didn't want to do that stuff. As long as they find their passion and they go all in. But I have had one of my daughters run a marathon with me, and she had told me she never would. So you just never know. You never say never with that. And so that was a special thing, having one of my daughters, like, and I stayed right by her side the whole time. And so I'm sure they were going to come out and pace me for Badwater. So I think just little tastes. And if they don't, that's okay. I'm really okay with that. I think it'd be fun. But they have their own little things that they love and they just dive into, and I think that's great.
Yeah, that is important. Amazing.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
I could probably just chat with you about random like fun life things forever, but I know you gotta keep rolling.
I know.
Gotta let you get to your family that's only in town for just a brief bit.
Yes,
thank you
for
for
get them all,
for taking your time to come in. We appreciate having you.
Of course,
on.
thank you for having me. You guys are amazing, and this whole event was great. And cheering for all those athletes that are still out there, and congratulations to everyone that's finished. And you know, if maybe it was a DNF or maybe like all the things, but you guys, you're a rock star. Keep on showing up, towing that line, and just doing hard things.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to that finish line and probably cry because it's just so emotional watching others come in.
Yeah,
so good.
There's always good stories involved with their emotions.
Yeah, thank you, Ashley.
Thank you, guys.
huge thank you to Ashley Paulson for joining us after her incredible race. 9th place female, just smashed it. And we heard from her she's coming back for more. So, yes.
And here we have a lot of people's favorite Andrew Glaze on the screen. I know a lot of people are excited to see him, and we've got footage of him right now. He is heading in toward the finish. This is Andrew. How many times has Andrew Glaze run this race before?
I almost want to say...
Has he run all 4 years?
He might have ran all 4 years.
I'm sure somebody out there
Somebody in the chat knows.
Somebody in the
Tell
chat
us.
knows.
Give us the real facts. But if you don't know Andy Glaze... Okay, there we go. Thank you, cameraman. I wonder if he can... Can he hear us? Maybe we can get some audio.
Oh, yeah. Not sure where my mic is.
Plugging in the mic to get some audio.
Commentators don't have their earpieces in.
We're in. We got the earpieces in now. Tell me what's going on from the ground.
I don't have my earpiece, but that's okay.
Can you hear us?
Shad, I can hear you. Can you hear me? It's Shelby.
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, Shelby.
Yeah, we did
I can't
it.
hear you because you're talking into my ear, but I can ask him questions or relay anything.
Oh, sweet. Did you hear that, chat? We can ask him questions.
Interview with Andrew Glaze, just what everybody wants.
The chat is blowing up. Andy, you have a lot of people watching you finish right now. Is there anything you want to say to your fans?
Is there anything you want to say to your fans? There's lots of them blowing you up right now.
Yeah, I want to say, your desert reminds me to do hard things. My God, who put this hill here?
You can do hard things, and who put this hill here?
They said you can do hard things with the hill there.
Yeah. I got my hammer.
Oh, his wife is watching.
Your wife's watching.
Is she?
Yeah.
My phone died. So,
Some people are asking if your legs are still hungry.
that's my excuse.
Some people are asking if your legs are still hungry.
Yeah, I'm already thinking about my next run.
Yeah, do you want to just run to the studio? Actually, we're only like a mile and a half from the finish line. If you want to just finish and then run up here. There's a pretty aggressive hill to get here, but you got it.
They say once you finish, if you just want to run straight to the studio for an interview, it's about a mile and a half with a decent hill. So.
Oh, I would, but I got to eat some food. Lots of food.
It was worth a try.
Guys, right here was a good time because I already have bonus miles.
Oh, some bonus miles. Where did those come from?
What? Yeah, how did you get bonus
Around to
miles?
find out. Why don't we just turn around and run back?
Well,
Where did your
actually,
bonus miles come from?
Probably getting lost.
Oh.
I'm really lost. Just taking off.
a few wrong turns. You know, that happens.
You know, air bypass sometimes says it's a certain mileage, but might actually be a little longer. So I'm not complaining. I got 3 miles, so. Almost looking there.
Is that salt on his hat, or is it a pattern in the hat? I think it's a pattern in the hat, but it could be salt.
It's a pattern.
Okay.
Thank you. How many miles are you getting today?
I don't know what I'll end up with. I had 48 yesterday.
That's nice balls. Speaking of even doesn't smell of business. I can't think. Entire 5 days. I smell so bad. Oh.
Yeah, but if it's only you, it don't matter.
Sure. Keeps you awake. But I've been smelling so.
I was like, oh, wow, a helicopter crew came out even, but.
What's up? And we're back in the studio. We'll get you your Andy Glaze finished. Don't worry, but we have a very, very special guest here, Mika Theus. Yeah, she was our third place finisher. I know she had an epic adventure out there, and I can't wait to hear all about it.
Welcome to the studio. And if people have questions for Mika, go ahead and drop them in the chat. And we are going to be popping back in with our runners here that are about to finish up. We have number 56, who is Christopher Staub. He's on the screen right now. And then we have 217, Ryan Bailey, also about to finish, and Andrew Glaze is also about to come into the finish. So we've got all three of them heading in toward the finish line right now.
And for those of you just tuning in, I'm Shelby Farrell, ShelbsF on Instagram, 2021 Cocodona 250 finisher, and I'm here with my co-host.
I'm Bree Grigsby. You can find me on Instagram at Dr. Bree Running MD.
And over here, Mika with a 79:30, 12-second, or let me say it again, 79-hour, 30-minute, 12-second finish. She was our third place female, and she's experienced this race before, so I bet you have some cool compare and contrast from the 2 years here.
This was my third one.
Third year. Sorry, Mika.
Yeah. I ran it the first year too, so that was a very different year.
Very different year, with about 7 extra miles on it.
And just, yeah, I do like the climb out of Sedona a lot better now than before. That one was rough originally.
Yeah, it's interesting how different parts of the course hit different depending on where you're at with your sleep deprivation and,
Yeah.
So tell us about your race. It was a riveting one to watch. I know we all thought that you were out and then you were back in, and yeah. Run with it. Tell me.
Yeah, so obviously things did not go according to plan. I was shooting for like sub 70, but just was feeling pretty good, and then just had I did some stomach issues all race, so I was doing a lot of liquids, and then I started eating again, and I ended up throwing up at Walnut a bunch. And when we got back out there, I was with my friend who was pacing me, and so about 2 weeks before the race, I fractured my elbow, and so I was told not to fall on it. So I was trying to be careful all race, and within probably about 6 miles after the aid station, I fell and hit my arm, and then was just thrown off, I think, from the lack of nutrition and fluids, having lost everything, and ended up falling like 2 minutes later. And this time I didn't hit my arm, but my face directly hit the ground on my chin. And so I punctured the inside of my mouth, and so I was like bleeding out of my mouth, and was worried I had broken something. And I got a massive adrenaline rush. So I was able actually to like hike another couple miles. But then I just crashed. And I was like just on the ground. And I didn't think I could keep going.
This was just Ryan Bailey running into the finish line here. Great job, Ryan. Strong race.
Okay, back to this.
So I thought I was going to have to drop out. So I ended up going back to a hotel and sleeping. And when I got up, I wasn't nearly as swollen as I thought I would be. Everything seemed relatively okay. So I just asked Steve if he would let me finish. And he was nice and said yes. So went back out there to where I had dropped. And
amazing. I mean, it's a rule with Cocodona 250. If you want to go to a hotel room, all you have to do is check out and come back to course on that location. So it absolutely makes sense that you're able to hop back in, and we are grateful that you did.
Yeah, it was nice. I mean, obviously it wasn't what I wanted the race to be, but it was nice to not have a DNF.
Absolutely. So. How long do you think you slept for in that hotel room?
I mean, I must have. I mean, at least like 8 or 9 hours. I must have been.
Big chunk.
Because I didn't eat, I didn't do much. Like I really just slept, and then when I woke up, it was pretty much all just I passed right out when we got there.
Did you shower or anything?
I did shower. Yeah, I showered and then I just passed out.
And then woke up a new person.
Pretty much. So
that's incredible. What was your mentality like coming back on course? Were you looking at the leaderboard? Did you?
I had no idea where anyone was. No, I was just like, I'm not doing anything today. Like my people that were crewing me were working. So I'm like, I may as well just go finish. So just, and obviously I'd been annoyed that I had that happen the night before. So I just ran, not like pushing, but just was like treating it like a shakeout run, I guess.
Oh my God.
Number 56, Christopher Staub, just came in. And this is Andrew Glaze here again, about to come in shortly.
I think his follow cam is Matt Feldake, Airvipa's marketing director, too. Look at how, I didn't know Matt could run that fast. That's amazing.
Andrew's running quite fast himself. I heard some stories about your fast splits down Eldon. Goodness.
It's wonder what solid 8 hours of sleep will get you.
It's amazing.
Shakeout run. Yeah, you had the fastest segment on that downhill for a while, and then we were kind of hyping it up on the live stream, and I think people started chasing it. It's good. Add a little competition.
Has anybody gone faster though?
I think some guys did. Really? We got Andy.
Here is Andy.
Pulling into his Cocodona 250 finish.
Woohoo!
4-time finisher.
Yes. Andrew Glaze right there, folks.
Oh my gosh, that smile. Nothing but smiles. Oof.
Someone in the chat says 174 is flying down the mountain. I wonder if they're going for trying to break Mika's time there. I think it was 120 that you ran down in, something like that. There's something very fast.
Yeah, it was really fast. Okay. Crazy what 8 hours of sleep can do after not sleeping very much. What was your sleep prior to that?
It was probably about 25 minutes.
Okay.
I got a 15-minute nap. The first night was a little rough. So I slept at Iron King, and then I slept in Sedona.
Cool. Were you sleeping on the cots provided at the aid stations or in a van or something?
Sedona was very, very nice to sleep in. Definitely felt like I got some quality sleep there. But at Iron King, since it's so small, I think I just sat in the front seat of the car.
But did you pick up any crystals in Sedona?
I did not. They had them at the aid station last year.
I think
they had them this year too. Yeah, I didn't either, but yeah.
I love that.
Heard that they did.
Yeah, the aid stations are incredible, and thank you to all of the volunteers that have dedicated hours of their life to go out there and help these runners do this incredible feat. What was your favorite aid station? Like, they all had different vibes. Was there a vibe that you ran in and you were like, yeah, these guys know what's up.
Oh man, I mean, it's, gosh, you know, like it's always nice when you see like the people you know at the aid stations, right? So like, it was great going into like Crown King because like some of the photographers were there, and I've known them for a while from just doing these for so long. And then Howie was at Munns, which was fun, but yeah, I mean, all the aid stations were really great and very smooth. And, I mean, I do like the crystals at Sedona. I wish I had got to pick some up.
I'm sorry. I wish I had one for you.
Some people were asking about what your nutrition was like. What was your nutrition strategy?
Yeah, so I don't usually have too many stomach issues, but I did this year. And so, yeah, the first night was really bad because I think I don't usually have crew, but I had crew this year, and they brought me some, I think the Thai food upset my stomach. I had Thai food that first night at Whiskey Row, and then that whole night was just brutal. And then the next morning I switched to liquid calories, and I got some scratch from a friend's crew. They just gave me his stuff, and so I was doing mostly liquids through the second day, and then slowly started adding more solids back in. But yeah, then I had the throw up. So usually I just, I'm vegan, but I eat a lot of gluten type snacks like the boba bars and PB&Js, always a lot of those. And yeah, mostly real food typically, but this year was very different.
Yeah, what was it like climbing out of that well of puke? I mean, it's just like, it happens, and sometimes you feel better after, but sometimes it takes a little while to shake that off, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did you kind of move past it eventually?
Well, I didn't puke until Walnut. Like, I was having issues before, but I didn't actually puke. But then Walnut, and then obviously that was when I had my falls. So I don't know if I actually really ever recovered from that.
Yeah. Do you wish you puked sooner?
No, I don't think that would have helped.
Okay, got it. It's hard knowing when your stomach's upset and you're nauseous. It's like, I just want it to go away. And yeah, I don't know.
Once I switched to liquids, it was pretty fine. Like, I didn't have nausea anymore, but the solids were just upsetting my stomach if I tried to do them. But I was also doing some of the Spring Energy. I never eat like gels on the course typically, but yeah, I was doing like Spring Energy gels too, which was just strange. But for me anyway. But they're pretty good.
They are, and they're easy to get down, which is helpful. Super cool.
Yeah, and we've got a couple more finishers in the 125 about to come in, I believe.
Correct. I believe this is 556.
I think right now we're looking at Mike Schleens. Not sure if I'm saying his name right, but he is about to come in for the 125.
Let's go, Mike. We're here with Nika. It sounds like Mike, but it's not Mike. Our third place finisher. I'm really curious what the competitive energy was like between the top females in this race. You guys volleyed back and forth a few times. What were those passes like? Was it friendly, quiet?
The races like this are so long that like the first day or two like really don't matter that much. So like until like, probably mile like 150 at this race, I'm never really super concerned about my position. So at least on my end, I'm always just like, I think it's typically friendly, like unless you're like really, I mean, I guess there are some women that feel like super competitive and maybe like weren't as friendly, but I like, there's so much time that like there's no reason to be worried about it too early on. So I mean it all seemed very friendly to me anyway.
That's good. Yeah, because when you're watching the tracker, you can't really you can't sense the emotion that's out there, and especially towards the end where you've been working so hard to maintain this place. Yeah, it's like...
Yeah, and, I never really come in with, like, a place goal. I always just have a time goal. And so then it's like, if there are women out there that have a faster time goal and manage to hit it, like, good for them. But, if I can manage my time goal, I'm usually pretty happy.
That's an awesome attitude. So, yeah, you're not really watching the leaderboard.
No, and I don't check it, and I tell my crew, like, don't tell me. I don't really care.
That's so cool.
Some people are wondering if you're going to come back again next year.
Like, I don't know about next year because I have some other races going on, but I wanted to be done with this race this year, which I was like, I can get sub 70 and then just be done and not have to come back again. But since I didn't hit that, it's definitely, if it goes even like relatively smooth, I think it's definitely doable to, get sub 70. So I would like to come back and try again.
Coming back for the Cocodona. We've been calling it the Cocodona 1000, the 4-time finishers.
Oh, I love that. We were joking about Cocodona 500. What if you did it as an out and back?
Oh, yeah. That would be intense. I don't think I'd sign up for that. Just running in. It's really fast. Third place male, we are thinking in the Eldon Crest race.
It's got to be a little wild for these 125 finishers and 250 finishers to have the Eldon Crest runners zooming past them.
Benjamin Lucas, I believe that was. Third place in the Eldon Crest.
Yeah, depending on state of mind, it could definitely be disheartening. But at least they are running a lot shorter.
Someone is wondering, Mika, if you were you running with Jeff Garmeyer there for a while?
Yeah, Jeff and I ran together for a bit. That was fun.
What were his spirits like out there this year?
He's a very interesting person, and it's always just, I've talked to him before, obviously. He's also part of the John G. Field team, but yeah, he's just a funny guy. He was a lot of fun to run with. And his crew is the one that gave me the scratch. And so, yeah, I wish I could have kept up with him because every year he beats me by 1 or 2 spots. And so we're always right up there together. And I was right behind him in that last section before I stopped. So it was a bummer that I didn't get to run in with him. Together. But, we were, we both were trying to kind of stay around each other. But, yeah, we'll see if, he's run it every year, so he has to keep coming back, right?
He keeps getting 6th place, which is kind of hilarious.
Yeah, that's very funny. I know, he also went under the course record this year, and he still ended up 6th place.
Magic.
This race is just getting crazy.
We saw a lot of really cool John G gear out there. A lot of comments in the chat of loving your John G sun shirt. What was your favorite piece of gear that you were rocking?
Yeah, I love the sun shirts. I switched to wearing sun shirts last year at races, and they're just so great. And the John G ones are really lightweight and fit super well. And then I do actually really like their shorts. They have a couple great shorts.
Lots of pockets.
Yeah, lots of pockets. And one of my other very favorite things is their Mercury joggers for night. And they also have the ones with I forget what they're called, but with the zippers on the sides. Mm-hmm. And those were super useful because I had to do one of the water crossings at night. And so, but I didn't want to wear shorts, and I also didn't want to have wet pants. So I just unzipped them and shoved them up and was able to cross the water without getting soaking wet.
Oh, that's nice. And then your cold legs, you have like a cozy pant to pull down.
Yeah.
Once it dries a little. And
So I always used to run in tights, and then I switched to running in pants, and I've been liking it a lot more at nighttime.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to try those. They sound very functional.
Yes, for sure.
Did you have a favorite section on the course? I mean, you've run it 3 times now, so you've had time to think about it.
The first year, I really liked, once we got up to the plateau, the trails on the other side that the race doesn't go on anymore. That was like probably my favorite part of the course the first year. And then now, I really like the section out of Sedona now. It's so nice. Like, it's so flowy at first, and then that climb is beautiful. It kind of sucks once you get up there a little bit, but I mean, it's totally worth it for that first part of the section.
Yeah, that's a good section. I've paced that section the last 2 years now.
Nice.
So.
But
this is a great question that just came in from one of our amazing other commentators. Did she know she was 2 hours under men's CR, 200 some miles in?
Like I don't really look at the time when I'm racing. I know about what time of day I should be places, so I didn't know where I was according to that, but I was definitely, trying to finish by a certain time of day. So
yeah, I like that method. Like, okay, I'm supposed to arrive at this aid station while the sun's still out in the afternoon. Like, you can visualize the lighting as you're moving through the course, and I think that does sort of help keep you on track and also run in a really honest and free way versus
I'm not like a super numbers person, and I don't like to be like super obsessed with like my splits and my times. Like, I just, for these long races, like, I feel like it wears on me too much. So I like to be a little more just like in the moment, and I just, whether I'm in racing just based on effort level, so I'm not like pushing too hard or taking it too easy, and then just kind of see where I end up, because I know what I can do. And so just knowing about what time of day I should be at places and see if I'm on that or not. I mean, all of my time goals are total guesses, so I think I was talking to one person, and I was like, I won Bigfoot twice, 2021 and 2023, and my time goal was
122 and 556.
Mike Schleens just came in. That was 556, who we just saw, and now we're following 544. Iris Cooper also came in, number 422. The two of them came in together, and then we're just about to see number 544, David Quivy, coming in. That's who we're on right now.
But so for that race, and just based on like weather and course and everything, like one year I finished 76 hours, and the next I was 58, and both years I was shooting for the same goal, 65. So like wildly off both years, but that's what happens at these races. You never really know how it's going to pan out.
No, you just need to be flexible and know that you're trying your best every step of the way. And it's so interesting to hear the different perspectives of runners, because I think that I've erred on the leaderboard checking side of things, and I don't think it's necessarily helped me. So it's very inspiring to hear from individuals that fully trust in their process and know that, okay, maybe my time goals will be slightly off, but this is a long game, and you can keep trying to like pull it together. And
yeah, exactly. There's a lot you can come back from and recover from, and as long as you're not really blowing yourself up, like it's good to just kind of see what you can do and just try your best, I guess.
I'm curious, how long does it usually take you to recover from this distance? Because I've run this race once, and that was my only 200 plus miler. And it took me a long time to recover. So I'm just curious, like, what that process looks like for you.
Yeah, there's definitely like different levels. So like in terms of like physically recovering, like muscle and like my feet are usually the most beat up thing. So once my feet are good, I'm pretty much good to be running again. Like exhaustion wise, like a week or two, like just you get these just like waves of exhaustion, which can be hard to deal with. And so last year I did 200s. I had about 3.5 weeks between them.
Wow.
And like the, you know, and some of the other races used to be really close together for the old Triple Crown. They were about the same time. But I've never actually done the Triple Crown. But, and I thought I was feeling good. I did a week of biking and then I did another week of running and was feeling strong. And then I get to the first uphill at the second race and I just was like, my legs are dead.
Oh, no.
I was like, this is going to be rough. And I thought I was fully recovered, but clearly not.
Yeah, recovery also is not linear. I've realized, you know, sometimes you feel worse later on than you did closer to the race, and it can be different, I'm sure, with every race too.
Yeah, definitely. Like there are some races that, like 200s, because that's pretty much what I do, where like my feet just get insanely swollen for like 5 days. But like after Cocodona, like my feet usually don't swell too bad. So it's just like weird how like this one, like, you know, certain races you're like, well, I know my feet are going to be swollen after that race, but you know, after a different race, they could be totally fine. So.
Yeah, I've been there. Like finished Cocodona, my feet were huge. Finished the speed project solo, 290 miles, and I felt like I was ready to party after. And I think so much of it has to do with how you're taking care of yourself along the way, not even talking about foot care, but you know, when you're sitting down at an aid station, are you elevating your feet? Like little things add up. So yeah, I don't know, are there any like little tricks that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, I don't know if I have any tricks necessarily, but for sure, like it's just with all the races being so different, like I have a very set system for how I do my feet, and I've always done it that way, and I always will do it that way. So I definitely take a lot of time paying attention to them. But it's like these desert races, like, you know, there are certain races like Bigfoot and Tahoe that I get through and I have 0 blisters because my foot system works so well. But whenever I race in the desert, like I feel like the sand just chews up my feet. So I always end up with a couple blisters. I have about like, I think I had like 3 or 4 during the race, smaller ones, so not like a super big deal, but just like the sand is so rough. It's so hard out here. But yeah, definitely just, I like to just keep my feet as clean as I can throughout the race and change socks every aid station. But some people don't ever change their socks and they never get blisters, so it's really dependent on the person.
Yeah, feet are particularly weird.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have Jenny Chisholm coming close to the finish here. Chisholm, sorry, said that wrong. Yeah, so
the whole
a lot of people are excited about that.
Out here, just crushing it. It's amazing to see.
We've seen 2 of her sons already finish the race. And now she'll be finishing very shortly.
It's going to be a happy family finish line reunion, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
Are you going to stick around and watch your John G teammate, Callie Venison, finish her race?
Oh, definitely. I checked her tracker this morning, but I don't actually know exactly where she is.
Now? Let's do a little Callie check while we're chilling here. Looks like
226.5 is the last spot that I'm seeing.
Awesome.
Yeah, so almost to Walnut Canyon.
Awesome. Yeah, I think she DNF'd last year.
And currently we've got Number 544, David Quivy finishing.
David Quivy.
Good job, David.
61 years old from Sedona, Arizona. It must be really neat running through your home stomping grounds.
Yeah.
This might be Jenny.
Is this Jenny? Wow, whoever it is booking it.
She looks really good and ready to finish. It is.
Okay, this is Jenny. Looking great, looking fresh.
I'd love to hear more about this family. Do they train together? I think I probably have notes somewhere, but it would be so cool to get them all in for an interview.
Yeah, Jenny's son, Brody, was our youngest Cocodona finisher at age 17. Amazing accomplishment.
Mika, when did you get into this? Could you imagine running Cocodona 250 at age 17?
I started it, I think I did my first one when I was 24.
Okay.
Back in 2015. So, at the time, I was very young for the sport because it was just getting started. But there weren't any teenagers running them back then. There are now, but 24 was definitely very young.
Yeah, the sport's definitely growing, seeing a lot of younger people getting into it. And then we still have, a lot of older people. We have, the oldest finisher is going to be, 73 years old, I believe?
It's amazing.
Incredible. I hope I'm still up there doing this when I'm 73.
Me 3.
Yeah, I've actually met a couple of teenagers that have either tried or finished the 200 distance, and it's just something else.
Yeah. Wow, Jenny is running strong.
What an accomplishment. So it sounds like, Miko, when you come back, you are going to be aiming for that sub 70 mark.
Gotta try one more time at least.
Gotta
keep trying until I hit it.
It'll be so epic to see the women's CR continue to come down. I mean, the men's too, but no. Shout out to the ladies. Let's keep raising the bar.
Yeah, hopefully, in future years, we keep getting more fast women signing up because it's so great to have people to race against to push the times up. Last year, Sarah, Eliza, and I were going back and forth until until Walnut. But really Todd Hill, I fell apart by Todd Hill, but up through Todd Hill, we were all just flip-flopping and really trying to get ahead of each other. So I think that really helped the race last year. That was fun.
Yeah. I guess what would be the biggest differences you've experienced between the 3 times you've ran Cocodona?
Well, I think I said this before the race too, is I've just never had a smooth year. So something different seems to go horribly wrong every time I try. So yeah, just you never know what's gonna go wrong. But just trying to control what you can. But yeah, last year, even though I knew better, I just completely messed up on sleep and didn't sleep enough, and then just fell apart. And then this year it was, I don't know, it must have been nutrition for the fall. I mean, it was the fall, but and then that first year was just a disaster all around.
Hey, that's ultra running for you. You got to learn as you go and keep fine tuning. And I think that's why the sport is a little bit addicting, because you always know that you can just do a little bit better or a lot of bit better depending on the day.
Yeah, and that's the thing is you definitely learn a lot as you go. It just sucks when when you have to learn the same lesson multiple times. You're like, I know better. I know what I'm doing. And then, of course, you do the exact same thing wrong. It's a little frustrating, but.
Yeah, I feel you. You got this. You got this sub 70. It's going to happen.
Yes, for
and
sure.
We will be rooting hard for it.
Yes, and if not me, then I'm sure other women will come to chase it. And hopefully this year where a couple of us are all going for it and can do pretty fast.
Yeah, I'm excited. So for everyone listening, where can people go to follow you, keep track of your adventures?
Yeah, so I'm not super active on social media. I'm not really big into it. I post occasionally. I do have an Instagram. My handle is Sugar Crash Vegan. And the only social media I'm super active on is Strava.
Yeah, you and Arlen Glick both.
But, so yes, Strava is definitely, if you really want to keep tabs on my running, I post everything onto Strava. But, and then John G obviously will post a lot of content. And so also the Run John G pages on Instagram and all that stuff.
Yeah, John G killed it with the content. It's just like so clear that they love their athletes and like, yeah, love to see the content that they posted. Like the fact that you guys did a photo shoot prior to this event and had images of you, Jeff, and Callie all together I thought was really cool.
Yeah, the planning was nice. They did the same thing. There was a couple of us that did Boston a couple of weeks before, and so they got those group shots and then these group shots. So
yeah, shout out to Kyla. I believe she's their content director or
yeah, she's
the
it's such a small company that everyone does a bunch of stuff, but she's like the athlete manager, so she's the person we're always talking to, and she's really great.
She's really great. I got to meet her at Black Canyon 100K this year, and
nice.
That was cool.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people out running that one, and that's actually, we did the photo shoot right after. So I wasn't at the race, but I came down right after, and some of the other runners were pretty torn up from that. I heard it was a rough year with the mud.
Here comes Jenny right now with the whole family running with her, it looks like. Oh,
go Jenny.
Amazing. She did such a great job just crushing that final stretch. Wow.
Scott Rokas zooming in to get the family shots. Ah, nice angle. Oh. Yeah, I have so many questions for them. Did they use the same crew for this race, or did they each have
I have no
crews?
idea.
It looks like they have a pretty solid support group around them right now. But yeah, logistically getting multiple family members across a finish line of this magnitude is quite incredible.
Lots of Mother's Day wishes going out to Jenny in the chat. People saying a early happy Mother's Day. What a way to celebrate.
Yeah. What a rad mom.
Running a 250-mile race with your sons. How about that?
Yeah. I know my mom won't be signing up soon.
Mine won't be either. No. She will never sign up.
My mom's coming around to the idea.
No you going to get your mom to run it with you?
I paced her at her first 100, and I did her first 50 with her because she's run since I was a little kid, but I think she's getting on board with the idea of 200.
Sweet.
So
that's the goal. Next time you come back to Cocodona, you got to bring your mom with you.
Yes, I'll be locked into crewing and supporting as much as I can for that. I owe her a lot in return. So it'll be definitely fun to pace her and crew her.
Wow, we just had another finisher come in. 169, damn real fine. It's Justin Wadsworth.
Great job, Justin. Looks like we've got several more people like getting close to the finish line. We've got Samuel Cooper approaching, number 167. Let's see, can we see a number here? I can't quite see a number. Yeah, Samuel Cooper.
Cruising.
All right. Shortly behind him, we're going to have a couple of Sedona Canyon's 125 finishers. Casey Rifkin is coming in shortly.
That may be 4:53 actually. Oh no.
And then Christopher Gloxian should be coming in shortly as well.
Amazing. All right, Mika, do you have any final words you'd like to share with everyone tuning in right now? Drop some wisdom. No
I don't
pressure.
know. I've been doing this for a long time, so I definitely feel like I'm getting old. But yeah, I mean, it's just crazy how much the sport has changed in the last. Gosh, I did my first one in 2015, so 9 years. So it's just, it's a great community, and I know all the people I know a lot of the people that were there at the beginning, and it's just great seeing new people join in and add to the sport, and just embrace the spirit of it. Yeah, like we did in the beginning. I mean, there's a lot more information than we had back in the early days, so that's definitely helpful for new people getting in. But yeah, it's just great to see all the interest and like faster people doing it and faster times getting thrown down. I mean, the men's race this year was insane, so that was super exciting.
And really intense.
Yeah, I wrote down some stats from Run Repeat State of Trail Running 2022 report, because it is wild how much trail running has grown in the last 10 years. In fact, it's grown 231% in the last 10 years. Trail runners have never been older, with an average age of 39.5 years old in 2000 to now it was 37.7 years old in 2000. Now it's 39.5. So that's very exciting as I'm getting deeper into my 30s.
Yeah. Wow, I'm younger than average still.
Right? There's so much hope left for us. Female participation has grown from 13% in 1997 to 46% in 2022.
I'm all about that.
So yeah, we still have work to do, but thanks to awesome athletes like Mika, we gotta just keep inspiring the ladies to toe the line.
Especially in these longer distances.
I know her. This is Alexa Hasman. She is a coach for uphill athlete. Really, really awesome girl. My friend Alyssa Clark, Theory in Motion on Instagram, she's a very talented runner, was pacing her for many miles, and I got some very silly pictures from these two. So it looks like Alexa's made it to the Eldon Crest aid station. Keep going, Alexa.
Awesome. Yeah, I've met Alyssa Clark. She's super nice.
She's amazing. I could see her coming out and crushing this race too.
Didn't she do one of the other ones? She did like Moab.
Yeah, I believe she won Moab one year.
Awesome. She could definitely do this one.
Yeah,
great. You're super well.
I'm gonna go hunt her down after this and get some coffee and hear about her pacing stories, because no matter how awesome your runner is, there's always going to be stories after spending hours on end with them in the woods. Yeah, Alyssa was actually supposed to pace her from, Fort Hill to the finish. And I got a text from her last night, like, we found another pacer to come in at Walnut Canyon, because that would have been a long, long stretch at this pace.
Mm.
Did your pacers do like shorter chunks with you, or did you combine sections?
Yeah, I don't usually run with pacers, so it was interesting to plan it out a little bit more. I did longer sections for sure. I think the first night it was probably around 30 miles, and then second night was maybe 30, and then Mike paced me those ones, and then Joel did one section from Mingus to Jerome.
That's a fun one.
That was like a shorter one.
Rocky
but then he was
downhill.
actually supposed to pace me Todd Hill to the finish. But yeah, so I'm glad I had someone with me at the time.
Yeah.
But yes, very happy. I had some people out this time, but yeah, it's definitely interesting, the difference between racing solo and racing with pacers and crew.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Yeah.
So we've got Christopher Gloxian coming in here, number 453 in the Sedona Canyons 125.
I love his outfit.
Yeah,
Nice and
very
bright.
colorful. Like kind of Christmassy with the green shorts, the red shirt. Running strong. And I think he's going to be followed shortly by another 250 finisher, Aaron Reed, number 37.
Here he goes. Right
Great
in the
job,
corner.
Christopher.
All right, they got their classic finish back. The courthouse traffic situation has ended.
No, I was wondering what was going on over there.
Yeah.
Congratulations, Christopher.
Woo, woo.
So Brad's wife had his baby? Brad Hornick?
Before too long, we should be seeing Aaron Reed.
Mika, where are you from again?
I live outside of Denver in Golden, Colorado.
Oh, cool, cool. When do you head back to Colorado?
I'll be heading back tomorrow. I'm going to stop and see a friend in Carbondale and go back over. But I'm originally from the Midwest, so definitely can't claim to be a Colorado native.
Sure
We're
you-
all transplants there.
Yeah, I'm sure you fit in great.
I do feel a little stereotypical sometimes in Denver.
Where in the Midwest are you from?
Michigan.
Okay.
Ooh.
I grew up mostly in Ohio.
Okay.
So,
What
yeah,
area?
Outside of Dayton.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some pretty trees and forest over there, right?
Yeah, I was just kind of fed up with the weather. When I was 18, I got out of there, but I don't like cold.
I don't either.
So, I live in Arizona for a reason.
Yes. No, it's definitely nice in the drier climates where the snow melts a lot faster and you actually have like sunny days in the winter.
Mm-hmm.
Curious where Alexa Hasman just went. She kind of like walked around that tent.
Porta pot. Maybe.
Yeah, it's a good guess. It's a good guess.
Is this
that's
this
the-
Aaron?
I think so, but
All right.
on that.
Aaron Reed. We think that's who this is. He's from Medford, Oregon.
Oh no, this is
Oh no.
looks like an Eldon Crest runner.
Oh no, this is an Eldon.
Yeah, I
Crest
was going to
runner.
say, he
Okay.
doesn't have a pack on. It's got to be an Ellen Gretz runner. Imagine.
Made the
running-
pacer just carry that pack.
Yeah.
Is this Eric? Maybe this is Eric.
I'm not looking at Eldon Crest. They're just not all on the same. We should have Aaron here shortly.
Gosh, Gosh, Eldon Crest is kind of tempting.
Yeah. I know, if I wasn't always like crewing or pacing, maybe I'd run it.
Maybe you could just crew and pace like Monday, Tuesday, early Wednesday, and then
take off. And
actually, what day is it? Friday. Yeah.
I feel like I've definitely heard of people's crews doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
I guess it just depends on how competitive you want to be in the race, but
true.
Yeah, I mean, I'd happily run it sleep deprived after crewing somebody. Just know it's not going to be my fastest time.
Someone in the chat says that this is Anton.
I don't.
I'm thinking this is Eric, if he's bib number 701, but I can't tell for sure.
Right on, dude. Good finish.
Good finish, yeah. And hopefully we'll have some footage of Aaron pretty soon here, our next Cocodona 250 finisher coming up.
Gosh, I love this footage. I think we just saw a bird fly by, or it was another drone. I don't know. But
I see someone else, I'm not sure who that is, that we're capturing right now. A lot of people on Eldon right now.
So flat from above.
I know.
Yeah.
We were looking at, I think it was while Joe was finishing, and you just could not tell if he was running up or down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard to appreciate like how steep and technical some of this terrain is without actually like seeing it in person. And also to appreciate like how absolutely gorgeous it is. Pictures and can't quite do it justice, I think.
Yeah.
No. And I think your emotions while you're in it too just amplify that beauty, especially in Sedona where those red rocks are out of this world.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think this is Aaron.
Aaron, do we finally have Aaron on the camera?
Yeah.
All right, this is Aaron. Aaron Reed is coming in for his 250-mile finish. See if we can hear anything. Aaron from Medford, Oregon.
We got some audio. We can hear you.
Looking good, Aaron.
We have the audio now. You didn't have it before.
All right.
You gotta repeat everything you just said.
All my friends and my family at home. I love you guys. And you never have to hear about this. So I bet you're as happy about it as I am. What a freaking ride.
What a freaking ride.
Outside
From Aaron.
guys. We've all been outside a while. Damn. No, it's not me.
Good job. Thank you, my friend. Like I said, everybody, I've been running the whole time. I didn't stop. I just was selective on my pace. You know, there's no really walking involved in this kind of event. Stuff as long as I can.
It's all running, huh?
Run, yeah.
It's like 7-minute mile all there.
Yeah. It's kept going on. I'm sure you know that. No, I'm not trying to. Oh, here she is.
Is it?
All right. Let's get it, hombres.
There it is. Sounds like that finish line crowd is growing. If you're not doing anything today and you live in Flagstaff, head down to Heritage Square and cheer these runners in.
That is Aaron Reed, just finishing the Cocodona 250.
I love how he said something to his family and friends that they'll never have to hear about this race again. I think that's what I heard. But I'm sure he's going to be talking about this race for the rest of his life because it is quite the experience.
For sure.
Yeah.
I still talk about it all the time, and it's been 2 years since I ran it.
Yeah, man. Same, and it's been even longer since I ran it. So.
Looks like our next Cocodona finisher to come in is going to be Ann Pike. So we'll look forward to seeing Ann here in a few minutes. And then we'll also have a Sedona Canyons 125 finisher, Rochelle Hintz, coming in pretty soon here.
Here's Ann for you.
Oh, do we have Ann?
Oh, we got Ann.
All right. Ann Pike. Ann is from Virginia, out here for the Cocodona 250. She is running it into the finish, looking strong. Go, Ann. It looks like she's talking to it. I can't hear what she's saying.
Can't hear you, Ann, but you look so happy. I just love seeing happy runners come to the finish line. And sad runners, because I know they'll be happy eventually once they get over whatever's going on in their heads. But it's just such an accomplishment.
Got people out on the streets cheering.
Oh, it's so good to see. I'd love to see the finish of Cocodona take on like Boston Marathon vibes where people have
where all of Flagstaff
mimosas
comes
in their
out
front yard
just,
and yeah.
This is Rochelle Hintz, 125.
All right, and we see Rochelle Hintz here. She's in the Sedona Canyons 125 race. Rochelle Hintz. Rochelle is from Wisconsin.
We really have seen runners from all over.
All over the place, yeah.
I am going to scoot out soon. My ride is almost here, and I'm ready for some lunch and coffee.
It's been awesome having you on, Shelby.
It's been so
great
cool
chatting.
Because you
catching
know
up.
that I paced Bree when she ran Cocodona.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she paced me for a tough section through the night.
Really bonds people together.
Yep.
It was fun.
Some good memories for sure.
I learned some things from you too out there.
Oh, I don't know how that's possible, but all right.
I'll tell you about it off camera.
Okay. Uh-oh. Something we can't share with the audience. This is dangerous, folks.
It's not aired by After Dark, so.
Okay.
You know. But yeah, it's been so cool being able to be a part of the live stream and hang out in the studio with so many awesome runners. I will be back to this race.
Me too, eventually. I don't know when that's going to be. It might be not till I'm like 50 years old. So it might still be like another 13, 14 years, but
Maybe
eventually.
Like 74, you could be the next oldest finisher.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I'm sure by then, we'll have racked up multiple like older finishers too.
Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully.
And then this afternoon, Mercedes will be joining me again on the live stream here. So
yeah, it looks like you might get Carrie Henderson coming in around 2-ish for an interview. So I'm sure our interview list will keep growing as we accumulate more well-rested finishers who are capable of articulating their journey. It does take time to process these things. So yeah,
for sure.
Sweet. Well, all right, I'm actually gonna get up and leave now. But
thanks for coming on, Shelby.
Shelby Farrell. You can find me on Instagram and YouTube as ShelbsF. That's ShelbZZF because 2 Z's are more fun, obviously. Congratulations to all the runners out here. You are incredible.
Yay! Thanks. And we've got Rochelle coming into the finish line right now. Yay, Rochelle. Great job finishing the Sedona Canyons 125. And Anne is shortly behind. Looks like running it in with a family member, perhaps.
Love seeing that.
Great job, Anne. Congratulations on finishing the Cocodona 250. Huge accomplishment.
Nico, you want to hop in this seat?
Awesome work, Anne. A few more people trickling in before too long here, so stay tuned to see some more finishers. We've got Jesse Rosales coming in for the finish. He is coming in hot. Number 62, Jesse Rosales in the Cocodona 250. Great finish. He ran it in like I was hoping to run it in when I raced, but was incapable of running that fast. Good job. All right, so we are going to take a quick break here, and then we will be back for coverage of some more finishers coming in shortly. So stay tuned.
Today's broadcast is also brought to you by Speedland, the best trail shoes ever created. This is the brand new commission, the GS PDX, the 6th model in Speedland's short but illustrious history. You'll notice it's a throwback to the initial colorway of the first model, the SL PDX, though this is built on the GS platform. Plenty of cushioning to take you as long as you want to go on the trails. There's people going to be racing in it this weekend in both the 50K and 28K, but also people wearing it at Cocodona here in just a couple months' time. Everything you've come to expect, the double BOA fit system, the HTPU midsole, the drop-in P-backs, secondary midsole, also removable carbon plate, nothing better than the Speedland. Go pick up a pair of the GS PDX. You'll find a link and a discount code here in the description on YouTube.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. What an incredible journey this has been. The joy that people experience when they're in the mountains. The personal growth that is obtained through going faster and farther in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world, in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. With Ultraspire, we are truly inspired by athletes. And as I reflect back on my years, going from there to now, I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
This is your machine. It is strong and fast, tough beyond measure, brave beyond belief. It will take you high in the mountains, deep into the woods, over rivers and deserts, and further within yourself than you have ever dared to go. But it is only as good as the fuel you put into it. Feed it real food. Feed it real power. Feed it spring.
Soda! Oh, the energy of soda.
All right, we are back. Welcome back to the Cocodona 250 coverage 2024 and Sedona Canyons 125. We are about to see a Sedona Canyons finisher coming into the finish line here shortly. Number 512, Ilona Houston, is going to be coming in. So we should have some footage of Alona coming up pretty soon here. Alona is from Victoria, British Columbia. And we've got our friend Mercedes back in the studio again too. So welcome back, Mercedes.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here. I'll be here till, I don't know, 9 or 10 p.m. So stay tuned. Who knows what I'll say next.
Eldon Crest. I think that's another Eldon Crest finisher.
I was just out for my run on Buffalo Park, and this guy just came cruising by. I'm like, oh, this just must be some guy doing a workout. Turns out he won Eldon Crest 38.
Wow.
He was flying. He did it in under 5 hours. I think his pace was like, let me look, 7:34-ish a mile for 38 miles.
Crazy. Wow.
Pretty impressive.
That must have been Ryan Wolf. He finished in 4:39.25.
Sounds about right. Yeah, he had an NAU jersey on. I did see him at the finish line on the camera, and he took off his nasal strip, so he must not have wanted that in his photo. If you heard me cracking something, that was, of course, you guessed it, a Flota, thanks to one of our sponsors, Satisfy.
I still have not tried the Flotas yet.
I think we had a 24-pack. It's significantly decreased since then. I tried not to count how many I might have drank. Fueled by Flota. Is it warm in here?
I'm cold, but I'm always cold, so.
It's the Flota running through my veins.
And you just ran, right?
2 hours ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know why you're hot then.
It is warm out. It's nice. Pretty pleasant.
All right, here we've got the cameras on Alona Houston. About to finish the Sedona Canyons 125.
Bringing it in. What a feat. Don't sell yourself short if you're out there doing the 125. That's still...
It's huge.
It's such a massive distance, and I feel like in this sport, there's a lot of racers doing twice the distance. Just, you can't compare yourself. Like, we're all just doing our own races, and 125 miles is still so far. It's further than I've ever ran.
Yeah, other than Cocodona, it would be the second furthest for me, too.
When I was out there on my run, I got to see some runners, and I was giving them fist bumps, and it's such a great feeling just watching them like snap back from whatever they're thinking at the moment and just like have a smile on their face and like, oh, you're right, like I'm here, I'm like back to reality from the wilderness.
Yeah. Yesterday I got to go out to Fort Tuttle and take a run around there, was cheering on some runners on the course, so that was really fun. It was very smoky yesterday, but it was fun cheering people on and just being able to, lift people's spirits. I think that can be a tough point in the course.
It's so fun, especially you jog by and you stop and talk for a second and you're like, oh, hey, Justin, good job. And he's like, oh, you know my name. Thank you. That's a fun, lift their spirits a little bit. So if you're in Flagstaff, get out there, welcome these finishers in, boost their spirits. It's a good time.
I feel like it always lifts my spirits when just to have someone cheer for me,
It's such a good feeling. It's such a good community out there. I love it.
Love all these people lining the sidewalk here, cheering on our runners as they're coming into the finish line.
We did have blue skies this morning, and it looks like maybe they're starting that prescribed burn again.
Still looks like some blue sky out there now. Some nice clouds. Or unless that's smoke. I don't know.
Maybe a combo. A little bit of both. It was warm out there. I was out there 2 hours ago, and it was getting a little toasty. Sunny. 60s. Felt good for me, but if you're running 250 miles, it might have been a little too warm.
Yeah.
This is Walnut. I'm getting word that Kylie Vincent is there, but this is a static cam.
Oh, okay. So we're getting word that Kylie Vincent is at Walnut Canyon. That's where our camera is at right now. So that'd be awesome if we could get a view of Kylie, but this is a static camera, so that remains to be seen. Meanwhile, Ilona is about to run it into the finish line here. And then I think Ilona should be followed closely by, have we seen Amy Buckspan come through the finish yet for the Cocodona 250? I think she should be coming up shortly. Congratulations to Ilona, about to cross the finish line here. Sedona Canyon's 125. Awesome work.
Asking each other, Steve.
Ah, is this Amy?
Nope, it's definitely not. I thought it was.
Okay.
That looks like an Eldon Crest runner.
Oh, okay. Eldon Crest running. This is Amy. Okay. Love that purple pack she's got. My favorite color.
Amy with her pacer. She does not need that puffball hat right now. It is warm out.
She just forgot to take it off after the cold winds of Eldon.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It's probably a bit chillier up there.
I don't hear anything, so I don't think Amy can hear us.
How many of you in the chat have tuned in all 5 days of our live stream? I'm just curious.
This might be our, I don't know, this might be our first women.
Is this our first female finisher of
that I've seen.
Okay, of the Eldon Crest?
She is moving quick.
Is this Jessica Jones? It looks like, at least at the last check-in.
704.
Yep, this is Jessica Jones. 704 in the Eldon Crest. She is going to be our female winner.
Making quick work of that course.
Moving really well.
So many folks in the chat have tuned in all 5 days of our live stream. You know, you can make it 6 tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for joining us.
An ultra of your own.
I can hear some sound now. I hear people cheering for Jessica Jones, first place female in the Eldon Crest race. Strong work. And now we are back with Amy. Amy's about to finish the Cocodona 250.
Holy smokes, have you looked at the 2025 Cocodona 250 registration?
I just looked at it this morning, and there was 70-something people signed up already.
We are up to 80.
Oh,
I think
wow. That's gone up since this morning.
They actually need to sign up soon before it fills up.
Yeah,
this
wow.
actually might be a concern. If you're thinking about doing it, you better get on that list soon. Check out Ultra Sign Up. You might not have a spot if you wait. Don't think about it now. Think about it later.
You still have a whole year to train. That's plenty of time.
Yeah. Think of all the friends you can sucker into coming out to pace you and crew you.
In fact, last year I was out here crewing and pacing for Alicia Jenkins, now Alicia Browder, who was 5th place female last year. And one of her crew members signed up for Cocodona literally
Awesome.
at the finish line as she was finishing.
So the name change, does that affect your Ultra sign up? Do you
I
get
think
a fresh start?
You can change your name on Ultra sign up so that you can keep your old results if you so desire.
That looks like an Eldon Crest finisher.
Looks like another Eldon Crest finisher.
Let's see, second place. She was
second
hot
place
on
female.
Jessica's
Wow,
tail.
that was a close finish. This was Melanie White.
Good
coming in
job,
second
Melanie.
place. And now Amy is finishing. Great job, Amy, in the Cocodona 250.
This is Travis 252.
And we have Travis coming in number 252 in the Cocodona 250.
Travis Radevsky.
Looks like he's got some family joining him for this final run into the finish line. He's from Scottsdale, Arizona. Love those shorts.
Is he trying to drop his family? He's
It looks
making
like
good time.
it. He's going fast. Looks like they had a sign that they made for him. She's running with that. And I'm wondering if this is his son running here.
Somebody's son.
Yeah. Somebody's son, that's for sure.
Odds are.
Turning that corner,
Probably.
coming into the finish line. Yay, Travis.
Cute. Look at that love.
Love the enthusiasm.
Finishing strong. Sounds like we have a little bit of audio from the finish line.
Yeah, I could hear some cheering happening.
I heard some cowbells.
Uh-huh.
Purple Shorts guy, do we have a new acronym starting? PSG. Good job, PSG. For those of you just tuning in, it looks like you can like and subscribe Mountain Outpost, but if you head over to the YouTube page, you can now catch our interviews. We have clips of them so you don't have to navigate through our previous live streams, and you can find them on the YouTube. We have previous interviews so far up with Kevin Goldberg and Finn Melanson, Jeff Garmeyer, the Tiger King Arlen Glick, Jeff Browning, Heroldis Subertas, our winner of the Cocodona 250 2024, and more interviews will be uploaded shortly.
Currently, we have number 431, Nicholas Betancourt, coming in on the Sedona Canyons 125 course. Nicholas is from Florida. Looks like he's sporting some rabbit shorts here. I love rabbit. Such comfortable clothes. It's what I'm wearing right now.
I've actually never worn rabbit.
I actually got my first piece of rabbit clothing at Black Canyon. They made the shirt that what year was that? 2019, I think.
Ooh.
And it was so comfortable that I just started buying their clothes.
So maybe I'll get one next year because I just signed up for Black Canyon 100K 2025. It's open. It opened today.
Exciting.
Hey everybody, I just wanted to give a heads up that we have been in contact with the Chisholm family and we are setting up an interview time. We're not sure when. Of course, Jenny just finished a 250-mile race a little bit ago. But apparently Brody is the communications director for the Chisholm family, and he is coordinating with Andy Jones-Wilkins. And as soon as we have a time as to when they're going to be able to join us in the studio, we will let you know so you can set your watches to it and get your runs out of the way before we have them come into the studio. We're not quite sure when, but again, we will let you know that we will be looking to have the Chisholm family here in studio with us later today.
Awesome. That's so exciting. And that was just Nicholas Betancourt finishing the Sedona Canyons 125 a moment ago. And currently we are following number 183, Stacy Fox, in the Cocodona 250. Stacy is from California, Temecula, California. And I think we should have another Cocodona 250 runner who's close to Stacy, Brian Pesenti. Stacy is running it in.
Yeah, basically, if you guys want to, find yourselves get comfortable in the chair, and Mercedes and Bree will take good care of you. I mean, Bree's been at this for a good, 4 or 5 hours. Ever. Straight killing it, though.
7 hours.
I apologize about this shit. It's ridiculous. You're doing your own ultra today.
Hi. Stacy Fox is running into the finish line here. Cocodona 250. Congratulations, Stacy. Number 147 running in hot here. Brian Pesenti in the Cocodona 250. Brian is from Glenwood Springs, Colorado. Congratulations, Brian. Running it in for a strong finish. Brian is rounding the corner here, running into the finish line. Great job.
Our cameraman getting the shot.
All right, joining us in the studio, we have Carrie Henderson, who finished 5th, right, in the Cocodona 250 this year. Carrie also ran in 2022, the year when I raced Cocodona. And were you 5th that year as well. 6th. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I knew you were somewhere around there. I knew you were in the top 10. Yeah. Congratulations on another finish. And we also have Austin Corbett joining us, who also finished the Cocodona 250 this year.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah, it was a great time.
Yeah. Looks like you have a nice Catula hat on.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. I work for Catula, one of the sponsors of the race. So I actually had some of my coworkers stayed up till like 2 a.m. to cheer me in. So that was pretty awesome.
Nice. That's dedication.
So, Carrie, was this your second time running, or have you run any of the other years as well?
I ran last year and actually dropped in Jerome. So this is like my redemption year. Just wanted to end it on a good note.
Yeah. Yeah. Is that why you decided to sign up?
It was, yeah. In 2022, I just had such an incredible experience. It was amazing. I felt great the whole time. I had so much fun. And then last year didn't go as planned. I think I just put way too much pressure on myself and dropped. And so I didn't want to have any negative feelings about Cocodona. So I wanted to come back and like do it the way I wanted to do it and have a good experience. So yeah.
Did you have the experience that you were looking for this year?
Yeah. I mean, better. Like, I don't think it could have gone any better.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then what about you, Austin? What made you decide to run Cocodona?
Yeah, I mean, I've been involved in some way with the race, like since the start. I actually filmed some of the live stream the first year, and then I've paced and crewed Carrie the last 2 years. And I think seeing her finish the first year was just like super inspiring. I mean, she hadn't had a ton of experience. I'd never done 200, hadn't even run 100 miles before.
Wow.
And just like seeing her crush it was super cool. And I think for a long time I'd wanted to do it. And then it kind of just, the timing was right this year and just went for it. So
And she was your inspiration. I remember you passing me, Carrie, somewhere around Munns Park.
I think it was actually, I remember this, it was Schnebly Hill Aid Station, because I was chatting with your pacer and he was like, oh, my runner's here. And I was like looking around. I was like, where? I think you were taking a nap on a cot.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. I think I was on a cot in the sun with a space blanket and still shivering somehow. But
the body temperature regulation is kind of crazy.
It's a little crazy.
Yeah. So, Carrie, he just mentioned that you had never ran 100 before at Cocodona the first time.
Yeah.
What made you want to do it so bad? Just skipping that 100-mile distance, going all in.
Yeah. I like to suffer, I think.
Clearly.
And the first year of Cocodona, I honestly hadn't even heard of the race. I didn't know it was a thing. I live in Flagstaff, and on the second day of the race in 2021, some friends of mine were like, are you watching the live stream? This is really cool. And so I tuned into the live stream and realized that Pete Mortimer was running, and he's a friend, and another friend of mine, Ryan Neekum, was running, and I went out on course to see him at Buffalo Park. And I remember, like, when he left, I was like, holy cow, he has like a mile to go. He is about to finish 250 miles. And I almost started to cry. And I was like, man, if I'm feeling this emotional for a friend finishing, like, how would I feel if I ran it myself? So that was, why I signed up the first time.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Wow. You said kind of everything fell into place as perfectly as you could expect this year. Tell us a little bit more what that looked like in terms of your sleep, your nutrition.
Yeah. I think for me, like, I knew I could do it physically. It was the mental part that messed me up last year. I went into last year like wanting to be more competitive and place higher, and it just threw me off. Like, I was looking at the leaderboard as I was out there, which I think is a bad thing to do. And so this year, like, my main goal was to just not worry about any of that and just do the best I could and have fun with my friends. And so those are the things that I stuck to, and I never worried about what place I was in. I told people I didn't want to know. I truly had no idea like what was going on out there. People were like sort of filling me in on like how some other runners were doing, but I had no clue. And yeah, my sleep was good. I slept under 3 hours total. I think like two and a half hours, 240, something like that. But I felt good. I mean, I was not sleepy. Yeah.
That's amazing.
You
Yeah.
were taking in a lot of caffeine or just kind of like adrenaline rush?
I think adrenaline. I think I do pretty well with sleep deprivation. We do a lot of like stupid stuff, Alyssa, that, we're up through the night running and doing crazy adventures. So I think I have a good amount of experience with sleep deprivation. And I had coffee twice, and that really was like, it's a big jolt.
Give you a boost.
Yeah.
Quick side note, we have Sedona 125 runner Deborah Norman about to turn the corner and finish her race.
Congratulations, Deborah.
So did you happen to try the coffee trick where you drink coffee and then you nap and you wake up and you're like, let's go?
Oh, no.
No?
No, I did it right after I woke up.
Okay.
Like pounded it, yeah.
Are you going to try it? I'm a fan.
Oh,
some
really?
people use that as their strategy, either like a caffeine pill or coffee or some form of caffeine right before you go down for a nap, just because like by the time it's in your system working, then you're waking up.
Yeah. We were just talking about this on the car ride over. My strategy with my sleeping was I would eat as much as I possibly could, and then I would like clean my feet, clean up, do whatever I needed to do to take care of myself. And then I'd get my pack ready while my mind was like still sharp and like alert. So I'd get everything ready to go, and then I would nap. And then when I woke up, I would chug some coffee, put my socks on, and then just leave. So I knew that I wouldn't forget anything. That's what I was worried about. I think that happened 2 years ago where, you're just kind of foggy brained when you wake up. So I just didn't want to forget anything.
What did your nutrition look like?
Oh gosh. I brought so many snacks that my pacers had that I did not eat. I just was doing my best, I think I ate enough. My main problem in the race was I started to get sores on my tongue and my bottom lip. That's what's my worst thing going on right now too. It's been a struggle since I finished, but so it was hard to eat, and I was forcing it, but I would take a bite of food, drink some water, force everything down. So yeah, I didn't have much of a plan, honestly, on anything. I was just going in based on feel and
getting down what you can.
Yeah.
How about you, Austin? What did you do, and did you pick up on some things from having crewed and paced at this race before?
Yeah, I feel like our strategies were a bit different, and honestly, I think I was learning just each day that passed through the race. I was learning a lot more and just how to be efficient and eating and all that stuff. But I was kind of trying to get into aid stations and eating a lot, and then just snack a little bit on the in between. But I was definitely depending on a lot of the aid station food to just get in most of those calories. A decent amount of liquid calories too, but I don't know. It was just, there was a lot of things I think I ate that I don't normally eat, but it all went down good. So my stomach was solid, so I was super happy with that.
That's great.
Yeah, same. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
You never know what's going to happen.
Sure.
What did you do for your sleep, Austin?
I didn't have too much of a plan going in. I was kind of just going to feel it out. But yeah, I took a nap pretty early on the first day, and then kind of just depended when I felt like I needed it. So,
congrats to this unknown runner crossing the finish line. His bib is hidden 174. So another Cocodona 250 runner.
We'll tell you who that is in a moment here.
How fast?
Casey George.
Congrats,
Casey.
George. From
Awesome.
Kentucky.
Carrie, now having run the course 2.5 times, do you have a favorite part?
So I think the prettiest part is the ridge trail, when you come into Sedona and you kind of that's the prettiest part for sure. This year my favorite honestly was between Munns Park and Fort Tuthill. It's just a forest road, but it's called Forest Road 700. You're on it for a really, really long time. And we live in Kachina, and so it's right across the highway from us. We run it in the winter and run it a lot. And so when I got there, it was, in the middle of the night. And I was I know exactly where we are. It's pitch black out, and I know every step of this road. And it just felt so comforting. And And, you know, I was running really, really well. I ran that whole section. Like, we didn't walk at all, and we're moving really well. And the friend I was with is a friend that I run with all the time. And it honestly just felt like we were out on a regular jog together, just like for some reason in the middle of the night. So yeah, that was my favorite portion of this race, because it just felt so comfortable. And just being back up here, like in Flagstaff, it was really special just to be home and
Getting
feel
back home.
like, yeah, I know these trails, I know these roads, I'm home. So yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, well, and I mean, at one point we passed, in that section, we passed like a mile from where we live.
Yeah.
So it was like pretty, like some of those roads I ran so much in training for this race too. So it was kind of cool to be like, oh yeah, this is literally like, I've been here so many times, and then to kind of put it all together was kind of special.
Were you tempted to go home and sleep in your own bed, though?
I know. I like turned down. I was like,
Definitely.
Chloe, my dog. Like, do you smell me?
Yeah. Luckily, I was moving pretty good at that point, and it was daylight, so I was moving. But yeah, it was cool too to just be on our home trails and kind of just know. Like, I kind of knew. Just I'd been on a lot of those trails, so I didn't even really have to think too hard about navigation. I mean, I'd still pay attention, but
Yeah, he was saying
knew.
like his pacer would be like, "Oh, I think we're going," and he's like, "It's left." So we like kind of knew, that, and that was really nice. It kind of removes any amount of anxiety of like, are we gonna make a wrong turn? Because you just really don't want to do that when you're already running 250 miles. So,
and you guys were out on course, so you probably didn't hear about one of our leaders. The first day, Joe McConaughey took a bit of a wrong turn and got turned around out by the Dells. So
I did hear that. I don't know where, but yeah, I mean, Prescott's rough. People take down those flags a lot. So
yeah, that section of the Dells too is tricky for me too, because like you really got to follow those little white dots, and like you kind of got to be paying attention. And I was solo. That was the one section I didn't have a pacer on, and it was kind of. I definitely had to slow down quite a bit because it's just like boulder hopping, like so.
Were you there in daylight or?
I was, yeah. Okay. So that made it easier,
helpful.
But still sometimes I would be like, where is this dot or where's the flag or, yeah. So, but it wasn't too bad. Once it's a shortish section. So, and it's super pretty. Yeah. So can't complain.
Yeah. What do you do for recovery, Carrie? It took me so long to recover from Cocodona that I think that's been my hesitation about signing up again, is that it took me probably the better part of 8 months to get fully recovered. So I'd love to hear your secrets and strategies.
I agree. It takes so long. I mean, I think like just having no expectations. Like I know some people just keep racing and I don't know how they do it. I felt like the first year I ran, that following summer, we were out like in Colorado just doing a bunch of mountain adventures, and I just felt awful. Like I felt like so fatigued all the time. Like I could do the miles and I could run, and but I just felt so tired for a while. So yeah, I have no secrets. This year, honestly, I mean, I said this 2 years ago too. I'm like, I'm going to quit running after this. So I probably won't run for a long time. And just eat and sleep.
Lots of I always say food and sleep are the top 2 recovery tools for sure. Yeah.
You actually need to take some time off this year, or this time. Yeah.
It was a lot harder 2 years ago because I ran and he didn't. So he was like all ready to go for adventures. And I was like, well, shoot, I guess me too.
No, she was a trooper though. I wouldn't have even noticed, but I know that fatigue lasted a long time. So yeah, now we can both be lazy.
Now the two of you can be fatigued and recover together.
Yeah, it was pretty hilarious this morning, like trying to get around the house and like, trying to like make breakfast and stuff. It was really hard, but
it was rough.
Yeah.
It's rough having a 2-story house after Cocodona. So.
Does it get any better compared to the last time?
I feel so much worse this time. I know.
Really?
I feel awful. Yeah, it's so crazy. I felt great the entire race. Like I wasn't sleepy. My legs were never sore. My feet weren't really that bad. Like I felt good. And then I felt great after finishing. I hung out at the finish line for probably an hour with a bunch of my friends came. It was super fun. And then right when I got home, I like crashed and I felt miserable ever since. So, I don't know. It's going to be a rough couple days, I think. Yeah. I think I probably just pushed it a little harder than I did 2 years ago. I mean, I think I took like 7 hours off my time on the Harter like original course. So yeah, maybe my body is just like in extra shock right now.
7 hours is a long time.
That's
like
lot
a work
to
day
chop
for somebody.
Yeah. I was expecting to finish last night at like 10 or 11 p.m. and I think I got done at like 4:45. So yeah.
That's awesome. Don't have to whip out the headlights again.
I know. Yeah, that was nice. It was really
Yeah.
nice.
I mean, I can vouch. Yeah, we stayed together up until Whiskey Row, and yeah, she was pushing hard.
Did she drop you?
Almost. Yeah, no, seriously, I was like having to work hard to keep up on the climb. She was just motoring. So, yeah.
So
that
did
was
you
our
share?
like strategy. Yeah, we wanted to stay together until Whiskey Row. And I think it helped both of us a lot sticking together because we were just like, we're not worrying about what's going on. Like it helped us kind of chill out. But then, yeah, I was telling his mom this morning too, that when I felt like Austin was kind of struggling in the first section and I felt okay and I was kind of being like in that pacer role or like cheerleader, it was making me feel even better because it was like reinforcing, oh, I do feel good. This is great. Mm-hmm. And then, like, he's faster on downhills than me for sure. So when we were going downhill, he was kind of pushing me. So I think it was a great way to start.
Yeah.
4-day journey.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, I think just not just being alone that first day was super nice. And then, yeah, and then I stopped at Whiskey Row and slept, and then she took off and didn't see her again. So.
Nice.
Yeah.
A couple of people in the chat are asking, did you have Eldon on your mind like before you got to it? And like, I don't know, having, been through the race before, know what's coming?
No, I was feeling really good on uphill, so I was kind of like ready. When I got there, though, that's when the smoke was pretty thick, and so that was making me really nervous. When I started climbing, my lungs were feeling a little tight, which I've never really experienced before, and so I was just thinking about past years. I can't think of like specific people, but I know there have been some runners who are like running really strong and then something happens like right at the end and they end up dropping.
Oh,
So I was just like, please don't let that be me. So the beginning of the climb, I was taking it so easy so I didn't have to breathe hard. Like I was trying to keep my breathing really, really shallow. And then once the smoke started to sort of clear up, then I was able to like do some power hiking and felt better. But I think also because Eldon's like home trail, we probably felt more comfortable on it. I hate the Eldon Lookout Trail, so I don't do it often. Like I only do it in Cocodona. But yeah, I wasn't worried about the climb. I was like ready to get my climbing legs on, I think.
Yeah, I'll say though that like, yeah, we've done Eldon a lot. I've lived in Flag for like 8 years, but it felt so hard to me. Like I was struggling up that, but I mean, it is a hard trail for sure, but it was just surprising. Like, I've done it a lot and I was just like, oh my God, there's so many rocks and yeah, so we made it, but it was rough.
At that point, at least it's like, you're almost done and it's pretty much downhill from there.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah.
Smooth downhill mostly.
And you two both sound pretty good considering some of the people we've had in are losing their voices.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people just like needed water and had some issues, but pretty
I
solid.
feel okay. I was like definitely hacking last night, but yeah, my throat's okay now.
Yeah, I think I can feel it a bit, and I think like halfway through the race or so, my throat was getting really dry and sore, and I actually think it might have been just from talking to my pacers so much,
same.
and like which was great because we were having good conversation and keeping me entertained. But I think at one point I did have to tell one of my pacers like, "Hey, I think I need to like not talk because my throat is really sore."
Yeah, I
and
said
dry,
the exact same thing to a pacer. Yeah, just from talking. Yeah. And I like work remotely, and so on days that I don't have meetings, like I don't talk all day. So like the talking all day I think is a lot.
What do you do for work, Carrie?
So I work for Wilderness Volunteers. I'm the executive director, and we're the official nonprofit partner of Cocodona. So you may have seen our commercial playing during the live stream. But yeah, it's a nonprofit organization, and we plan week-long volunteer service projects doing trail maintenance and invasive species removal, things like that in wilderness areas all across the country. So we did a volunteer day with Cocodona in Oak Creek Canyon in March, and we had like 20 runners out helping out with a creek restoration project. So, yeah.
Well, thank you for your work.
Yeah,
So important. Yeah. How about you, Austin? What do you do?
Yeah, so I work for Catula. I'm the events and community engagement associate there. Yeah. And yeah, we're based in Flagstaff. We most people know us for like micro spikes we make, another winter attraction. We also make gators, and yeah, we've been a sponsor for this is our 3rd year for Cocodona. And yeah, when I started there, I was like immediately jumped on. I was like, guys, we need to sponsor this race. Like, this is exactly up our alley. So it's been super cool. We've had now 2 employees finish Cocodona, and yeah. So
that's awesome.
Yeah.
And then for those who are here in Flagstaff, there's also the Catula Uphill Challenge in February. I've done that once before. That's awesome.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Short race, but like very steep, intense. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I'm actually the race director of that race. So
awesome.
It's been, yeah, that was my first experience doing that the last 2 years. And it's a lot of fun. Super fun race. All the money goes to charity. And yeah. So yeah. Or you don't have to live in Flagstaff. You can come from wherever.
Yeah,
but
absolutely. I came up from Tucson for it. So
yeah. Yeah, we've been selling out the last few years though, so get on it early. But it's not till February, so
you got time.
Yeah.
Although we did discuss that the Cocodona entrant list for next year is starting to fill up already.
Serious?
There's 80-some people
80
already
registered.
Wow.
What's it max at? 250?
I don't know, honestly.
So if you guys want to do it again.
No, I'm truly done.
Are you coming back again?
No.
What about you, Austin? Coming back again?
Will you be a pacer?
Yeah, I'll pace.
I feel like I would hit them up as a pacer for sure. They know the course. They have a house nearby.
Yeah. I'll be out there. We were talking in the car as well. So he didn't have pacers lined up for 2 sections and ended up having 2 friends like jump in kind of last minute. And so I was like, I just want to be like a pacer angel, like, you know, like trail angels on like through hikes. So I just kind of want to like go out on the course and have my pack ready and be like, anyone need a pacer? I think it'd be kind of fun.
I think you'd find some runners that are very appreciative to see you.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll come back. We'll see. I mean, it's pretty fresh still, but yeah, I think that was pretty good experience. But yeah, I think like Harry was saying, I think it'd be cool to come back and like volunteer or crew or whatever, and just kind of, you know, be on that side of it and be on this more support, you know, and just enjoy it from that side. So
yeah, that's the perspective I've taken the last couple of years after racing in 2022 is I'm not quite ready to run it again yet. I think I will eventually, but just I still wouldn't miss it. You know, I come out here every year, pace, crew. This year, this is my first time commentating for this race or any race ever, actually.
Cool.
So
doing great.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Everyone has so much fun the week of Cocodona, and everyone was like telling me that all week. I was like, yeah, it's really fun.
I know, that's the only thing about being in the race. You like miss all the live stream and all the fun stuff going on, seeing the winners finish and all that. You know, like I think I did tune in the live stream at some point a little bit when I was alone, and there wasn't much going on though, so but that was the only thing.
Yeah, it gets exciting on these later days when we start to see more people coming into the finish. And yeah,
it's so interesting with the 3 distances too. You guys have like a lot more to cover.
A lot to keep
people
track of, for
cruising
sure.
by. I'm sure that doesn't feel great when you're finishing 250 or 125 miles.
Yeah, I think I only saw a couple people on the 125. I was sort of worried. I like being out there alone. Like on Wednesday and Thursday, I saw like 4 people total on the trail. So I kind of liked it. I just honestly felt like I'm just out here on an adventure with my girlfriends. Like, this is great. Didn't feel like a race at all.
Right. But at the same time, what I appreciated about it was like being able to know that even though I'm out here seemingly alone, like there's a bunch of other people out here and they're all like suffering just as much as me. And there's there's like a sense of camaraderie, I feel like, that you get from knowing that even though you can't see anybody, there's all these other people out there and everyone's going through rough patches.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, me and my pacer leaving Sedona aid station, we were like smack in the middle of the Sedona 125, like seemed like middle of the pack or something, because there was a lot of people. We got to the Schnebly Hill aid station and it was packed. So it was kind of cool though, being around that energy. Ran into some friends that were in it too. So yeah, it was cool. But then we left though, and we were on that Munns Park, or Schnebly Hill to Munns Park, and there's just like almost nobody. So it was kind of interesting leaving that, you know, that that contrast. But
Yeah. And with the courses being a little different this year, probably the Cocodona 250 runners are diverging at some points from the 125. And yeah,
definitely.
Yeah. Well, what's up next for you guys? Anything on the agenda, or just going to take time, chill, recover, and decide what ignites a fire in you next?
Yeah, the latter. I don't really race a lot. Like, I don't enjoy racing. To me, like, Cocodona is just so long. Like, it can't be a race. And, like, I mean, obviously some people were racing this year, which is so wild to me. I don't know how those guys and girls did that. But yeah, I like the adventure stuff, like self-supported, just kind of big adventures. So I'm sure I'll be planning a lot of that stuff this summer and fall, but no racing.
Sounds like
for
fun.
me.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I don't have anything else on the calendar for racing. I think we'd like to just get out and do some other stuff, like do some backpacking and just other, I don't know, just adventures. And yeah, I think the grind of training for races can definitely get a little and just gets old. So I think we're looking forward to some downtime and other adventures. So yeah.
Sounds good. Any other questions you have, Mercedes?
So you're gonna go for some, what do you call it when they're together, supported FKTs, mixed gender?
Yeah,
that
probably.
could be fun.
Sounds like a fun adventure.
Yeah, right up our alley.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything specific. I think we've talked about that and browsed the FKT website, but nothing specific. Yeah.
Oh, and if we direct our attention to the screen, we have fan favorite Callie Vincent on screen.
Looks like she is making her way from Walnut Canyon towards Eldon. Yeah, I remember this stretch. Some good memories there.
I can only imagine.
Wow. Yeah, Callie is rocking it. The word we've heard on her is that she's been looking really good. So proud of her. I got to chat with Callie last weekend before the race started, and yeah, she was just telling me kind of about her training. She just did the Maricopa Trail FKT back in November, the week of Thanksgiving, and she said that was just a great experience to set her up for being in a good place to train for Cocodona. And she also learned a lot through that experience about her nutrition and kind of how to approach that differently to hopefully avoid some of the GI issues she's had at previous 200 milers. I know I paced Callie at Moab 240 the year before this past year, and she had some GI issues there. Callie started Cocodona in 2022, the year that Carrie and I were both running it, and she had to drop out, unfortunately, due to some pretty severe GI issues. So it's really fun to see her successfully completing Cocodona. Looking forward to watching her come into the finish later on. And it looks like she is by herself right now, without a pacer. She had told me that was kind of her strategy, was to have pacers at nighttime and to enjoy some solo time on the trail during the day. She intentionally did that because she enjoys alone time on the trail in addition to enjoying time with other people. So she gets to have some of both.
That's
out there.
awesome. Good for her. That's so cool.
Yeah. Looking strong. Well, is there anywhere that people can follow you guys on social media? You guys on Instagram?
Yeah, I'm on Instagram. Carrie Jane Outdoors. Yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, mine's just Ostcorb, like AUSTCORB on Instagram.
Okay.
So yeah.
I want to give a shout out to all my pacers who were
absolutely
incredible. I just want to say that's like the best part of this race to me is the people who support you. And I didn't have crew this year, and I didn't in 2022 either. I just had friends pacing me, and they helped so much. And there's some of my best friends in the entire world, and it's just so special to share that experience with them. So thank you, Dream Team.
Yeah, shout out to all of the crews and pacers out there, because this week is an ultra for them as well in a different way, and actually a literal ultra for a lot of the pacers out there who are going with you that ultra distance.
Yeah.
So appreciate them being willing to support us and get us to the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's an important call out. Same here. Yeah, my family, my mom, dad, and my sister crewed me and paced me a bit too, and then I had some other friends jump into pace, and yeah, like Carrie said, it's like that. I think is one of the most special pieces of this whole thing is how supported you feel and loved and all that, and like them cleaning your feet and feeding you and all that kind of stuff. It's just like it's so cool. So sharing those bonds is really cool.
Yeah.
And shout out to Flagstaff for being the best city in the world.
Flagstaff is awesome.
Yeah.
Arizona is awesome.
Yeah.
And this course does just a great job of showcasing what great variety of different terrains and the flora and fauna, and it's just so diverse. Yeah.
There's actually a lot. I had been on a decent amount of the course, but it's cool to see some of those spots that I hadn't seen before. They're really pretty.
We have number 70 coming in here on the Cocodona 250.
Dandelion.
Who is this?
Saw her out there. Deluvio Scott.
Dandelion, awesome.
Coming out from Lander, Wyoming.
Awesome. She is waiting at the traffic light here.
Nice little suspenseful traffic break.
One of my pacers in Cocodona 2 years ago literally was stopping traffic while I was running through town.
Yeah, that's the only thing. I finished at 2 a.m., so that was the only nice thing is that there weren't a lot of cars out, so it was just kind of cruising through town.
You probably didn't get to see the shot of Michael Versteeg. I think it was maybe 10 p.m. just running down the middle of the road in the dark. There was still traffic, but he didn't care. It was a Friday night, and he just got every green light. He'd roll up, it'd be red, and as soon as he hit it, it was green. Awesome. I don't know what he was doing, but it worked.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I saw Dandelion quite a bit around Fane Ranch, part of the course. So, yeah, good to see her.
She is running strong.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how people come in. I was struggling. I feel just shuffling along, but I feel a lot of people coming down here are just cruising, and I'm like, damn, wish I felt like that.
Yeah,
wish I could have been doing that.
Yeah, when I ran through the finish line, I usually like to do my victory pose, arms in the air. Looking back at the photos, my arms were like this. I thought they were up here, but they were really like this because that's about all I could muster at that moment.
Oh gosh. Well, I was just stopping my dog from eating trash at the finish line, so that was
You can see Callie here. Oh, it looks like she's doing a jog now. Is that Callie still? I think so. Yeah.
Another John G athlete.
Yeah.
John G just crushing it.
Yeah. Callie just got sponsored recently by John G, I believe. Do we have any other runners coming up close? Dandelion's about to finish. I think has Annalisa in the 125 finished yet?
No, she just pinged a mile out.
Okay, so Annalisa will be coming up soon for the Sedona Canyons 125. See if we have any audio. No. Don't hear anything. No? If you guys just tuned in, this is Dandelion, who's about to finish the Cocodona 250. So what's on you guys' agenda for the rest of the day? More
I'm gonna
naps,
go get a
more
milkshake
food?
after this. I
That's
can't really
funny
eat
you say
solid
milkshake.
food because of my little tongue sores, so I'm on the liquid diet for another day or so.
Speaking of milkshakes, we have Mike Milk Night coming in at 7.
Oh, wow.
There were some milk jokes thrown around. If you haven't tried it yet, Flota and milk, you can make a Flota float. It's pretty good.
Interesting.
I haven't gotten to try it with ice cream yet, but
Huh. Well, maybe I'll make it and report back.
yeah, let us know.
Do you have what's your favorite milkshake spot around here?
I don't know. I think we were going to go to Mama's. It reopened.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like right
Yeah.
around here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everyone who's craving a milkshake, maybe head on over to Mama's.
Do you think they deliver?
Probably, yeah.
We could use some refreshments. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll go to the finish line.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's always fun. I think it's always being a spectator usually and more crewing and pacing and stuff. It's always such a fun week to just be around Flagstaff, and it's cool when you live here. You're just driving around town and you just see people like finishing, and you're like, oh hey, like, you know, it's such a special week.
Harry, the winner of Cocodona, went out immediately after to go volunteer.
No way.
How great is that?
That's
oh
amazing.
my god!
Wait, where
yeah.
was he volunteering? At the finish line?
Let me rewind the live chat.
That's incredible.
No, it wasn't.
Was it Walmart?
It might have been. It was like
Wow.
one that you have to go drive to get to.
Oh, wow.
It wasn't the finish line.
Oh,
That's awesome.
Wow, that's really incredible.
Good
and
job,
here's Dandelion.
Dandelion.
Woohoo! Great finish.
Someone asked if that's Pete. Pacing her.
I don't know. No, Pete. That's not Pete Mortimer. I don't know who it is.
He'd be
Who
wearing
do we
like some
have
panda
here?
outfit
I
or
think he's
something,
actually
probably.
pacing Zach right now.
Okay, this looks like maybe an Eldon Crest runner here.
Doesn't it just make you want to go back out there and run the last 10 miles again?
Not really.
Not really.
You could
That
go.
was miserable for me.
You
I
could
was
go
struggling.
run back up to the Mount Eldon Baikatula aid station.
Yeah.
Honestly, during the race, I was thinking, I think that I could get up and go to the top of Eldon for the Pizza Clada free pizza.
Oh my
It's like
goodness.
a local thing that the owner of Pizza Clada, plug for Pizza Clada.
Yes.
It's awesome. But yeah, he does a thing where like if you get up there by 8 a.m., you can get a free coupon for pizza.
Yeah.
And I was like, I think I could do that on Friday morning.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
throughout
wrong.
the whole month of May, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I really, really, truly thought I could do it today.
That's impressive.
I was mistaken, but maybe in a couple days.
We are up there at that aid station, it looks like.
Oh yeah, that was awesome last night. It was pretty cold when I got up there, and yeah, they had the heaters blasting, and they were having a good time, trying to get me to do shots and drink a beer. And I was like,
Oh, we
absolutely
did.
not.
We got footage of someone shotgunning a beer, and he beat his pacer.
That's very impressive.
Yeah, one of the volunteers was trying to convince me they would like loosen up my muscles and
Oh,
stuff. I was like, I don't know about that personally.
Yeah. I have never consumed alcohol during a race before, and I don't plan on starting. But for
Especially not
those
at
that
mile,
it
like,
works for,
2:45.
more
Yeah.
power to you.
Yeah.
Oh, so close. 1-9.
1-9 something. Can almost see the name.
It's like Anthony.
Oh, there you go.
199.
Anthony Saviola from Colorado.
Looks like he's going to take off his pack, maybe have some Pete's meats up there.
Shotgun a beer.
Before he...
Yeah, the Pete's Meats was really good last night, though. Definitely hit the spot.
What was your favorite selection that you ate?
I just had like a sausage, like just straight up sausage,
I've
and
heard
chowed that
good
down.
things
Yeah.
about the sausage up there.
Mhm.
I think that's a lot of people's favorite. Did I say something funny? Apparently I did.
Yeah. No, it was good. Yeah, we actually ran into a runner down at the right after you take the left onto Oldham and heading down. There was a guy that was like getting the blindness, for like the ultra blindness, and he was like really disoriented, and he actually ended up sticking with us all the way to the finish, the last few miles, because he was just like, can I stick with you guys? I can't really see. And he had like gotten turned around on the course and was going the opposite way when we saw him. So yeah, I mean, it could have been bad if he was totally solo out there.
Yeah.
But
another runner finishing
the Eldon Crest. Yep. Yeah, the corneal edema. I have my friend Mandy Holmes, who was out here crewing and pacing at Cocodona this year. She's gotten that quite frequently, and it's interesting because when you look at the eye, you can see like it's just white over the cornea, but it goes away, after people stop running. But it's just wild, and they don't really fully know like what causes it and why certain people are more susceptible than others to getting that.
Yeah, we just thought he was just really sleep deprived or something, because we could tell he was just like really disoriented. But then he told us that's what it was. So, yeah.
Yeah. Definitely rough, especially if you're on a technical section or.
Yes, like the whole course.
Yeah. 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 Looks like we've should have a few more people come in closer here. It's been a steady stream today. Lots of folks finishing.
Well, thank you for making time to come out here.
Yeah, of course.
I'm sure your recovery will go hopefully speedily. Milkshakes might help.
Yeah. Thank you for having us.
Enjoy those milkshakes. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
Yeah, appreciate
you guys are doing
it.
great.
And congrats.
Everyone
Yeah.
appreciates it.
Maybe we'll see us down at the finish line in a little bit.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Sweet. We are back here on the live stream of the Cocodona 250 2024. We have another finisher coming in here. Number 15. 415. This is Annalisa. And the Sedona Canyons 125. Congrats, Annalisa. She is from Pacifica, California. And before too long, we will be having another Cocodona 250 finisher coming in. I believe that's going to be Michael Copy coming in next. We're going to be switching over live streams here before we see Michael coming in. So just an update for everyone. If you're watching, I believe that it will continue to switch you over. If you're just joining in, then yeah, for those who are contemplating watching.
Don't go anywhere. What else do you have to do on this lovely Friday afternoon?
We will be back soon with Michael Copy for the Cocodona